This is Ascension of the Pack, an urban fantasy book written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Chapter 1. Fury bubbled up and threatened to overwhelm me.
"Easy, Peaches,"
Greg murmured.
"Breathe. We can't cause a scene here, not now. Not with all of these witnesses."
He was right, damn it, but logic had no place in the haze of anger that was engulfing me.
"I'm willing to try and kill them all if you are,"
Esme offered. Visions of her claws ripping into the Connection's officers' soft bodies flooded my mind. As I watched the pale-faced Jess being led away in handcuffs, it was hard to refuse Esme's offer of violence. "Soon," I promised her. "Soon we will destroy them for this." I watched as one of the officers smirked at Jess, his eyes lecherous and vile. "Do you know him?" I asked Greg tightly, pointing to the Connection creep who was now climbing behind the wheel of the car.
"Randall."
Greg didn't elaborate, and I know that was bad news. If Greg knew him, it was for a reason. He knew all the movers and shakers. And he knew a lot of bad apples. Back in the day, he'd helped to manage Emery's information network. That Greg knew Randall was worrying because either he was a mover and a shaker, or he was a rotten fucking apple. My money was on the latter. Everything about the arsehole told me he was growing mouldy from the inside out. "Tell me," I demanded.
Greg grimaced. "He's anti-Cree. His father's high up in the Connection."
"Is his father anti-Cree?" I was trying to focus on anything other than watching my best friend being driven away in a police car instead of celebrating her wedding day. My heart ached for her. She looked so beautiful in her dress, and she'd been about to have the wedding of her dreams until the Connection had arrived. And it was Elvira who'd arrested Jess. Elvira. My anger at her was whipping in my gut, making me want to do something vicious and hasty.
"I like vicious and hasty,"
Esme purred.
"Let's do that."
I ignored her tempting words with effort. How I wanted to let her rip through our enemies. But Jess hadn't wanted her wedding to turn into a bloodbath, and I was doing my best to respect her wishes, even if Esme and I were both chafing at the restriction.
"Chances are good that Randall's daddy is anti-Cree,"
Greg said grimly.
"But we haven't got any hard evidence."
"Evidence is for pussies," Esme spat.
"Let's just kill him and feed his corpse to Ares and Ivy."
Usually when she suggested that, I was dead against it. But today I found that I wasn't. It was always a bad sign when I agreed with Esme about killing. We were yin and yang, and my morals tempered her bloodlust. But at that moment, my morals were on holiday. Before I said or did anything I would regret, I turned and stalked over to Emery. He looked breathtakingly handsome in his tuxedo, but his eyes were full of agony. God damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. "Where do you need us?" I snapped. "What can we do?" His hands were opening and closing. He was containing his own anger by a whisper. I longed to push him over the edge, to let him wreak that destruction that he was longing to bring about. Emery took several long breaths before he spoke, and I immediately recognized Jess's breathing technique.
"I've messaged Nate," he said tightly. "I'm hoping that his bond with Jess wasn't masked by the magic-cancelling cuffs, like our mating bond was."
Jess had saved Nate's life, but in doing so she'd inadvertently created a master-slave bond between them. He continued.
"Maybe he'll be able to find her."
When he looked at me, impotence and despair were swirling in his eyes. His fists were still opening and closing rhythmically, and the deep breaths were doing nothing to calm him. I wasn't surprised. I didn't feel calm either.
"In the meantime, I've got lawyers travelling to all the Connection headquarters. No matter where she's taken, a lawyer will be waiting for her. The Connection have nothing on her. Nothing. This whole thing is spurious bullshit."
Anger crackled through the air.
"We'll get witness statements to prove it. and blow their case wide open. It's crap, and we'll make sure the whole world knows it.
I was impressed that his brain was still functioning. If someone tried to take Greg from me, I'd be hip deep in bodies now. Emery was showing remarkable restraint, and I suppose that, like me, he was doing it for Jess. Amber Delia marched up to us, an exhausted-looking Bastion following in her wake. "What can I do?" she asked simply. Emery's forehead creased in thought.
"Did Jess show you her connection badge back when she was deputized? A statement from you would go a long way towards helping her."
Amber frowned. "No, she didn't. By the time we met, Stone had gone AWOL and she was no longer a deputy. And you need more than a statement from a witch. You need a statement from someone in a position of power. Someone even the connection would hesitate to piss off." She thought for a moment. "Nate's father, Lord Voldress," she said finally. "He's a well-known political figure, and he'll help us because of Jinx's connection to his son. Lord Voldress must have seen her with the second triangle of the connection because she was wearing it when she saved Nate's life. He'll remember." Emery nodded sharply and turned to his second, Tom Smith.
"Get a statement drawn up for Lord Voldress to sign, confirming Jess was deputized as a detective of the connection. Then send copies to all the lawyers who are on standby." "On it," Tom Smith barked and moved away. "Chances are she'll be taken to the connection headquarters in Liverpool,"
Bastion said.
"You want me to check there?" Discreetly.
Emery nodded and clapping the tired Griffin on the arm.
"Please, you go ahead. I'll follow by car."
"I'm coming with you," I interrupted. He nodded tightly, his eyes still black with rage.
"I'd expect nothing less."
He summoned Jess's hellhounds.
"Come on, Indy. Gatto. Let's go and get her back."
The sense of foreboding in my gut told me that it wasn't going to be that easy. Chapter 2.
"What do you mean? She hasn't been processed."
Emery's voice was tight. The poor bastard behind the desk swallowed hard and continued tapping on his computer. "I'm sorry, sir," he said, finally, a tremor in his voice. "I've double and triple checked, but there are no records of a Miss Jessica Sharp being arrested."
"It has been hours since she was taken,"
Emery all but roared.
"You assured me she would definitely have been processed by now."
The clerk licked his lips. "She should have been, but she's not showing up in our system." Greg leaned over the desk and moved threateningly into the clerk's personal space.
"And if she's been taken to a black site, would you have a record of that?"
The clerk paled and stammered. "Black sites, sir? There are no black sites." Greg shot him a disgusted look.
"We both know that isn't true. Emery, come on. There's no point in waiting around. She's not being brought here."
Emery's nostrils flared, and I could hear the sound of his teeth grinding from several meters away. He glared at the clerk with such intensity that I knew there was a real chance the man was about to die.
"It's not the chump's fault,"
Esme muttered.
"He's just inherently useless."
Ouch. I stepped between Emery and the clerk. Esme was right about the chump thing, but he didn't deserve to die for it. He hadn't arrested anyone, he was just a pencil pusher. "Come on, Emery," I said softly. "Let's go. Plan B."
"Plan B is to raise this fucking building to the ground,"
he growled. Behind me, the clerk gave an eek and made himself scarce. "Good move." "That could be Plan C," I said lightly. "For now, we need to focus on finding Jess. Do you hear me, Emery Elite?" His head snapped up.
"I'm not the Prime Elite. Not anymore."
"Honey, they can take the Prime title from you, but you'll always be Elite." I winked, hoping to tease a smile out of him. None came. "Come on, Emery, let's find her." I took his shoulder, and he let me maneuver him out of the building. We drove in silence to Jess's house. We'd barely been inside long enough to flick the kettle on when Nate phased in. "Anything?" I asked hopefully. He shook his head, anxiety in every line of his body.
"No, I can't feel her at all. I'm focusing on her with everything I've got, but it's like the bond has vanished."
Emery entered the kitchen looking grim,
It's the same for me.
Vampires and dragons get on like oil and water, but the two men were clearly setting aside their differences. For Jessica, they'd work together effortlessly, as allies. My phone beeped loudly and I pulled it out, hoping for a miracle. It wasn't far off. The text message read, "Even the librarian doesn't know this address." An address I didn't recognize followed. My heart started to fill with hope. The message was from an unknown number, but I knew it was from Elvira because of the reference to the librarian. She couldn't risk signing her name, presumably, if she was texting me cryptically. She'd also gone to the effort of acquiring a burner phone. I suddenly remembered a crucial fact she told me during our talk about the librarian. She'd said she was going undercover with the anti-Cree. In all the furor, I'd forgotten about her latest assignment. "Get me a laptop," I ordered. Before the words were out of my mouth, Fritz was passing me his. I went onto Google Maps and typed the address. It came up as the old Assembly Hotel, but when I tried to view it on the map, it was blurred out, as if it hadn't finished loading. We waited a beat, but it didn't get any clearer.
"Someone's removed the sharpened images,"
Fritz explained.
"The connection,"
Greg said grimly,
"is a black site." "That'd be my guess,"
Fritz agreed. "She's here," I stated. "Jess is being held at the old Assembly Hotel. Elvira texted me the address." Emery surged to his feet.
"Easy, boss,"
Greg said.
"We need more information before we go in guns blazing." "I don't need guns. I'll storm in by myself and rip their heads off,"
Emery snarled.
"You could put her in danger and you don't want that,"
Greg shot back.
"Just give us a few minutes to find out more. You know it's the best call to keep Jinx safe."
Emery let Greg push him gently back into his seat. Some small part of him was still being ruled by logic. Thank God. Fritz took back his laptop and started typing.
"Let me see what information I can get first. Then we can rip heads off."
He paused.
"Well, you can, Emery. I'm not really a ripping heads off guy."
Fritz was barely old enough to call himself a guy. To me, he was still a kid, although he had to be knocking on 17, so maybe my perception wasn't fair.
"It could be a trap," Greg warned. "The information might not be trustworthy. It could just be a lure to get to Emery."
I shook my head stubbornly. "I don't think so. Elvira told me she was going undercover with the anti-Cree. If she's there now with Jess, she'll be working with us to get her out. But Elvira's neck is on the line, and we can't let it be known she gave us the address. This is going to have to be a quiet extraction."
"Well now,"
Shirtle said drolly as he strolled in,
"it just so happens I'm an expert at extractions." "So am I,"
Emery said.
"I'll rip that building to pieces."
When he stood up, Shirtle pushed him back down.
"Think with your brains, my Asdar, not your heart."
"I know you want her safe. I do too," I said to Emery. "But going in guns blazing could get her killed. And Elvira too. I've got a plan. You and I are going to be a smokescreen. We're going to the connection, and we're going to make an almighty fuss. And while we're screaming at the top of our lungs, Shirtle and Nate will go in and rescue her like sneaky ninjas." Emery was grinding his teeth again. He wanted to be the one to rescue her. I felt the same way, but this way Emery and I would draw every eye towards us, while our deadly allies rescued Jess. "It's the safest option for Jess," I pressed.
"Fine,"
he snarled.
"Shirtle, Nate. Some of the Brethren and some of the Dark Seraph."
Shirtle nodded calmly.
"Yes, my Asdar. We will retrieve your mate." "See that you do."
Emery surged back to his feet, and this time, no one pressed him back down. He looked at me darkly.
"Let's go scream at some people."
I grinned. "You got it." I was a good cop, entreating the symposium for help to locate my poor friend, who seemed to have been erroneously arrested. Emery was bad cop, adding the "or else" that I couldn't say. Worryingly, although the symposium had been convened, Jimmy Rain wasn't there. It was his job to defend werewolf rights, so what the hell was he doing playing hooky? It had been a huge oversight on my part to leave him in a position of power. I knew he was a fool, but he was a dangerous one. Allowing him to be in charge of anything other than his lunch had been a bad decision on my part. We had to consolidate our power first. He doesn't play fair, Esme pointed out. Then neither will we. He's on our shit list. Why would we have a list of shit? Are you commenting on the regularity of bowel movements or their texture? Some things just didn't translate. I ignored Esme and focused on the irate dragon shifter next to me. Emery was eloquently presenting the raft of evidence his lawyers had put together to prove unequivocally that Jess had been deputized by Stone. He'd even managed somehow to get a statement from Stone himself. He'd just finished presenting his evidence when he froze for a moment, spun on his heels, and strode over to me.
I can feel her,
he breathed. The cuffs must be off, I whispered jubilantly. He smiled.
The cuffs are off.
He turned back to the symposium members.
I finished presenting my evidence, he said abruptly. Vote to dismiss or retain the charges. Now.
Then his phone rang, and he pulled it out to answer.
You can't take that call in here,
a stuffy troll objected. Emery ignored him and swiped to answer.
You have an update?
He barked into the handset. I couldn't make out the response, but I saw the tension slip from his shoulder.
I'm not free to talk,
he went on.
I'll be back as soon as possible.
He hung up.
If you're quite done, we need to deliberate,
the Dryad pointed out.
And we must verify that this signature is indeed Inspector Stone's. Then do so.
Emery snarled impatiently.
Let my second, Tom Smith, know the results.
He grabbed my arm and hauled me out of the room.
She's home,
he said exultantly, as we swept out of the fancy chamber. Oh, thank God. You're not tempted to phase directly to her?
Yes. Very, very tempted,
he admitted.
But we have eyes on us.
He pointed to an inspector who was following at a not-so-discreet distance.
Jess would kill me if I let them know anything about my abilities. We need to fly under the radar. She's safe, and she's home. After I've seen her, I can plot my revenge.
Sensible man.
Tell him we can help him plot his revenge. We'd be excellent plotters.
Esme and I are more than willing to help with your plans, I offered.
Thanks, but there will be a certain satisfaction in dealing with this myself.
I hear you. You needed to do some jobs yourself. When we climbed into Emery's waiting car, I noted a black Land Rover move off at the same time that we did. We were being followed with typical connection levels of competence, which was to say, none at all. How did you get that statement from Stone? I asked Emery curiously. They said it had been destroyed. He looked a little smug.
I had access to a willing hellhound.
I blinked. You went back in time and spoke to Stone. Emery sneered.
No, I went back in time and photocopied the existing statement, the one the Anti-Cree deleted to fabricate Jess's arrest and get their hands on my fiancé.
Scummy shits. They deserve to get their asses whipped.
They deserve more than that.
His lip curled in a sneer. I almost felt sorry for the Anti-Cree bastards. Almost. Chapter 3. When we bustled into Jess's house, Emery was at her side in a shot. Damned vampire speed. I gave a smile and a finger wave to Nate, who grinned back. He looked relieved to have his bond with Jess back in place. I waited a good minute before impatience got the better of me. Yes, Emery might be Jess's future husband, but I'd known her since she was a toddler. Bros before hoes, or, more accurately, chicks before dicks. When I couldn't wait any longer, I reached out to my best friend. She tried to come to me, but Emery was still latched onto her like a lovelorn limpet. I gave him a sharp prod in the ribs, and he let her go, then gave me a real death glare that I merrily ignored. Are you all right? I asked, as I looked Jess over. Her eyes were tight and shadowed, like she'd been through some shit. Damn it. I didn't want her to have gone through anything. I wished I could have gone through whatever she'd endured for her. I've been better, she confessed, but I'll get there. I was supposed to get married today. Her voice wobbled. I hugged her tightly. I know, love. I know. We'll have another wedding for you. A better wedding. Those bastards. I'd kill them.
And eat them,
Esme snarled. This one would have been perfect, Jess complained. Stupid bloody Randall. He's a dead man walking, I promised. Esme and I will rip out his throat. Jess grinned, and the shadows in her eyes receded a little. You guys are the best.
I have dibs on ripping out his throat,
Emery growled.
He burned her,
Nate interjected, his voice low and dangerous. He looked like a handsome teenager by choice, since vampires could choose the age at which they appeared. But the threat in his voice made it clear that he was far older.
What do you mean? He burned her.
Emery's nostrils flared.
The bastard burned her hand.
Jess rubbed her left palm, worrying at the spot that had been blistered. Yeah, that wasn't fun. She shuddered. Oh, I'm glad to be home. Gatto came over and gave her a big lick. Hey, pup. He went as if to send her back to the common realm, but she shied away like Ivy at her skittish worst. Thanks, but no. I need my magic for a while tonight. Sorry, I'm not ready to go without it. He seemed to nod, his big eyes understanding and sad. Indy came close for a full-body cuddle before settling down. She was on her best behaviour. Greg marched in.
Hey, Jinx, glad you're back home okay?
As always, he was the master of the understatement. Thanks. Me too. She gave him a watery smile. He turned to me.
Lucy, we've got an issue.
Uh-oh. Greg would call a hurricane a spot of rain, so if we had an issue, it was a big one. I felt huffy. Couldn't I have 5 minutes with my best friend before the next emergency reared its head? Don't we always? I sighed.
A big one. A Jimmy Rain one,
Greg stated. I frowned. That total prick. Jimmy Rain is a blight on werewolves everywhere. He's the Werewolf Symposium member. Shouldn't that be you? Jess asked. You're the queen. Removing him was on my to-do list. You wouldn't believe how much admin rulers have to deal with. I just hadn't got around to it yet. It was a weak excuse, and I knew it. I'd been avoiding dealing with Rain because stuff was going to go down, and if I killed him, I was going to inherit another whole pack. And this one was broken as heck, just like the Lones in the Devon pack. I'd already collected hordes of traumatized werewolves, and rehabilitation was going to be a long road for them all.
Well, we have to get round to it now,
Greg said grimly.
Rain is as anti-Cree as they come, full of werewolf supremacy vitriol. Archie sent word the boss is trying to stage a coup while you're gone.
I knew there was a reason he wasn't at the symposium meeting. He must have heard about my presence up north and promptly slid down south. He's such a slimy bugger doing it behind my back, I groused. Emery frowned.
We're hip-deep in anti-Cree here too. Demon is stirring things up. Wouldn't surprise me if the same culprit is behind your situation. Check Rain's hands and eyes. If his hands are shaking and his eyes look feverish, then he's under a demon's influence.
I hope he's not, I barked. If he's being influenced, then we can't just end him once and for all because it's not his fault.
A lot of shit is his fault, but I agree,
Greg said.
We'll have to see what the situation is when we get home. It's going to be a mess. I'm sorry we have to leave you now, Jinx, but we need to go.
I rubbed my tired eyes. When it rains, it pours. I turned to Jess. I don't want to leave you, I admitted unhappily. Go. She smiled. You've got stuff to do, and I have no idea how quickly all of this will shake out. It may well be linked. Anyway, I'm going to bed now. A yawn cracked my face. It had been a long, stressful day. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I'll drive us,
Greg offered.
You nap.
Deal. I gave Jess a gentle kiss on the cheek. Call me tomorrow. I need to know you're okay. I didn't want to abandon her, not even for a moment. But heavy lies the crown. Sometimes being the queen sucked. I'm fine, Jess insisted. But we all knew she was lying. Her slight wince told me she knew it too. Chapter 4. Seeing Nate had given me an idea, and I called Grandy. Can you face directly to me? I need to get home in a hurry. He mumbled some words of complaint, but seconds later, he was stepping out of a shadow of a nearby tree.
I'm not a taxi,
he chided me. But there was no bite to the words, and his eyes were sweeping over me, checking me for injury.
Greg looked surprised. I thought vampires had to know the location of the place they were phasing to. Or have a bond with the person we're phasing towards,
Grandy said shortly. Greg's forehead creased.
You don't have a bond with Lucy? Don't I?
Grandy sneered.
Then do tell me how I'm here.
Greg's frown deepened.
I don't know. We have a bond of blood,
my grandfather said pointedly.
You don't know everything, kid.
Greg opened his mouth to object to being labelled a kid. Not now, I interjected. You two can bicker later. For now, Grandy, I need you to take me and Greg to Nina. Can you do that?
I can just about manage to phase 2 with me, he said begrudgingly. But you'll need to hold on tightly. It gets cold.
With that brief warning, he took hold of our hands and plunged us into shadow. It gets cold. What an inadequate warning. My teeth were chattering and my bones were aching with a deep, abiding chill that felt like it would never ease. I was so cold that my teeth were chattering to the point that I was at risk of breaking a tooth. I was going to look really mighty in front of the seat of power when I strode out of the shadows with my teeth clacking.
I do not care how we look. All that matters is that we are ready to kill Rain,
Esme admonished me. Were we? Could I really kill Rain? I was surprised when my answer was yes. If he was on my lands, trying to steal my pack, my crown, even my life, then yes, I could kill the Alpha. Kill him and not lose sleep over it. Who and what was I becoming? We finally plunged out of the shadows and into absolute chaos. Once again, fire and wolves were attacking the pack lands. The bushes that had survived the Domini attack were in flames, though thanks to the runes Amber's team of witches had painted on the seat of power, Nina appeared unscorched. Her front door was shut. Rain was shouting at a team of men in human form who were using a battering ram on it, trying to gain entrance through sheer force. Wasn't that a metaphor for the way that Rain treated all women? Rage filled me. Nina wouldn't be the first woman battered by him, but by all that was holy, she would be the last. My wolves were ravaging the line of Rain's wolves, and snarling, howling, and whimpering filled the air. Flesh was being ripped and rended. I needed to make it all stop before my wolves got hurt or killed. I could see faces crowding the inside of Nina's windows. The lone wolves were watching fearfully as their new home was attacked by one of the very men who'd evicted them from their old homes in the first place. I spotted Nova in one of the top windows, her eyes wide with terror. She was clutching her son Reed tightly, terror radiating from every line of her body. Fury filled me.
Shift,
Esme urged. No, I snarled back. This one is mine. When Rain saw me, he remained relaxed, indolent. He smirked at me. Bastard.
Stop,
he commanded his wolves.
We have company.
Eerily obedient, his wolves dropped back to form a tight unit around the men who were using the battering ram.
Hello, little girl.
He sneered at me.
We are not little,
Esme snarled.
How nice of you to join us.
His tone dripped saccharine. Then he gestured dismissively.
The time for your make-believe is over. You just stop playing dress-up and give the crown to a real man. That crown deserves a king.
He dropped all pretense of faux friendliness.
Hand it over, bitch, and maybe I'll let you and your wolves live.
I realized then that Amber's illusion runes hadn't made it through the phasing, or they must have finally worn out. Either way, Rain could clearly see Terence on my head. His eyes weren't feverish, however, and his hands weren't shaking. Relief washed over me. His actions weren't being driven by a demon's influence, but by good old human greed.
We can kill him,
Esme said triumphantly. We can kill him, I agreed darkly. I continued walking towards him, keeping my pace deliberately slow. I even put a little extra swing in my hips. When he looked at me, all he saw was a pretty little lady without a thought in her head. He was underestimating me, and I was happy for that to continue right until the moment of his death. Esme saw what I was doing, and understanding and approval flooded from her. "Go for it, sister," she urged. I was going for it, all right. Rain might be willing to let me live, but I wasn't planning on extending the same courtesy to him. As I sashayed closer, his eyes roamed over my body, enjoying the sway of my hips and the allure of my body. His eyes glazed a little as he imagined what he'd like to do to me. Ugh. Disgusting. He didn't see me as a threat, and he continued not to see me as a threat, even when we were face to face with only a foot of air between us. Esme and I were in accord. Together, we shifted our hands into claws. Then Esme slipped back into the passenger seat to let me take the next action. It was my thoughts and action that drove us, and it was very much my decision. When I reached out, grabbed hold of Rain's jugular, and ripped it out, trachea and all. His eyes wide with disbelief, his hands rose to his ruined throat. Because I was watching for it, I saw the moment that he tried to shift to save himself. I immediately reached out with my piping magic and seized his wolf. "No," I ordered. "You must not shift." His wolf raged against my order, fighting it tooth and claw, but I was stronger in this and many other ways. I knew that someone else's success didn't impact on your own success. If Rain had learned that lesson when he was young, maybe he wouldn't have been bleeding out now. He made horrible gurgling noises as he kept trying to breathe through the windpipe I'd ripped out. Then he slid to his knees and toppled to the ground. It took a few more moments for his chest to recognize the reality of his situation. And then it stopped rising and falling. I'd never imagined I could take pleasure in death, but there was a certain satisfaction in watching that bastard's life drain from his eyes. I didn't know their names, but I knew that a good number of the lone wolves huddling in Nina had come from Rain's pack. This was for all of them. Let them see me and learn what a good alpha would do to defend their wolves, rather than to punish them. I looked up from my enemy's cooling corpse, and saw the moment one of Rain's wolves tried to use the spectacle of death to his advantage. Whilst everyone stared at me, he continued trying to set fire to Nina. Rage reignited in my heart in an instant. This wasn't an unknown intruder attacking Nina, but one of Beckett's wolves that I'd let walk away. They'd walked away after Beckett's defeat and immediately kneeled to Rain. They deliberately found another wolf who they thought could take me down. Well, they'd been mistaken. But I'd been mistaken to let them live. I had compassion, yes, but some of it was making me stupid, and I needed to harden up. These fools solidified the lesson that my ex, James, had started to teach me. Don't leave an enemy alive. Esme and I shifted, and she took front and center with my blessing. When she howled her challenge to the twat with the lighter, he dropped it and hastily shifted. He'd barely finished his transformation before we were on him. Esme didn't believe in sportsmanship, and she felt no urge to let him find his feet as afore. He was alive one moment and dead the next, his blood dripping from her maw. She pivoted and found the Devon pack deserter who was holding the battering ram. When our eyes fixed on him, the scent of urine filled the air, and he turned and fled. "Pray," Esme crooned with delight as she ran him down. She toyed with him, letting him put a little distance between us, so he'd think he could really escape. A furious Ares put pay to that right away, cutting off the intruder's escape route. The wolf whirled to face us, and, in doing so, left his back exposed to the unicorn. Like Esme, Ares had no problem with attacking a foe from behind. The animal kingdom didn't believe in fairness, but in might and survival. He reared his powerful body and slammed his clawed feet back down, crushing the werewolf and piercing his vital organs with his deadly talons. Aries was happy to keep repeating the experience, rearing up and down until the werewolf started to resemble hamburger meat. With a wicker, he called Ivy and told her to join in. The young foal started stomping joyfully on the mess. It couldn't be called a corpse anymore. Then hunger got the better of her, and she started to chow down. Aries looked proud. It was his own version of immersion therapy. I grimaced. That wolf wasn't going back to the Great Pack because there was no way I could deliver his smashed remains into Nina's hall. And anyway, there was little chance she'd want to help the wolf who'd tried to set her on fire. I guess he was destined to remain unicorn food. Esme and I settled our gaze on the cowering attackers. Now, what would we do with them? Chapter 5. Terence helped me retain my clothes as we shifted back to human. Then I stalked towards the 30-odd men who were encroaching on my lands. As I moved closer, they knelt to me as one, sliding onto their knees, heads bowed and braced, as if I were about to bring an axe down on their heads. "Alpha," they murmured in a slightly creepy chorus. I spoke into the silence that followed. I am your Alpha and your Queen. What punishment should I dole out, do you think, for you coming here and attacking me and mine?" I let my words hang heavily in the air. A soft voice rang out. "If it pleases you, Alpha, have mercy. They were just following orders." I turned to look at Nova as she came out of Nina, Reed still clinging to her hip. She looked at me entreatingly. Her words were brittle and bitter, as if she'd uttered that phrase 100 times before. "I was only following orders as the battle cry of cowards everywhere," I shot back. Nova grimaced, but she didn't disagree. One of the kneeling wolves looked up, and his face drained of colour as he locked eyes with her. "Nova, oh my God, Nova!" He staggered to his feet and ran to her, then skidded to a stop before he reached her. He was staring at her and her son with wonder. "It's a miracle," he whispered, eyes wide. A small, reserved smile touched Nova's lips. "Hello, Dad. This is my son, Reed." "You're alive. Alpha said you were dead." "Alpha was a lying piece of shit," Nova spat. "May he rot in hell, for that is where he's destined to go." Her dad looked down and away, and his shoulders bowed as shame filled him. "Yes," he agreed. "Him and most of us, too." "You were following orders," she repeated. "Head down, don't make eye contact, do what he says. It kept us alive." It was clear from the way that she said it that it was a common refrain, probably a phrase her father had repeated to her many times. Her father closed his eyes. "There comes a point when that stops being enough." "Yet still you followed him," Nova's voice whipped out, sharp and cold. There was nothing soft about her as she drew herself up with icy, judgmental eyes. She had left rather than follow orders. She had gone lone. Her father had not. "He held you over me. Obey, or else." "And when I left," she barked, "what then?" He shook his head. "You're not the only one I love, Nova." Her eyes softened, and a sigh slipped past her lips. She turned to me. "Please?" she asked, eyes begging for mercy. Clearly she could judge her father for following orders which she had not, but I was not afforded the same courtesy. I understood. I could complain about my mum and dad as much as I liked, but if someone else said a harsh word about them, I'd be in their face before you could say I didn't mean it. Families can be tricky things at times. I rubbed my forehead. Clearly I wasn't doing as well as I thought with the loners, if they truly thought that I was going to slaughter 30 wolves just because they'd had the misfortune to be born in the wrong place to a very wrong alpha. We just killed their alpha and 2 others. They have reason to be fearful, Esme pointed out. 1 other? I objected. Ares smashed the other one. Only because he got there first. Her tone was distinctly sulky, but she was right. I'd been going for intimidation, and I'd achieved it. Yay me. I turned to the kneeling wolves and scoured their ranks. Is there any here that objects to me being their alpha? If so, now is the time to speak up and leave. This time we kill anyone that leaves, Esme said firmly. Yes, I agreed darkly. I would learn from my mistakes if it killed me. Or someone else. No one moved. 30 wolves to take in or send home. I didn't want another pack to look after, and I was sorely tempted to send them on their way. But something told me to keep them close. They'd come here for a coup. Without rain, who knew who they tried to puppet onto my throne? No, it would be better to keep them here, where I could keep an eye on them, and assess if any of them remained a threat. I looked dubiously at the manor, then at Nina. We were already bursting at the seams with wolves. Where was I going to house another 30? As if she felt me thinking of her, a shudder ran through the seat of power. I stepped closer and touched her walls. Okay, Nina. I'm okay. I can house them if you bring me some more wood. Are you sure? Some of them tried to burn you. If they try anything like that within my walls, I'll put them in the basement prison quicker than Terence can light a flame, she said with dark satisfaction. You have a basement prison? What kind of seat of power would I be if I didn't have a place to hold your enemies? Put like that, I guess it did make sense. Does the wood have to be in good condition? I asked, thinking of all the charred wood that was now on my lands. If Nina could use it, that would be something. Waste not, want not. I'm not sure, she admitted. Try it and we'll see. Great. It's a plan. Thank you, Nina. I'm not doing it for me, she said shortly. I patted her walls and turned to my wolves. Collect any wood on the land and feed it to Nina. She'll be needing more resources to house our new friends. I turned to Rain's pack. Get comfy, I snapped. You'll be staying a while. Greg was still with Grandy in the shadows where we'd phased in. When I caught my grandfather's eye, his face told me of his pride in me, in a way his words never would. I smiled at him, and he inclined his head towards me before he phased away. I guess he decided his presence wasn't needed any longer. I walked across to Greg. Assess the wounded and call the witches if we need them. Once we're sure everyone is okay, get names and ranks and settle in the Cheshire pack. Let me know if you think any of them will be a problem. He nodded solemnly. Yes, my queen. God. But the title rankled coming from him. We had an audience, though, so I simply turned on my heel and stalked into the mansion. I met Daniela in the hallway, anxiously pacing back and forth. Like Nova, she was lone from the Cheshire pack. Hey, I greeted her softly. You don't have to see any of them if you don't want to. It's not that, she half sobbed. It's whether they'll want to see me. I left them to him. I left them with no healer, with nothing. They're wolves, they have rapid healing, I pointed out, unsure if I was helping or not. I know. She took a shuddering breath. But some things a shift won't fix. Not properly, and certainly not painlessly. She blew out a long breath. My dad's a healing wizard. I have some IR, which is useless as hell when it comes to fighting, but in a pinch I can heal a wound. It might knock me out for days, but I can do it. I can save lives with it, and I left. Daniela, no one with a hint of compassion in their heart would ever blame you for leaving. I certainly don't. If anything, your absence would have made Rain cautious about harming his own wolves. She laughed bitterly. I doubt that very much. He was a man who ruled by fear. She stared at me. I can't tell you how living that way feels. Wondering if today is the day he'll think that you're looking at him funny and you'll get punched in the face with no warning. That fear, it's pervasive and it's crippling. I have no doubt that it is, but you found the strength to walk away. I'm so proud of you for that. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm so happy he's dead. Thank you. I pulled her into a hug. You're welcome. Now, see them if you want, I murmured. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. This is your life. You live it the way you need to. She hugged me back tightly before releasing me abruptly. I'll face them, but if they hate me, be prepared with a ton of ice cream and a really funny movie. Off the charts, hilarious. I smiled. Now that I can do. I'll even throw in some wine. But somehow, I don't think you'll need it. She squared her shoulders and walked out to face her past. I couldn't have been prouder of her if I tried. Chapter 6. I waited for several minutes by the front door, in case Daniela came back in with floods of tears. But when she didn't reappear, I ventured into my office. The security desk was unmanned, and I guessed it had been abandoned when the Cheshire Pack's wolves' intrusion had started. Archie was sitting in one of my guest chairs. Archie? I asked in question. He looked up at me, and to my surprise, there were tears streaking his face. What's wrong? I crossed the distance to him quickly. You killed him, he said dully. I wanted to kill him. I blinked. You wanted to be Alpha? No, gods no. He's the one. He killed my dad and I wanted to avenge him, you know? And now you've done it for me and I'm thankful and grateful and pissed off. And I'm pissed off that I'm pissed off. Why the hell should I be pissed off at you for killing him? I'm the one that called you, for God's sake. I wanted you here and I'm glad he's dead, but I'm also pissed off, I offered as he trailed off. He half laughed. Yeah. He scrubbed at his cheeks. I'm sorry, Alpha. For what? For being any percent pissed off. I should be 100% grateful and nothing else. Archie, you're human. Rain was responsible for your dad's death, so it's understandable that you'd want to avenge him. I get it. But in the moment, seeing him trying to hurt Nina like that, I saw red. I'm sorry I took your vengeance away from you, but I'm not sorry the twat is dead. He's not an idiot, he's a massive dick. I gave him a faux shocked look. We're British. We're not supposed to use that word. Goodness me. He laughed. It's a British word. He sobered. Thank you for killing him, Lucy. I am grateful he's dead. It was like a splinter in my finger, niggling away all the damn time, getting sore and infected. Maybe now I can just live. I smiled. That would be good. He stood up and took a few steps back before whirling back and pulling me into a firm embrace. Thank you, he repeated, his words muffled by my hair. He gave me one last squeeze and bolted for the door, sidling past Greg, who'd entered the room at some point in our conversation. Greg shut the door behind him. Do I need to kill him? He asked lightly. I grinned. No. I started, but I was interrupted by my phone. Dad calling. My stomach jolted. I hadn't spoken to him since the day I discovered he'd had himself cleared. It still killed me, though. I was aware I probably wasn't being fair. 1 second, it's Dad. I frowned as I answered the call. Hey, Dad. You okay? I don't know, he said. Am I? I feel like I've forgotten something, Lucy. Something important. Your mother keeps crying when I ask her. Have I missed something, love? His voice was lost, bewildered. This is more than old age, I'm sure of it. I just feel like I've forgotten something very important. Do I have dementia? My throat was tight. You don't have dementia, Dad. You're fine. Did I forget someone's anniversary? I've forgotten something. I know I have. Your mother's pissed off at me. She's trying to let it go, but she hasn't quite managed, and she won't tell me what I did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong, I said softly. I couldn't deal with this now. I'm sorry, Dad. I have to go. Okay. Lucy Caboosey. His disappointment was palpable, and it cut me. We're okay, though, right? I closed my eyes. Always. I hung up and ran to Greg for a cuddle. The scent of him settled around me, though it wasn't its usual toe-curling goodness thanks to the added stench of acrid smoke, blood and sweat. It reminded me that I had far more to focus on than a bit of family drama. The stuff with Dad would have to wait. Is everyone okay? I asked.
All our wolves are fine,
Greg reassured me.
There's nothing a shift couldn't heal.
And their wolves?
The same,
he confirmed.
We arrived before things really heated up. Archie did the right thing in calling us.
Yeah, but he's sad about it.
Calling you?
Not that, about not being the one to kill Rain.
Understandable.
It is. I honestly didn't even think about letting him have the blow, and I should have. Greg shook his head.
You did what was necessary. Don't lose sleep over shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I killed Rain, I said suddenly, licking my lips.
I know, I saw you.
No, I killed him, not Esme. Me. I did it. I wanted to. I wanted to kill him, Greg. I'm scared, I admitted. I'm scared I'm losing myself.
You're not, Peaches,
he assured me. He lifted me up and carried me over to the mahogany desk.
You're doing so well. You're such a strong leader with compassion in your heart and strength in your spine. I'm so proud of you. Every inch of you.
He lowered his lips to mine, and I suddenly didn't care about the smoke or the stale sweat on his skin. I didn't care about anything. We'd had a really long day. My best friend wasn't married, and I was alpha of yet another pack. And I had another death on my conscience. I pushed it all away forcefully and focused instead on the sensation of Greg's tongue against mine. I tugged up his t-shirt so that I could feel his glorious washboard abs, the warmth of his skin against mine, and the thunder of his heart. Miraculously, we were both alive.
Oh, God, Lucy,
he groaned, as his body ground against mine.
Spreadsheets,
he murmured, as he kissed my neck.
Numbers. Statistics.
What are you doing? I panted.
I'm talking dirty to you.
A strangled laugh slipped out of my throat. God, I love you. But sometimes I like the actual dirty talk, I admitted. He leaned down and his hot breath teased the shell of my ear, as he told me what he wanted to do to me. And I let him do exactly that. Chapter 7. It was novel to wake up slowly. I stretched and reached out to Greg, but he was gone and the sheets were cold. He wasn't a man who lounged around in bed. He got up with the sunrise and worked until well after it had set. Work to him was more than a job, it was what defined him. Right now, he was second to the Queen, and one day soon he'd be the mate to the Queen. Lucky me, I cooed smugly. I stretched deliciously sore muscles and tried to think about what I needed to prioritize. Let's get clean first, Esme suggested. I stifled a smile. Showers were always Esme's priority. Rightly so, she huffed playfully. I had no issue with taking a shower first, so I turned on the water to hot and stepped under the spray. She purred in my head as it buffeted our body, and I let my thoughts settle and coalesce. Rain was dead and gone, so I could tick him off my to-do list, even if his lifeless eyes were haunting my dreams and crippling me with guilt. Unlike all the others I'd been forced to kill, I'd killed Rain in cold blood. I was a murderer. I tried to think of something else. Anything else. Jess was safe, albeit a little traumatized. She wasn't going to be marrying Emery anytime soon. The wedding had been postponed until further notice. That meant I could focus on the one thing I really needed to sort out. The orb. That conniving dragon bitch Genevieve had it, and now it was time to snatch it back. I didn't know the first thing about planning a heist, but I did know that I was going to need a team. And a good theme song. Channeling heist vibes, I dressed, rarely for me, in black. Black jeans, black tank top. Then I put Terence on my head. He was rarely anywhere else. You never knew when you might need some fire. What I needed besides fire were some allies. Sneaky allies. One in particular came to mind, so I rang him and left a short voicemail. I have a lead on the thing we talked about last time. Come and see me. I hung up. Ordering him was a sure way to pull his tail, but I couldn't resist it. The man deserved it. With a spring in my step, I bounced off to the kitchen. My step lost its spring when I saw Xander there. I faltered in the doorway, but he'd already seen me. "My queen," he greeted me ebulliently. "You are truly magnificent, slayer of vile alphas, saviour of wolves everywhere. You are amazing." I fully believed I was amazing and magnificent, but it was still weird for someone else to say it out loud. I gave him an awkward smile and went to the kettle. "I'll make it." Xander hustled over. "Cup of tea, right?" "That would be great." I looked past him and spotted a grinning Finley. "Bacon?" I pleaded. "You got it." Without hesitation, he reached behind him and passed me 2 bacon rolls. He'd clearly been working hard all morning, and he had a veritable stack of pig and bread behind him. The rolls were divided into 2 piles, red sauce and brown sauce. Truthfully, it wasn't politics that divided the country, but whether or not you were a red sauce or brown sauce person. Finley stepped closer and lowered his voice. "The kid isn't wrong," he murmured softly. "You are our saviour." An exasperated sigh slipped out. "Don't you start. I can only cope with one hero worshipper at a time." He grinned. "Noted. I'll forgo the visible worship, but I wanted you to know that it's there. I admire you endlessly, my queen." To save myself from answering, I bit into my bacon roll. "Yum," I said happily, as I took another salty, tomatoey bite. It was gratifying that Finley knew me well enough to remember that I was a red sauce person, and he'd passed me the right rolls. I ate 2 and snagged a third, wolfing them down until I felt I was truly full, then took my cup of tea and went to hunt down Greg. First, I peered into the packed common room, where I was happy to see Marissa and Siren sitting with a smiling Daniela. When Daniela saw me, she gave me a thumbs up. I grinned and returned the gesture. Since Greg wasn't there, I continued to my office. Sure enough, he was sitting at the security console. "Morning." I greeted him with a chaste kiss on the lips. He replied, licking his own lips. "Bacon." I snorted. "Yep, if I'd known you were here, I'd have brought you one." "I've already had a couple," he confessed. "Finley's been making huge batches for everyone." I saw. He's a wonder. "How did it go last night? Did the charred wood work for Nina?" I should have asked earlier, but Greg had distracted me with his talk of numbers and statistics. "It did," he confirmed. "She's made an extra floor just for the Cheshire pack." "Good idea. I'll go and see her later." I fixed him with a look. "But for now, it's time to plan a heist. For real." He grinned. "I knew you were going to walk into the office and say that." "Did you now?" I huffed, hands on hips. I hated being predictable. If anything, my tone made his grin widen. "So I've been making plans, calling in favours. There's a reason I left you at the crack of dawn." "Well, I'm glad it wasn't because I was snoring." "Not just because of that," he muttered under his breath. "Hey, I don't snore." He winked. "Sure you don't, Peaches. You're a delicate little flower at all times." "That's right." I nodded emphatically. "Talk to me about the favours." His jovial nature faded as he got down to business. But before we could get far, there was a knock at the door. We exchanged exasperated looks. It seemed like the universe was conspiring to keep us from our heist. Nevertheless, I called, "Come in." Ben came in. It struck me as odd that my brother didn't just barge in but knocked respectfully and waited. He really was getting used to pack protocol. I would have to call a pack tourney soon and see where he fitted into the power structure. Rohan, was an experienced wolf, and I was willing to bet that Ben would make it into the Battle Corps 13. "Hey," I greeted him. "You okay?"
"Yes," he said. "And no."
He sat in one of my guest chairs.
"Talk to us,"
Greg said. Ben sighed.
"Rohan and I have been having a vision, or several, actually. I was convinced it was just a weird, recurring dream, but Rohan is sure it's more than that."
He paused.
"This is the most ridiculous question I've ever asked, but are you planning on stealing a magical orb from a dragon?"
He gave a little laugh, like he was amused by his own absurdity. But he still looked nervous. Greg and I exchanged glances.
"Oh, shit,"
Ben breathed.
"It's not a ridiculous question, is it?"
"Not as ridiculous as you might think," I said slowly. "Tell me about this dream." My brother buried his head in his hands.
"I can see the future," he said from between his fingers. "Oh, fucking hell."
After a long minute, he finally looked up at me.
"If I really am some sort of seer, this power comes with immense responsibility. I haven't been trained in this shit. I don't know how much I should tell you, if anything at all."
I shrugged. "I don't know either, but letting us muddle around when you've got some sort of insight into the best way forward doesn't seem particularly brotherly. Tell us, please." Ben licked his lips.
"Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I've been having this dream, or variations of it, every night for weeks. At first I thought I'd watched too much Lord of the Rings, and Smaug had invaded my brain, or maybe it was just a side effect of discovering dragons really existed."
I suppressed a grimace. A reference to Smaug didn't seem positive for our heist plans. It seemed inevitable that if a dragon shifter was going to be around, our sneaking in plans would get fucked up. And the dragon shifter in question would almost certainly be Genevieve. I met Greg's eyes over my brother's head. His expression mirrored my own.
"Tell us,"
he ordered Ben gruffly. He wasn't talking to him as a potential brother-in-law, but as my beta.
"As I said, I dream variation after variation. I don't know exactly what's going to happen because I've dreamed it happening 20, 30, 40 different ways."
Frustrated, he ran his hands through his hair.
"What can you tell us?"
Greg asked impatiently.
"What features were consistent that will help us achieve a positive outcome?"
Ben rubbed his face as he tried to clear his thoughts.
"Positive outcome, okay, well, I guess I need to focus on the dreams where you actually managed to get the orb."
He closed his eyes and chewed on his lip.
"You need Tarkas there, and Wackadoo." "Debbie?"
Greg asked.
"Yeah."
Ben nodded vigorously.
"You definitely want Debbie there too. The man is a machine."
"Okay, Tarkas, Wackadoo, Debbie, me, and Greg. Perfect," I said. Ben licked his lips and swallowed hard. He shook his head slowly.
"Not just them. You need Xander, too."
"I'm not taking Xander with us," I objected immediately. "He's a kid."
"He's an adult,"
Greg disagreed.
"Barely, but even so, he is 18.
I grimaced. "I'm not taking Xander," I said firmly. I couldn't be responsible for the young, enthusiastic lad's death if anything went wrong. He was just a child. Ben looked pale as he shook his head.
"You need him,"
he insisted. I folded my arms. Agree to disagree. Tell me something else. Something that I can agree to. Greg shook his head slightly at Ben, telling him to leave the topic of Xander for now.
"There's some sort of short, squat dude that comes along. He has a red beard nearly to his knees. A dwarf,"
Greg said approvingly. He looked a little smug. "What's got you looking like the cat that's got the cream?" I asked.
"Bloody cats,"
Esme grumped. "Oh, hush," I laughed.
"I've been toying with a couple of ways that we could enter the horde. The one I favour is getting a dwarven team. Ben's input confirms that's the right thing to do."
Ben held up his hands.
"I want to be clear that I really know nothing about this whole thing. I'm scrambling around making it up as I go along. I'm worried that telling you all this may hinder you more than help you, but Rohan disagrees. Honestly, for all I know, I'm just having crazy-ass dreams after eating too much cheese before bed." I think we can safely say that your dreams are more than that, Greg said dryly. Camembert doesn't induce the same dream 30 or 40 times.
Ben sighed.
I know that you're right, but I'd almost convinced myself that my dreams were nonsense. Rohan pushed me to speak to you against my better judgment.
Well, from now on, listen to Rohan, I advised.
Yeah,
my brother muttered, pushing himself up from the chair.
I better go. You guys have dwarves to find.
He paused in the doorway.
One more thing.
He looked across the room at me.
I have to come on the heist too.
He slipped out of the door before I could argue with him. I don't like this, I complained to Greg. Having a prophecy is one thing, and that's bad enough. But I really don't like the idea of being dictated to by a seer, even if the seer in question is my brother.
I understand, but we're contacting Debbie, Tarkas, and Wakadu, aren't we?
Yeah, I sighed. Looks like we are, I agreed grimly.
And Xander?
I shook my head. We are not taking any kids with us.
Lucy, I hate to raise the delicate issue of a lady's age, but you're only in your mid-20s. You're not that much older than Xander.
Bite your tongue. I shot him a glare. I have a shit ton of life experience under my belt. Greg's tone was gentle.
Xander was raised in the Devon Pack under Beckett Frost's rule. I wager that he has a shit ton of life experience under his belt too, and very little of it good.
Exactly. He deserves to have some good times. I'm not taking him with me to tunnel under some dragon's horde, and that is the end of it. It was hard to put my finger on the reason why I wanted Xander to be far, far away from this extraction. It wasn't just his youth. There was something burgeoning within him. Happiness that he hadn't had the chance to cultivate under Beckett's rule. I wanted to preserve that bubbling joy for as long as I could. There were plenty of ways to skin a cat. Whatever Xander was supposed to bring to this venture, we'd find someone else to do it. Someone older. Someone grittier. Someone who didn't look at me like the sun rose and set in my eyes. Chapter 8. Greg excused himself to go and speak to our resident dark seraph, Jacob, and to make some calls to Debbie, Tarkas, and Wakadu. I busied myself with my favorite activity, reviewing the pack's bank accounts. Oof, the food bills had really increased since we took on scores of extra wolves. Interestingly, our electricity bill hadn't increased because Nina somehow ran off-grid. I wasn't complaining or asking too many questions. Elena burst into my office, anger vibrating off her. Last night a black tourney was held. Bastards, Esme snarled. Motherfuckers. I closed my laptop so Elena knew she had my full attention. Okay. How do you know about it? The connection found out and raided it, but they were too late. According to my sources, they found bodies rather than live participants. She met my eyes. Werewolf bodies. She spat. This cannot be borne. Esme was almost shrieking inside my head. My jaw clenched, and I wasn't notified of it because... Elena gave a helpless shrug. Perhaps they notified Rain? He's a symposium member. That may well be right, but I was queen. At best, Rain had willfully sent his people to the Black Tawnies to harden them. At worst, he probably assisted in running the Tawnies. I grimaced. I should probably have asked him some more questions before I ripped out his trachea, but rage had a way of clouding your thoughts. I rang Bastian. The call went straight to voicemail, and I felt a tingle of apprehension. What if Bastian had finally succumbed to the witch's curse? I shook off the thought. The griffin was like a mountain, and the witch's curse was the howling wind and rain, so he'd surely survive it. Probably. I thought again about asking Amber to intercede, but Bastian had told me he would ask her when he was ready. Neither of them would appreciate me meddling in their affairs. Hey, I said when his voicemail clicked in. I need you to speak to Ghost. I know she was coy about telling you who else was involved in the Black Tawnies, but she was one of the major organizers and I need her input. Please. I hated how pleading my tone sounded. But I was trying to appeal to his better nature. Sometimes I leaned into the whole vibe of being a vulnerable female, though less and less these days, so that it felt weird to do it again. I hung up and called Elvira instead. She answered on the second ring. I had no choice but to arrest her, she said quietly. I blinked. I'd momentarily forgotten all about Jess's arrest. It felt like it had happened a century ago, but it was only yesterday. God, life was tumultuous. I know, I said calmly. Thanks for the heads up on the address. Actually, I'm calling about another issue. What can you tell me about the black tourney that took place yesterday? Hang on. I heard the sound of a door shutting, presumably for some extra privacy. But even so, Elvira kept her voice low. We got a tip about it happening. She paused, choosing her words with care. By the time the red tape had been cleared for us to go in, all that was left were bodies. Werewolf bodies. Esme snarled. Werewolf bodies, I repeated, echoing her snarl. The wolves had shifted into their human forms after their deaths, Elvira said primly. They were human when we arrived. It's taken us some time to identify them because their faces had been deliberately smashed in. They were unrecognizable, even using dental records. You've identified them now? Yes, in the main, through articles found on their person and their fingerprints. A few of them were in the system. Send the details over to Greg. You have his number? I do. All of the details have already been sent to the symposium member, Rain, who'd probably been dead when the notification came in. Rain, whom I had killed without hesitation. I was beginning to wonder exactly who was the monster in this tale. Rain is dead, I said bluntly. I'm the new symposium member. There's a ratification procedure, she started. I don't give a shit. Get it done, get me the names, and then arrange to transport their bodies to my lands. I need to give them to Nina, for her to release the wolves back to the Great Pack. Thank you, I added in a far softer voice, since I'd been almost shouting at her and it really wasn't her fault. I hung up and looked at Elena. We have dead bodies and a long delay in actioning a tip by the connection. It's time for you to get writing. You may as well report on Rain's death too, since it's relevant to the article. He was notified because the werewolves were dead, but the notification failed because he was dead. Elena shot me a triumphant grin. That was what she'd been hoping for when she stalked into my office full of indignant fury. She stood up. This article isn't going to paint the connection in a pretty light, she warned me. I don't need it to, I shot back. I need it to tell the truth. She nodded. The truth, now, that I can do. She paused. I came up with a name for the paper. Yeah? The Mystical Informer, for informed magical minds. I grinned. Nice. Get informing, Miss Mystic. I'm all over it. She squared her shoulders and walked out, determination in every bone of her body. Looking at Elena, I felt that I was, finally, doing something right. The other realm needed more truth, and someone bold enough to speak it. The connection wouldn't like it, but it was time that someone held them to account. Someone within their organization had delayed the inspectors in actioning that lead, and my wolves' blood was on their hands. I didn't know the names of the wolves that had died, not yet, but they were still mine. All wolves were. And it was time I started acting on it. I had calls to make. Chapter 9. Debbie, Tarkas, and Wakadu arrived the next day. They must have dropped everything to come running, and, as queen, I appreciated their haste and show of loyalty. As requested, this time they came alone. Greg hustled them into my office with Jacob in tow, and I summoned Ben to join us. When we were all in my office, I began. Thanks for coming here, gentlemen. It seems only right that you're part of this, since most of you were with me when I went to see the librarian. In some ways, that started it all. I'll tell you a little about the question I asked and what it means for us. I sat back in my big boss chair. I can't tell you the specifics of the question or the answer, so we're going to speak in broad terms. I had a conversation about the lost orb. The orb of Lachlan, Wakadu breathed, leaning forward. Right, that's the one. It's time for a little history, which you may or may not know, so apologies if I'm teaching a dragon to hoard. I cleared my throat. The orb, when combined with the seat of power, allowed the seat of power to speak to all wolves. Not only that, it allowed the seat of power to connect to the Great Pack in order to release our wolf souls back to it. Finally, the orb allowed wolves to access their dormant air powers. The orb's importance can't be overstated. We're lucky in that Nina, the seat of power, can still send souls to the Great Pack by using muscle memory, but without the orb, she can't speak to other wolves, except for me and David. Equally importantly, without it, we can't access our lost air powers. I had to tread carefully here. I couldn't mention the third realm to anyone who didn't know about it, and the others only had one triangle on their head. For that reason, with the librarian's help, we managed to identify the thief. I kept things deliberately vague. Wakadu's eyebrow went up a little, but he didn't ask questions. He knew better.
I recognized the family line right away,
Greg interjected. He was still glancing at the security console as he spoke.
He was a hunter, one of Geneve's brethren. Geneve, the ancient powerful dragon elder who just removed Emery from power?
Debbie asked faintly. One and the same, I agreed. And for the record, she's a total bitch, which is why I have absolutely zero compunction in stealing something from her. Especially something that shouldn't have been hers to begin with. There was a knock on the door, and David poked his head into the room.
Sorry,
he said when he saw everyone gathered in my office. He pushed his glasses back up his nose and pointed at the security desk.
I was just coming to man the console.
Greg considered it.
Probably a good idea, then my focus doesn't need to be divided.
He jerked his head towards the desk. David scurried to sit down and started clicking his way through various camera views. I trusted David. When we'd been trying to identify the Domini mole by putting a camera in the pack lounge to see who'd come to check if a rose had been placed on the mantelpiece, he'd gone to bed early. Plus, he'd been horrified at the destruction of the garden and his plants. It had obviously been agony for him to watch his hard work go up in flames. Discretion is required, I said to him. He nodded.
Of course, Alpha.
He turned back to the screen. Greg turned away from the console to face us, as I started speaking again. Geneve stole the orb from us, and now we're going to steal it back.
It's not theft if she stole it from us in the first place, Your Maj,
Tarkas objected.
It's reacquisition.
I smiled at him. Call it what you will. I couldn't give a fuck. The point is that the orb is ours and we're going to get it. I nodded to Greg and he took over the briefing.
As you know, I'm former brethren. As such, I've been privy to a great deal of sensitive information over the years. Sensitive information that we can now use.
Debbie grinned.
I like the way this is going.
Me too. Tarkas smirked and rubbed his hands in mock glee.
Like all elders, Geneva's grown more paranoid with age. And for us, that's a good thing. She no longer protects her horde with runes because she doesn't trust the witches.
Tarkas made a noise of disbelief.
For real? Indeed,
Greg confirmed.
She's also made plenty of enemies during her long life. She has sticky fingers, and we're not the only ones she's stolen from. By all accounts, she's also taken a precious dwarven artefact that they want to get back.
Wakadu sat back.
And now we're cooking. If she doesn't use runes anymore, we can use the dwarves to tunnel right into the horde.
Greg grinned.
Bingo. Why haven't they gone after their treasures themselves?
Tarkas asked dubiously.
They don't know she's stopped runing,
Greg replied.
About 60 years ago, the dwarves tried to recover the artefact, but they were unsuccessful. What happened to them?
Debbie asked. Greg grimaced.
There was a total loss of life.
Yeesh, Tarkas breathed.
The whole recovery team died? Just how sure are you about this runing thing?
All but certain. I rang a witch friend, I told him. She said there wasn't a record of a recent runing request near Castle Dynasbran. By recent, she meant that there hadn't been one for more than a decade. I paused. That doesn't discount the possibility of a black witch ruining the castle, or even a white witch doing it off the books. Greg spoke up again.
She might not have runes securing her horde, but she does have an army of deadly, highly trained brethren soldiers. Well, that's not good,
Debbie complained.
I much prefer my enemies having competent soldiers.
Wakadu snickered.
Oh, me too. Competent soldiers aren't a problem,
Greg said.
But we're going to need a diversion.
He grinned.
Luckily, I'm an explosives expert, and we have some aerial support.
He nodded towards Jacob.
I'm going to create some bangs and whistles, and my airborne friends here are going to drop smoke bombs to keep them busy.
He paused.
Where possible, we're aiming to distract rather than destroy. We want to draw the brethren away from Castle Dinus Bran, but we don't want to kill them. Lethal force is a last resort, as it always should be,
Wakadu rumbled.
Indeed.
I looked at my brother. How are we doing so far? Ben nodded.
Sounds good to me.
He was pale and sitting on his hands, rocking in his seat.
He's hiding something,
Esme noted quietly. Agreed. But is it something we need to know, or something that would fuck up everything if we knew it? She shrugged.
If he's not willing to tell us, then it doesn't matter which it is.
As usual, she was right. Greg went on.
I want Debbie and Wakadu with me to help cause chaos, together with Jacob and his team. In the meantime, Lucy, Tarkas, and Ben will sneak down the tunnel created by the dwarves.
He paused.
Because of the previous incident, the dwarves are willing to tunnel to the horde, but they won't break through. So we need to use explosives for the final breach. We'll need to time that explosion precisely to the one that I'm going to set off to draw attention to me. You then get into the horde, grab the orb, and go. We'll continue to engage the Brethren's soldiers until you confirm you're safely out of the horde, then we extract the distraction team with the help of the Dark Seraph, and get the hell out of Dodge.
Any questions? I asked.
When are we doing this?
Debbie asked. Did any of you have any particular plans for tonight? I queried archly. And at that moment there was a knock on the door, and Siren and Marissa burst in, visibly agitated. What's wrong? I demanded. Daniela is missing, Siren burst out. She hasn't been seen since the early hours this morning, Marissa chimed in. She was wringing her hands. God damn it. Chapter 10. I needed another emergency like I needed lip fillers. Which is to say, not at all. My lips are perfectly kissable as they are, and I am all about natural beauty. What do you mean missing? I asked, trying to hold on to my calm. She didn't come home from her shift at the hospital last night, Marissa explained. She was supposed to meet us for afternoon tea. When she didn't show, we asked around the mansion. No one's seen her today. I turned to Greg. Take the master key and check her room. Siren's skin warmed. I used my own master key, she mumbled. She lifted one of her heavy goth boots to show me her key. Wonderful. She kicked down Daniela's door, and now I'd need a joiner to hang a new one. I hadn't found a joiner in the other yet, so I just had a common one. He was going to start wondering what the hell was going on that meant doors were always being smashed to pieces. Due to werewolf strength, doors weren't damaged a little, but a lot.
And?
Greg asked Siren impatiently. She wasn't there, but her room was as neat as it always is. She just didn't come home. I looked at David. He and Daniela had a thing. It was obvious he was listening to our conversation because, although he was sitting at the console, his fists were opening and closing rhythmically. I went over to him and dropped a hand on his shoulder. Hey, I said softly. He jerked like I'd shouted boo. Sorry to startle you, I offered weakly. She'll be okay. We'll find her. When he turned and met my eyes, I was shocked at the depths of the despair in his gaze.
How?
He asked brokenly.
How will we find her? This is all my fault.
He shook his head.
She asked me out to dinner, but I said no, and she took a locum shift instead. If I'd said yes...
Hey, I said firmly, you can't think that way. Besides, we don't even know for sure that anything is wrong. Maybe she slept over at a friend's house. Marissa shook her head. We rang her phone, but it went straight to voicemail, so we think it's been switched off. We rang it a few times, and when that didn't work, we rang the hospital. Apparently she clocked off as normal. She just didn't make it home. What about her car? I asked. Is it still in the hospital car park? Marissa blinked. I didn't think to ask. Okay, I said firmly. Let's go to the hospital and see if we can find it. Siren, Marissa, David, with me. The rest of you keep planning tonight's activities.
You're not cancelling the raid?
David asked with surprise. I grimaced. I didn't want him to think I wasn't cancelling because I didn't care about Daniela. Of course I did. She was a lovely woman. No, I'm not cancelling yet. We don't know if anything sinister has happened to Daniela, and the plan is already in motion. We'd already given the green light for the dwarves to start digging, and we'd already paid an arm and a leg for them and the side entrance to be painted with runes that would help them evade detection. The wheels were in motion, and the heist was going ahead, regardless of what was happening to Daniela. Too often I prioritized other matters over the orb, but with Rain's death, I had recognized its importance. I needed to get that orb back, to restore the connection between the seat of power and the Great Pack. Only then could I access the Great Pack without it costing a wolf's soul. Not to mention, I totally wanted to be an airbender. Though, hopefully not the last one. Siren kicked the tires of Daniela's car. Fuck! She swore. I had to agree. With the car still in the car park, it seemed more than likely that Daniela hadn't left work alone. The question was, had she met a friend or had she been taken against her will? I looked around to identify the security cameras, then crouched down against the side of the car in their blind spot. I shifted instantly onto 4 legs and let Esme take the reins. She sniffed around the car. The scent of Daniela was on the vehicle, so we used it to track her. We followed one of her scent trails to the hospital doors, and another one back. Those must have been made when she went to and from work. The one going back to her car stopped abruptly at the road. What really caught our attention, though, were the small drips of blood. We were in a hospital car park, and the blood was human, so it could well have been a few drops from an injured person, but they lay exactly at the last spot where we could scent Daniela. She drew blood from her attacker, Esme said, with grim satisfaction. I'd reached the same conclusion. She isn't missing then, she's been taken. Kidnapped. But why? Why would anyone want to take my mild-mannered nurse? Yes, we'll get her back. Esme's quiet certainty comforted me. Daniela had done so much to help so many, and she was a constant smiling presence in the pack. I couldn't even begin to understand anyone's motivation in taking her. Then a thought crossed my mind and made me go cold. What if it was someone from Rain's pack, taking revenge for Daniela supposedly abandoning them? If it is, we'll find them and crush them. You do not harm our pack. I nodded, wordlessly agreeing. But the truth was, someone already had. Chapter 11. The hospital had a security team and good CCTV coverage, so the hope that we could quickly identify Daniela's kidnapper was still there. I knocked on the door, and a stern-faced man opened it. Can I help you? His head was shaved, and he had a tattoo peeking out from the collar of his black shirt. You could have cut glass with his square jaw, and his muscles had muscles. His size might even have rivaled Debbie's. Okay, not Debbie, but maybe Wakadu. His name badge identified him as Dwayne Brown, and the triangle on his forehead identified him as Other. Now that could be really useful. Hi, Dwayne, I said with my friendliest smile. I'm Lucy. One of my friends works here, but she didn't come home last night. Her car's still in the car park and she's not answering the phone. I wondered if we could take a look at the CCTV footage for the road near Car Park D. I touched his arm and looked at him with entreating eyes. He studied the symbol of the Other on my forehead, and his expression softened. Sorry, Lucy, but I'm not allowed to provide access to the cameras unless I see a warrant. I had a few options. I could pipe him and force him to let me in. I could call Steve Marley to get the warrant. Or I could try good old-fashioned bribery. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I reached into my bra to pull out the roll of emergency cash that lived there. Here's 500 quid. I offered him the money. Just give us an hour? He licked his lips as he looked at the bundle of red 50s in my hand. Without knowing the time she went missing, it'll take more than an hour, he said. Even if you watch the footage at double time. Daniela came off shift at 1 a.m., Siren said. Her supervisor confirmed that she stayed and helped out someone else. She thinks Daniela was maybe an hour late leaving. Let's start the footage at 1:30 a.m. and go from there. Dwayne hesitated another beat, his eyes flicking to the cash. Okay, he finally said gruffly. Come on in. He stood back from the door, and the three of us slid into the security room. It was far bigger than our small security console.
"Jack,"
Dwayne said.
"Take a break."
A gawky young ginger guy stood and promptly left without asking questions. I guess Dwayne didn't want to share the roll of cash, and I didn't blame him. Or maybe it was the lack of the other symbol on Jack's head that sent the poor boy marching out. It was easier this way because there would be fewer questions if Daniela had shifted to protect herself. The other realm would disguise itself, merely showing young Jack a dog, but he would still be confused as to where the girl had gone and why the dog had showed up. We slid into some swivel chairs, and Dwayne helped us find the right camera view. When we were ready, he hit replay for the previous night's footage. The cameras weren't top of the line like mine, so the footage was grainy. Even so, it didn't take long for us to find Daniela. We watched her walk from the hospital towards the car park. It was late and there wasn't much traffic, so it was all the more obvious when a white transit van trundled along the road deliberately slowly, timing its approach so that its path would intersect with her exhausted steps. Scummy sons of bitches. It was hard to watch as the van slowed. The rear doors opened, and a man leapt out. The sudden motion caught Daniela's attention, and alarm bells clearly rang in her head, but it was way too late. Even as she started to shift, some sort of net was thrown over her. "Bastards," Esme snarled. "We'll kill them all." The man misjudged throwing the net a little, enough for one of her paws to slash out, firstly at him and then, when she had successfully made him bleed, at the net that was weighing her down. The man tightened it, then dragged the now fully shifted Daniela into the van. He followed her into the back of the vehicle, slammed the doors closed, and the van motored off.
"Jesus,"
Dwayne said, truly shocked.
"She was kidnapped. You need to call the connection."
He was right. The CCTV quality was bad, and I couldn't even start to make an educated guess at the plates. Hopefully the authorities could clean up the footage and get more information. Or they could use other CCTV footage along the route to identify the van. Regardless, I needed to involve the police, or, more accurately, the connection. "I do," I said. "I know an inspector. I'll give him a call. In the meantime, do me a favor and make sure this footage doesn't get written over." Dwayne nodded vigorously. "Great, thank you. I'll get someone from the connection here soon. Thanks for your help, Dwayne." I gave him a friendly smile. He waited until Marissa and Siren stepped out before gently touching my arm to get my attention.
"I know it's a bad time and all, but when your friend's found, is there any chance we could grab a drink?"
I smiled, a little flattered. Pre-manners, I might have even said yes. I had a thing about muscles. "Thanks for asking, but I'm taken." He sighed.
"Good ones always are. Hard to tell without a ring,"
he said, a shade huffily. I couldn't stop the grimace. There was no ring, and I kept telling myself that was okay. Greg and I had agreed to mate, and to all intents and purposes we were engaged. But my ring finger was kind of missing the bling. I know it's not about the pretty jewelry, but it also is, in a way. I didn't need a rock the size of Gibraltar, but some sort of territorial claim by Greg in the form of a ring wouldn't have gone amiss. Didn't he care that other men might hit on me? Then again, maybe he knew that a ring wasn't enough to deter some men. Men like Rain and Larsden didn't give a toss if you had a ring, or even if you didn't give consent. I shelved the ring thing. I had far more important matters to focus on, like stealing magical orbs and finding my kidnapped packmate. Really, having an engagement ring was way down my list of priorities. Although I couldn't deny that it was there. All this talk of picking a mate had made me warm to the idea. Still, heists and rescue attempts took priority. I just needed to work out which to do first. Choices. Chapter 12. I rank Steve Marley. We'd gone to school together back in the good old days when Jess and I had been completely ignorant of the other realm. Since then, he'd shown he was in my corner by helping me out when I'd investigated the murder of my third, Mark Oates. He was good people, and I trusted him to help me in this. He was also the soul of discretion.
"Lucy," he answered warmly. "Dead bodies or kidnapping today?"
His tone was jovial. I winced a little. Like Amber, I guess I needed to ring him sometime just to chat, but for today... Kidnapping, actually.
Damn.
He whistled. Yeah, though technically that's better than a dead body, right?
Certainly for the person kidnapped, he quipped.
Cops tended towards black humour. It was a coping mechanism for the grimy underbelly of humanity that they had to witness and deal with every day. Definitely, I agreed dryly. Better Daniela was kidnapped than dead.
What happened?
Steve turned brisk and professional. I matched his tone, keeping emotion out of my voice, as I recounted the grim tale. One of my wolves got kidnapped from her place of work. She finished her shift, stayed a little late to help someone, then was kidnapped as she walked out to her car. A white transit van came by. Someone got out, used some kind of net on her as she was shifting, and hustled her into the vehicle. There was a beat of silence.
Well, I can tell you something that manners can verify. The net sounds like something the Brethren use. Supposedly they developed the nets with the Seer's help to confine and subdue a violent dragon shifter.
Brethren? Damn. I worried at my lip. Had Genevieve somehow got wind of our heist plans? Was she behind the kidnapping? But why kidnap Daniela, of all people? Why not aim for me or Greg? Daniela was only 12th in our pack, and though she was in our Battle Corps 13, she wasn't exactly up there in the ranks. Nor had there been a ransom demand. I was missing something, but what?
What's her name?
Steve asked. Daniela Hardcrest.
Age?
35.
Address?
I rattled off the mansion's address.
Occupation?
Nurse. She works as a locum, picking up shifts as and when she wants to. She was working at Wexham Park Hospital last night until 1 a.m. She was snatched at 1:49 a.m.
She was taken from Wexham Park Hospital?
Yeah, I've already spoken to one of their security team, Dwayne Brown. We isolated the relevant CCTV footage, but I couldn't read the vehicle's registration number because the footage was too grainy to make out the plates in the dark. I'm hoping you can use local surveillance cameras to track down a clearer image of the license plates, if you follow the van from the hospital.
Okay, I'm on it. Leave it with me, Lucy.
His tone was faintly warning. Yeah, I muttered, not intending to do so in the slightest. We rang off, both determined to find Daniela. One way or another. David was sitting at the security console, looking morose. Not that I blamed him in the slightest, considering the circumstances. He was wearing neat slacks and a shirt, but the buttons were done up wrongly, and his tortoiseshell glasses were resting askew on his nose. He was flustered. Whatever was or wasn't between him and Daniela romantically, they were certainly friends. He looked up when I walked in, his eyes hopeful. I hated that I had to quash that hope. Sorry, I said. I tell him quickly, like ripping off a plaster. She's definitely been kidnapped, and it looks like some Brethren may have taken her, or at least someone using Brethren methods of extraction. They used a magical net to subdue her. His jaw clenched.
Bugger,
he said tightly. I think that was the first time I'd ever heard the reserved man swear. Yeah, I agreed. Oh, I'm sorry it's not better news. I've got a friend on the case, Inspector Steve Marley. He looked at me in surprise.
You involved the connection?
I shrugged. They have access to resources I don't have. I promise you I'll use everything at my disposal to get her back home and safe. You have my word. He nodded, his eyes dull.
So you're going to call off the heist tonight?
I grimaced. I didn't want to be insensitive, but I had no further leads on Daniela until Steve got back to me with the plate number for the white van. There were thousands of Brethren, and white vans, which made it really tricky to move the case forward. Accountancy had taught me excellent time management and task prioritization. Whilst I was stalled with finding Daniela, I'd move something else forward instead. But it felt indelicate to say that to David when he was clearly desperate. I couldn't even imagine how I'd feel if Greg got snatched. It didn't bear thinking about. No, I said finally. Plans are in motion that can't be stopped. He sighed.
Indeed.
It's not because I don't care about Daniela, I insisted. But until I hear further from Steve... I trailed off and rubbed David's arm. Stay strong. I promise I'll find her.
We will find her.
Esme's voice was reassuring. She had no doubt we'd find Daniela. A small smile lifted the corners of David's lips.
You know what, Alpha? I believe that you will.
I was grateful for the vote of confidence, but his faith made me feel worse about my decision to barrel ahead with the heist. I hadn't been lying, though. Things were in motion. We were speeding towards our goal of retrieving the orb, and I was certain that acquiring it could change everything. Not just for me, but for wolves everywhere. Maybe getting it would even give Daniela the advantage she needed to rescue herself. Chapter 13. The butterflies in my stomach were bigger than Bastian in his griffin form. Was I doing the right thing still doing the heist when I should be putting my all into finding Daniela? But I delayed the search for the orb for long enough. Then I thought of Daniela, alone and afraid, and thunked my head on the dashboard. Greg reached out and rubbed my back, soundlessly offering support.
It's too late to second-guess ourselves now,
Esme pointed out pragmatically. You're right. We're about to go full Ocean's 11.
You said there were 4 oceans. 5 if you count the southern one.
Ocean's 11 is a heist movie. A really good heist movie.
She snorted. We're not doing a clever, secretive heist. We're exploding a hole in the wall.
I winced. She was right. This wasn't designed to be a subtle job. I wanted Genevieve to know there had been a theft, and I wanted her to come at me with all she had. She demoted Emery and ruined his and Jess's perfect life. This wasn't a petty grudge I was holding on to. The Elder Dragon deserved a smackdown, and I was ready to give it to her. I sat up as the car stopped. We'd arranged to meet the dwarves in a nondescript car park in Llangollen, a 5-minute drive from Castle Dinah's Bran, Geneviève's home and horde. Greg was driving, and I was next to him, with Ben and Tarkas in the back. Wackadoo and Debbie were following in another car, and all 5 Dark Seraph were, quite literally, in the wind. We had parked up next to a red bus.
Come on,
Greg said.
I'll introduce you to Ocean Jones.
The name was as Welsh as they came. I didn't really know what to expect from the dwarves, and if I'd had more time, I would have researched their culture before meeting the creatures. And yes, they were designated as creatures because they didn't need to return to the common realm. But time was moving so fast, and my attention span these days was limited, so that I hadn't had a spare moment to indulge in research.
Just think before you speak,
Greg urged. I gave him a flat look. I always thought before I spoke.
I'm just saying, dwarves can be touchy. Don't mention his stature.
I rolled my eyes. Even the common realm had managed to pick up that dwarves were small. Fiction always said the same thing about them. They were short, grumpy, and bearded. Nothing Greg had said had persuaded me that fiction was wrong. I looked around for some short, grumpy bearded men loitering in the car park, but saw none. Greg tugged me towards the bus before rapping loudly on the door. It swung open with a hiss. As we boarded the bus, I struggled not to gape. It was full of dwarves, all with long beards, all diminutive in stature, and all completely drunk. I mean, really sozzled. The bus smelled of vodka and gin and farts. Lots of farts.
Oof! To a downfall!
A dark-haired dwarf at the back cried.
Hey!
Came the resounding reply as the dwarves cheered and sipped from their metal hip flasks.
Ocean?
Greg called loudly, looking disapprovingly at the shit-faced dwarves.
Perhaps we could speak outside?
A fellow staggered towards us. His head was shaved, and his flaming red beard had to have been dyed.
Manners? You still acquired none, I see.
He belched, obviously not worried about his own manners.
What's occurring? Who's the pretty whore?
I can bite him, for you if you like, Esme offered hopefully. Better not, I said with faux reluctance. We might need more tunnels in the future.
The pretty whore is my queen and mate,
Greg snarled.
So keep a civil tongue in your mouth, or I'll happily rip it out for you.
He said the nicest things.
The queen?
The dwarves murmured amongst themselves before falling silent. They were looking at me with such expectation that I had to resist the urge to turn around and see if someone was behind me. What did they think I was going to do? Start proclaiming laws and chopping off heads? Though granted, Esme would have been totally up for that. The air stilled, and the bus was suddenly filled with overwhelming tension. Glares were being levelled at Greg, and dwarven hands had moved to rest lightly on the knives and axes that they carried around their waists. Uh-oh. I thought they'd be happy to see me, but Greg's threat had really changed the atmosphere. A moment earlier they seemed so jocular, but now they were clearly ready to fight. The bus's close quarters meant that they couldn't all rush us at once, but even so there were a lot of dwarves to fight if this went south. All eyes were on Ocean to see how he would respond to Greg's threat. I was wondering that myself. Esme and I were tense, as we prepared to shift if we needed to. "Terence, be ready," I warned my crown. "Always, my queen." Ocean met Greg's eyes and held them for a long beat, his expression grim. Then suddenly he grinned and gave a chuckle that reverberated around the bus. "Fuck me sideways if I haven't missed you. You brethren, stick up the arse." The bus erupted into cheers, and hands eased away from their weapons. "Stick up the arse," they all chanted. This was not Lord of the Rings. The dwarves were totally blasted, and rude, and violent. How dare they criticize Greg's manners? He was always a gentleman, apart from that one little threat to rip out their tongues. But kings chopped off heads all the time, so clearly my fiancé was destined to be royalty. "What's with all the drinking?" I asked Ocean curiously. "Is it a party, or—" "We're celebrating tunneling under Dana's Bran. We did a cracking job," one of the younger-looking ones hollered. "And we're remembering those who didn't survive last time we tunnelled there," an older dwarf added more somberly. Then he hit the younger one on the top of his head. Nobody spoke for what seemed like a long time, until Ocean rumbled, "Aye, that we are, fellas." Once again, I felt like I was missing something. "Why is Dina's brand so important?" I asked, to break the lingering silence before it reverted to the threatening silence we'd had before. Ocean looked at me. "It was our home first," he complained gruffly. "Then the she-dragon fancied it and took it for her own." "I'm so sorry. When was that?" He rubbed a hand across his shiny head. "Oh, in the 1500s or thereabout." 500 years ago?" I asked incredulously. "There or thereabouts. She gave my ancestors heave-ho, and scarcely let them escape with their lives. We hoped she'd grow bored with Dana's Brand so we could return to our ancestral homelands. But when she showed no signs of that, we sent our men to retrieve some of our more choice items. That expedition didn't end well." "And you think this one will?" He grinned. "Aye, we know it will." "And how's that?" Ocean winked and touched the side of his nose. "Seers." My stomach lurched. "Not a prophecy." His smile widened. "Not a fan of them, are you?" "I've had enough prophecy to last a lifetime." I paused. "Is the prophecy about me?" He laughed until he was almost bent double. "Oh, now you're a narcissistic one, aren't you, Cariad? The world doesn't revolve around you, dearie. According to prophecy, this is the day that we'll recover the hammer of Arwen. In a minute, we'll have it." "So that's what we're getting for you from her hoard?" "Cracking, that'll do nicely." "What does it look like?" He gave me a flat stare. "Like a hammer." I glared right back. "And what if there are 50 hammers down there?" He snorted. "Lady She-Dragon isn't into DIY, Queenie. You just march down, grab any hammer you see, plus whatever you've come for, then you march right out. We'll be waiting for you here. The tunnel's all set. You won't be able to miss it." That set off more gales of laughter. It was obviously an inside joke. "It's by 2 trees!" another dwarf wheezed between gasps of laughter. "Okay, then. Well, it's been a pleasure," I said tightly. "We'll see you later. With the hammer." Ocean looked at me with gleaming eyes. "Ah, fair play," he said. "You rightly will." Chapter 14. We soon discovered the reason for all their snickering. Hidden as it was by witchy runes, we just couldn't find the entrance to the damn tunnel, even with a clearly drawn map to guide us to the precise spot. Very funny, guys. One of the pricks could have shown us the way, but I took this as some sort of test. And I freaking excelled at tests. I reached down to the magic pooling in my stomach and pulled it up. Using my piping magic, I spoke to the trees around me and explained that I needed to find the tunnel. Connected as I was to them, I felt their irritation. The tunnel had disturbed their roots, and the dwarves had lined it with sharp metal struts that prodded them. The trees tugged me forwards to a spot between two of them, but try as I might, I still couldn't see the damned entrance. I tried walking forwards, but noticed immediately that I wanted to walk around the area. I tried to ignore the urge without success. I needed Plan B. I shifted onto 4 feet, and Esme put our nose to the ground. Our eyes might have been able to see past the illusion, but our nose should. We closed our eyes to minimize our confusion, and trotted forward until the scent of dwarves grew stronger.
Esme, Greg called. Back up.
We opened our eyes, and it was all dark. It took a few beats for me to realize that we had indeed found the tunnel, and walked right into it. The panic in Greg's voice told us that we disappeared, being hidden by whatever illusion the witches had painted there. We retreated slowly until we were back in the light. Now that we knew where the tunnel was, the illusion had lost its grip on us and we could see the entrance clear as day. I shifted back to human. I can see the entrance now. Can you? Greg and the others shook their heads. Next to me, Ben was looking around with visible agitation. Hey, what's up? I nudged him with my hip. You don't have to come into the tunnel with me if you don't want to.
No,
he said firmly.
I'm coming.
He made a conscious effort to still himself and offered me a strained smile.
It's just that right now I'm rather a long way from being a lawyer, and my day revolving around chargeable hours.
I hear you. I grinned. I promise you'll get used to it. Soon you won't want to get back to tracking your billable time. He shot me a faux scandalized look.
Bite your tongue, he retorted.
And I snickered.
Okay, said Greg. Lucy, I need you to lead me into the tunnel. We'll go in and set the charges. After 10 minutes, Debbie, Wakadu and I will set another much bigger charge as far away as we can to draw the brethren to us. Geneva's reportedly still at Carnarvon, but be on your guard because she may have other dragon shifters nearby.
I looked at my brother. He'd said that in his dream there was a dragon, and I really wanted it to be the ice bitch herself. He was keeping his face blank, trying not to give too much of the future away, lest he fuck with the outcome we wanted. No clues, huh? I murmured. He sighed unhappily.
I've already given you a damned blueprint. I can't do any more. I think I told you too much.
Something isn't as it should be. I grimaced. That wasn't good. We'll carve our own way. I tried to sound upbeat, but Ben looked unconvinced. Cheer up, I said. The worst that can happen is that we all die in a fiery inferno. He glared at me.
Has anyone ever told you that you're shit at cheering people up?
I laughed, threw my arms around him and gave him a cuddle. We're going to be all right. His eyes softened.
Yeah,
he agreed weakly.
Come on, it's go time,
Greg said. He turned to the dark seraph.
Take to the skies, but be discreet.
You fucking heard the man, Sarah barked. Mac, Jacob, go high. Alfred, Robin, stay low. Mac north, Jacob south, Alfred east, Robin west. Go. With a whoosh of wind that took my breath away, they leapt into the air. Sarah hovered above us, using the tall trees as cover. Greg shouldered a large rucksack full of all things explosive and incendiary.
Let's synchronize our watches,
he said to everyone who was still on the ground. He had insisted on getting us all military G10 watches.
We had to make sure both explosions happen at precisely the same time. Otherwise, the brethren will realize there are 2 attacks, rather than 1. It's now 20:05 and 30 seconds. When the minute hand reaches a 12, stop the second hand by pressing on the pusher.
We did so.
Everyone press the pusher again in 3, 2, 1, push,
he instructed sharply. There was a collective beep as we all pushed again.
It's now 20:06 and 15 seconds. Anyone got a different time?
We shook our heads.
Great. Let's go, Lucy.
He and I were going into the tunnel first to set the charges. I took his hand and propelled him towards the tunnel entrance. Close your eyes, I instructed. I'll take you through the illusion. Obediently, his eyes slid closed, and my heart warmed a little at his instinctive trust. I led him forward. In my human form, the tunnel was on the small side. "You'll have to bend over a bit," I told him. "The roof isn't very high." He ducked his head and folded his body. He'd done this sort of thing before. "That'll be fine," I assured him, as I pulled him into the tunnel. When I was sure we were in deep enough, I told him to open his eyes. He blinked into the darkness, and we paused to let him adjust to the total darkness.
"All right,"
he murmured after a minute.
"Let's keep going."
It was nice that he was still holding my hand, even though he didn't need to. We moved forward, but uncomfortably. The tunnel was far longer than I'd expected. It was incredible how deeply the dwarves had dug, and so quickly, too.
5 minutes,
Greg muttered.
"We'll need to leave a little more time between explosions than I'd expected. The tunnel's lower, which makes it slower going. Damn dwarven height. I want to make sure we get far away enough before we start the carnage."
I cringed at the word. "A distraction," I corrected. He flashed me a grin.
"Right, that's what I said."
We reached the end of the tunnel. Greg handed me a torch, and I held it for him while he set charges against the wall in front of us. The dwarves had kindly helped us to identify the correct place by spraying in red spray paint, "Bang bang, explosives go here." "Wise asses," Greg muttered. He dealt quickly with an intimidating tangle of wires, then set the timer for 20 minutes. There would be 5 minutes for us to get out, then 5 minutes for Tarkas, Ben, and me to return to the tunnel, to hit the horde as soon as the small explosion created a hole. Then we had another 10 minutes to give Greg plenty of time to set up another really big explosion to coincide with our little one. Simple. Before Greg pressed the button to start the timer, he hesitated and turned to me.
"Lucy? Esme? Stay safe, okay? In and out. Grab the hammer and the orb, get back through the tunnel to the car park, get in one of the cars and peel away. The Ceres will extract us from the distraction zone when you give the all clear. No heroics. You hear me?"
"We hear you," I said firmly, though if I thought Greg was in trouble, it would be a cold day in hell before I left him. We would go down together in a blaze of glory. He read the thought on my face.
"No,"
he said firmly.
"You're not listening."
With a muttered curse, he kissed me in the dark, cramped tunnel, pushing me against the muddy wall. I wasn't in the mood to be pushed around, so I turned us so he was the one smushed into the earthen walls. Then I leaned into the kiss with gusto. The smell of cold, damp earth was all around us, but it faded to nothing with our mutual heat consuming me. His lips moved against mine, his tongue sweeping in and conquering my mouth, as surely as he'd conquered my heart.
"I love you,"
he murmured against my lips. He pulled back and studied me in the darkness. His eyes burned with intensity.
"Stay safe, Lucy. I mean it."
"Back at you," I said firmly. "We have a future together, one that I'm fully invested in. Go forth, distract the enemy, then come home with me."
"Yes, my queen,"
he promised, with a tender kiss. I prayed it wouldn't be our last. Chapter 15. Greg and I hit go on the bomb's timer and started scrambling back through the tunnel. Greg marked a place on the wall with bright yellow spray paint.
"Make sure you're behind this line when the explosion's due to happen. The charges are small but powerful, so you need to stay out of the way."
"Got it," I promised. When we broke into the relative brightness of the moonlight, my brother gasped.
"What on earth happened to you?"
he asked, gesturing at my dishevelled appearance. Kissing against muddy walls wasn't the brightest way to stay clean. "I fell over," I blurted out at the same time that Greg said,
"Camouflage."
My face reddened, and I hoped it couldn't be seen in the dim light. My brother's smirk suggested that it could. I cleared my throat. "Right, it's go time."
"I think it's already been go time,"
Tarkat snickered. Without changing his expression, Wakadu reached out and cuffed his ears. "Ow!" Tarkas complained, rubbing his head. "Thanks, Wakadu." I shot him a grateful smile. "Okay, the timer's counting down. Our explosion will go off at 20:45. Make sure your explosion does the same."
"We're on it,"
Greg said confidently.
"Let's move."
He gave me one last kiss before he moved away with Debbie and Wakadu. I turned to Tarkus and Ben. It's tunnel time. Takes about 5 minutes to get to the end. Ben looked around one last time, and his shoulders slumped when he didn't spot whatever he was looking for. I took Tarkus' hand in one of mine, and Ben's in the other. We had no time to wait for whatever Ben was hoping for, because the timer was literally ticking. I released their hands when we were inside the dark tunnel, and walked into the bowels of the earth again. It was odd that the smell now reminded me of good times. Lucky me. We reached the yellow line. I'm going to check how long we have left, I said.
Not you,
Tarkus said firmly.
I'll go, Your Maj. Can't have you risking your raw neck.
I agreed, albeit reluctantly. Go on then. Just check the countdown still corresponds with the 2045 explosion, then get your butt safely back to this yellow line.
You got it.
He saluted me cheerfully and walked into the darkness. There was a strange scraping sound. It wasn't coming from Tarkus' direction, but from where we'd already been. Shit. Intruders. But were they brethren, dwarven, or something else entirely? Someone's coming, I hissed to Ben. He almost collapsed against the wall with relief. Thank God. I shot him a questioning glance. But that was when Xander rounded the corner. Xander? I exclaimed. What the hell are you doing here?
I'm here to help, my queen.
His chest was puffed with pride.
Your brother said I was needed, but that you didn't want to risk me. And whilst I appreciate your concern, I'm here to serve, whether you want me to or not.
Jaw clenched, I turned to glare at Ben. You knew I didn't want him here. I prodded him hard in the chest.
I did.
God damn it, Ben. Here I am queen. You do not go behind my back and you do not undermine me. This is not okay. If you're going to remain a part of my pack, you're going to need to toe the line. I am not your sister. I am your goddamn boss.
Tarkus strolled back. Having fun, are we? All set. 4 minutes to boom time.
He blinked at Xander.
Hello? What have we got here?
A stowaway, I muttered crossly.
I really am,
Xander confirmed.
I was hidden in the car boot. Took a while for me to figure out how to get out of it without the alarm going off.
I groaned as Tarkus grinned at him.
Nice. Fancied an adventure, did you? I wanted to serve my queen.
Tarkus slid a glance at me.
She's clearly delighted by that.
I didn't want him to come to any harm, I protested. Tarkus threw an arm around the boy's shoulders.
I'll keep an eye on him, you Madge.
See that you do, I groused. Get your butt over this yellow line, I ordered Xander. He obediently moved next to me on the right side of the bomb warning line.
What do we do now?
He asked brightly. We wait, I said firmly. In silence.
For what?
An explosion. Xander winced.
I'm not sure being in a tunnel when an explosion is due is a good idea.
I sighed. It is a small, controlled explosion, not a huge demolition one. Greg, Debbie, and Wakadu are outside creating a diversion. When it's gone off, we go in, collect a hammer and a magic orb, then hightail it out of here. Easy. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't going to be that simple.
Law of the sod,
Esme said wisely. I was on tenterhooks, so I didn't bother correcting her. Exactly, I agreed. My stomach was tied in knots. Intuition was telling me that things were about to get very, very messy. I was fairly certain that Murphy was about to shaft us up the arse. And he wasn't even going to use lube. Chapter 16. Despite my words to Xander, I'd still expected the explosion to roar up the tunnel. So it was rather anticlimactic when there was nothing more than a low rumble. There were no spewing flames, and the earth beneath our feet didn't even shudder. In the distance, though, I heard a far louder rumble. Let's go, I said quickly, moving forward after the noise had died away. Tarkus held a hand out to stop me.
Disposable people first, Your Maj.
He took point, and I reluctantly followed with Ben and Xander bringing up the rear. I had toyed with trying to send Xander back to the car, but there was every chance he'd pretend to obey me, then pop into the tunnel later and get hopelessly lost in the dragon's horde. At least this way I could keep my eyes on him. When we reached the site of our mini explosion, it didn't look so mini. There was a large hole in the wall. Tarkus peered into it, then moved through the opening. We all braced, ready for him to drop dead. But nothing happened. I grinned. No runes. Thank goodness our information about their absence had been correct, or we'd have been scuppered before we even began. Still, what kind of idiot didn't use runes? One who has other security measures, Esme warned. She was right. We didn't know what we'd face inside the horde. I licked my lips and followed Tarkus into the room and pulled my magic forward as I touched the wall. Nothing happened. No runes lit up. Nada. Genevieve might be evil, but she was also a fool, and sometimes that was the worst form of evil. Idiots didn't even know enough for their behavior to be tempered by sense. Idiots with power were even worse, because it was all too easy to make a bad situation terrible, if you were so inclined. As Genevieve clearly was. Her dethroning of Emery showed exactly where she stood. She'd taken a brilliant leader who'd cared about his people, and removed him from power because of her own petty desires. I pulled out my phone and sent a text message to Greg. No runes. I'd expected the horde to be like a scene from Aladdin, lots of jewels and piles of golden coins. So I was nonplussed when we peered around a tunnel and saw nothing but greenery. A lot of greenery. She hoards plants, Tarkus whispered. Evidently she did. Emery hoarded companies, which was why he was a bazillionaire. Genevieve collected plants, which was why the room we'd stepped into was hot, tropical, and moist. That begged the question. If she hoarded plants, why the hell had she stolen the hammer and the orb? If magical objects weren't her thing, why had she taken them? Was she really so petty and insecure that she simply wanted to appear superior? Could it be that simple? How the heck are we going to find an orb in all of this? Tarkus said, half to himself. It's a freaking jungle. Probably a poisonous one at that. I grimaced. I'd have bet good money he was right. Pipe the plants, Esme suggested. When you pipe the trees outside, they were annoyed at the metal's distance amongst their roots. We can find the hammer and the orb in the same way. I didn't know why her brilliance still astounded me, but it did. 9 times out of 10, she was the smartest one in the room. Maybe 5 times out of 10, she disagreed, and the other 5 are because you are the smartest one in the room. She purred and nuzzled me. Oh, thank you. I gave her a hug back in my mind, then refocused. We could have a meeting of our Mutual Appreciation Society another day, when we weren't creeping around a deadly leafy horde, uninvited. I pulled up my piping magic, reached out to the nearest plant, and recoiled instantly as vile thoughts of death and putrefaction filled me. It was huge, vile, and hungry. Hungry like Nina had been, but worse. Esme was right. Genevieve didn't need runes because her horde itself was deadly. Don't touch that one, I said, pointing to the tall purple plant to our left. It's poisonous, really fucking poisonous. As if to emphasize my words, the plant's tentacles snapped out and hissed threateningly. Sheesh. Are there degrees of poisonous? Tarkus asked curiously. Is it poisonous, just poisonous? Ben snorted. Well, there's, oh no, I have a tummy ache poisonous, and then there's drop dead in 10 seconds poisonous. Poisonous just means it hurts us. Doesn't always mean death. It does if you get too close to that leafy leviathan, I warned. Stay away from it. It can move too. Keep eyes on it. Ben studied the plant warily. And technically, I think that one is venomous. It looks like it's ready to bite. I'll watch it, Xander promised. As we dived cautiously into the foliage, he kept his eyes trained on the purple monstrosity. I extended my senses again, carefully navigating through the mix of rare and poisonous plants. Frustrated, I dug deeper and found a network of roots that belonged to one tree, though many different bushes sprouted from it, not just in this room, but all through the castle. Show me what doesn't belong here, I said to it, thinking of a hammer and the orb. It showed me the orb nestled deep within the deadly purple plant we'd passed, the hissy one that reeked of death. Oh, fuckity fuck. Then it showed me a dagger, a mirror, a gemstone, and a hammer. Finally, it showed me Daniela. What the fuck? She had been taken by Geneve's brethren, but why? It made no sense. Daniela's here, I breathed. Somewhere in a room off this one. Tarkus looked at me weirdly. He had no idea how I knew that, but now wasn't the time to confess that I had the weird skill of communing with plants. I continued, and the orb is in the purple plant. Tarkus grimaced. The deadly one? Yep. He sighed. Oh, of course it is. I turned to Ben. Any top tips? Hum or sing, he advised me. Tarkus' eyebrows rose. In the mood for some tunes, mate? We both ignored him. Let's go back to the purple thing, then we can come up with a plan of attack, I suggested. So far, there'd been no shouts of alarm from the brethren, and I hadn't spied any CCTV cameras. A lot of the dragons eschewed modern technology. Emery said they were still getting used to the idea of electricity and phones, and it looked like Geneve fell into the Luddite camp. She didn't even have electric lighting down here. The horde was lit by dozens of flaming torches fixed to the wall, and a central well of magical light that seemed to be acting as a light source for the plants. God knows, there was no sun down here. We crept carefully through the plants, back to the deadly one that had the orb somewhere inside it. The air was thick with the pungent scent of damp earth, and something far more sinister, a foul miasma of rot and death. I crouched behind a row of withered roses, my heart pounding, as I eyed the purple monstrosity in front of us, and took the time to examine it properly. It had vines that quivered and moved. I suddenly spotted a round globe of glass in its purple heart, resting on a coil of tendrils. It wasn't glowing, but it had to be the orb of Lachlan. That plant is enormous. Xander's voice was shaky. How are we supposed to get past it? Very carefully, Ben replied. It's more than just a plant. It senses intent. If we rush it, we're dead. Tarkus grinned. Well, I've always liked a challenge. I reached out to pipe the plant again and tried to dig for information. Its vile consciousness was so warped that it was hard to commune with it for long, and I quickly retreated, shuddering and wishing I could scrub its touch from my mind. This plant isn't just poisonous, I warned. It can spit venom. Oh, venom, schmemen. Tarkus shrugged. We can shift and heal, so we'll be fine. And I've faced worse. My mum's cooking is far more deadly. He started to edge closer, but I grabbed his arm and hauled him back, just as a thick vine lashed out and snapped at him. Not that close, I hissed. We have to do this right. What about burning it? Xander suggested. Ben shook his head. Not with the orb inside it. We could destroy it by accident. That didn't bear thinking about. I took a deep breath and tried to calm the nerves twisting in my gut. Maybe it was time to tell Tarkus that I could commune with plants. I'm a piper, I said quickly. I can communicate with the plant, but only to a certain degree, and for some reason this one is harder than most. Like Ben said, humming helps a little, and touching helps my powers even more, so if I can, I'll creep close and hum. I'll tell it not to hurt us, then I'll hold it still, while you retrieve the orb. I'll need you guys to distract it while I edge closer. If it realizes what I'm doing, we're screwed. Right then, one distraction coming up. I appreciated Tarkus' matter-of-fact attitude. There were no probing questions, just a calm acceptance of my strange skills. He eyed our gangly young teenager. Xander, can you climb? Yeah, sure. Xander gave a thumbs up. When the plant's immobile, you're the man to run and grab the orb, Tarkus told him. Whoa, I objected. Let's keep Xander out of this. It's fine, Alpha, the boy said firmly. Tarkus looked at me. He's fast, Alpha. Faster than me or Ben. We'll keep the plant focused on us. Xander can whip in and get the orb, but only when you say so. When you know the plant definitely can't move. If you think about it, he will have the safest job. I grimaced, but nodded reluctantly. Okay. Xander squared his shoulders. You can count on me. Tarkus patted his arm. I know I can, kiddo. Ben, let's go. Time to distract a plant. He paused. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say, he muttered to himself. Xander crouched down, and I could see the nervous energy buzzing under his skin. Tarkus darted to the left, and Ben followed, both of them moving with the liquid grace of wolves on the hunt. The plant hissed as they got closer, and its vines snapped towards them, but they hastily pivoted, dodging and weaving around the slithering tendrils. The purple pods reared back and spat something at them. They dodged in time, but the acidic liquid landed on the path, and the corrosive spit started to eat into the stone. I swallowed hard. I did not want that shit hitting any of us. As Ben and Tarkus moved around the plant, I hummed my go-to melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I reached out to the vile plant with my magic, and inched closer to it. Be calm, I commanded it. But my hold on it wasn't complete. There was a sort of sliminess, which meant my magic struggled to keep it in thrall. Every time I thought I had it under my control, it slithered out from my grasp. It was like trying to hold on to a slicked-up eel. The plant's movement slowed as I took a firmer hold, and its vines swayed as if it were caught in a trance. Xander took the opportunity to vault over a twisted root and made a run for the orb. I couldn't stop humming to shout a warning to him that I didn't have a proper hold on the plant. Damn it! He was supposed to wait until my say-so. I hummed louder and redoubled my efforts as he leapt up the stem of the plant. The plant was fighting me with everything it had, its foul wrongness seeping into my mind. The heavy alien touch in my head was sending waves of revulsion through me, and my humming faltered. Xander was right next to the orb. He reached down and tried to take it, but a vine snapped out and wrapped around his wrist. Hey, let go of him, Tarkus shouted at the plant, his voice strained. Not cool. Shit. I pushed the confusion from my mind and hummed even more loudly, moving quickly to close the distance between me and the plant. I reached out and touched the nearest part of it. Let him go, I hissed into its dark mind. Then I started singing Twinkle, Twinkle at the top of my voice. Keep going, Ben urged me. It's working. I poured more of my magic into the tune, and the plant hesitated and slowed. Its grip on Xander loosened just enough for Tarkus to shift and dive in, claws out, to slice through the vine. Xander stumbled back, cradling his injured arm. The skin was red raw where the plant had touched him. I'm okay, he called. But his voice warbled, and I knew he was lying. Still, he was free from the plant, and that was a blessing. Now that I didn't have to worry about Xander, I hit the plant with everything that I had, and then some. I was sweating, but whether it was the absurd heat in the room or the exertion, I couldn't tell. Somehow Esme reached out with me, adding her strength to mine in a way she'd never done before. Stay still, we roared at the plant. All movement ceased. Since Xander was injured, Tarkus decided he'd play fetch. Literally. Still in wolf form, he leapt up the coiled vines until he reached the glass orb and grabbed the ancient magical artefact with his mouth. Nice. The plant let out a guttural roar that shook the entire room, and other plants thrashed wildly in response to its bellow. The strain of controlling the plant was taking its toll on me, and the song was wavering on my lips. I can't hold it much longer. Get down! Tarkus wasted no time in leaping down, the orb still in his mouth. Get ready to run, Ben shouted. I stopped singing and bolted further into the greenery, away from the big purple beast. Cradling his arm, Xander was right on my heels with Tarkus following. Ben was bringing up the rear. Like a good canine, Tarkus dropped the magical orb carefully at my feet. I picked it up and slipped it into my bag, then patted his head. He wagged his tail happily. Everyone okay? I asked. Everyone nodded, though Xander's expression was pained. We'll get you to a healer ASAP, I promised. I know a great healing witch. You'll be fine. He flashed me a weak smile. I am fine, my queen. Let's find the hammer. 1 orb down, 2 more things to find. The hammer and Daniela. I wasn't leaving without them. Chapter 17. The retrieval of the hammer of Arwen was as anticlimactic as the bomb in the tunnel. It lay sprawled at the foot of a plant that I was certain was not poisonous or sentient. As far as I could see, we could just reach out and take it. But surely it couldn't possibly be that easy. Before I could tell the others that, Ben stepped up to the hammer and picked it up. I tensed, but nothing happened. Huh, Tarkus said. That's almost a bit disappointing. Well, said a feminine voice behind us, we can't have that, can we? We whirled around. Hello, Lucy Barrett. Genevieve sneered superciliously. Genevieve, I greeted her calmly. It's actually Lucy Alessandra Barrett these days. Now, tell me, why the hell would you give 2 shits about the orb when your hoarding instinct is clearly for plants? Her smile was condescending. Oh, my poor little wolf. You still haven't figured it out yet. Have you, Lucy Caboosey? Hearing my nickname fall from her lips made my skin go cold. How did she know what my family called me? I needed to knock that smirk right off her lips. So I told her the conclusion I'd drawn. The only conclusion that made sense. You're one of the Domini, I accused flatly. And you're trying to take power from others to keep it for yourself, like the power-hungry bitch that you are. Behind me, Tarkus said to Ben, her parents never taught her to play nicely with others. Genevieve ignored him and clapped her hands slowly. No, brava, Lucy. But you're not quite right. I'm not one of the Domini. I am the Domini. V, I mumbled. You're V. Genevieve. You've been doing your homework, she said approvingly. Yes, little girl. I'm V. One of the 9 rulers of the Domini. She snorted. Honey, there are 9 of us in Europe, but we're everywhere. There's a whole fucking alphabet. You didn't stand a chance against us. You never did. I needed to lash out, to make her emotionally unstable, because unstable people make mistakes, and we needed all the advantages we could get. I smirked. Tell me, did your parents call you Genevieve because they fucked you into existence in Geneva, or was it because they couldn't spell Genevieve? Tell me, she replied, her tone saccharine sweet. Did your parents really not want you so badly that they cleared their whole memory? I froze. Something in her tone was too malicious, too knowing. Son of a bitch, that's how she knew my nickname. It wasn't my dad's choice at all, was it? You did it. You ordered him to be cleared. Imagine my surprise when some adoption papers crossed my desk, and there was your surname, Barrett, staring at me in black and white. You tried to fuck me over with Emery, and you dared say no to the Domini's invitation, so, yes, Lucy, I arranged for your dad to visit a wizard I know. I was going to peel your support away from you one person at a time. Your mum was going to be next. I thought I'd rip off her legs. She smiled at the thought, and my stomach lurched with revulsion. She really was crazy. My parents never did anything to you, I snarled. They raised you, she spat back. You who believe the wolves should be something. You should be cringing in the shadows, grateful the rest of us let you into the other. How dare you try to rise above your station without the orders say so? You are nothing, Lucy Barrett, and it's time that you recognize that. She didn't even try to disguise the disgust and malice in her tone. Steady, Esme counseled softly, lending me her calm. Her anger swam beneath the surface, but for now she'd battened down the hatches, and I needed to do the same. It was hard to wrest my emotions back under control, but I needed to keep a level head. I leaned on Esme's restraint, pulling it around me like a cloak, and with it came clarity. I had no doubt that Genevieve was trying to screw with my mind as much as I was trying to screw with hers. I'd deal with the situation with my dad later, when we all got out of this situation alive, and were free to help him. I refused to contemplate any other outcome, despite Ben's dire warnings. I looked at the plants around me and pictured Daniela in her cell. And Daniela? I asked. What the hell did she do to you? Why take her? Keep Genevieve talking. Keep her doing her bad guy monologue, and maybe I could get the orb to work while she was ranting. I eased my hand into the bag on my hip and touched the orb, but nothing happened. I pulled my piping magic to it, but again, nothing happened. It felt inanimate, nothing more than cold, hard glass. If I'd risked everything for a hunk of boiled sand, I was going to be seriously pissed. Daniela? Why, she did nothing to me, Genevieve snorted. She is none of your business. I frowned. She's my wolf. The woman smiled. She'll be an ex-wolf soon. Power games are so much fun, aren't they? I had no idea what she was talking about. She smiled at my confusion. No, you still don't get it, do you? Poor, confused Lucy. I don't know why I ever thought you were a threat. Her eyes focused on my bag, and my hand inside it. You can't get it to work, can you? I let you take it to see if you'd light it up, but if you can't, then your usefulness is truly at an end. Not that you had much to start with. Charming. Her comments about lighting things up, though, had given me an idea. Genevieve hoarded plants. Surely the urge to protect them would be strong. If I set them on fire, maybe she would get distracted. We really needed her to be distracted, or things were going to get dire. Terence, I said urgently, some fire would be good. Let's burn some of her plants. Gladly, my queen. Flames leapt out from my fingers, broiling the nearest plant. I expected her to get a hosepipe or a bucket of water or something to save her precious hoard. Instead, her face twisted into a mask of incandescent rage. In a blink, Genevieve shifted from human to dragon. She was emerald green, and if she hadn't been the vile person that she was, I would have said she was beautiful. She screeched her fury at me, making us cover our ears, then flapped her strong wings and rose effortlessly above us. Next to me, Tarkus let out a low whine. He was right. This wasn't good. I had miscalculated. Werewolves were flammable, and her breath was fiery. But I had Terence, and I was a natural-born elemental. Even without Terence, I might be able to absorb her flame, though for obvious reasons it wasn't a hypothesis I wanted to test. I could pipe her and completely control her, but I hesitated as thoughts of the guilt that had been riding me since I killed Rain gave me pause. I'd been questioning my humanity and my morality since I'd torn out the foul man's trachea. Just because he was evil didn't mean I needed to be too. If I piped Genevieve to kill her, would I descend deeper into that darkness? And would I survive if I did? I hesitated, and that hesitation cost me everything. Genevieve gave a triumphant scream. As she opened her mouth, hot, inescapable fire roared towards me. Its heat singed my very lungs. But Esme and I braced ourselves. Ready, Terence? I asked. Always, he assured me, though his tone was serious and focused, and there was none of his usual jocularity. It wasn't going to be easy to absorb all the flames rolling towards us, but we were as ready as we'd ever be. We planted our feet akimbo and waited. First, it felt like everything was happening in slow motion. Then everything that followed happened far too fast. With a strangled cry, brave, impulsive Xander leapt in front of me and took the full brunt of the flames. They struck him with a oomph, and I screamed as he burned. Chapter 18. Xander! I screamed his name, but it was too late to do anything else. Too late to save him, just too late. The flames hit him, and he was there one moment and gone the next. His skin bubbled and blackened. His flesh melted off his bones. Then even his bones crumbled and fell to the ground as ash. All that was left of Xander, devoted, hopeful, helpful young Xander, was a pile of ash. Agony ripped through both Esme and me. We were his alpha, and we had hurt him more than Beckett Frost ever had. We had completely failed him. Then rage gripped us, an anger so fierce and total that it felt like our vision was tinged with red. Without hesitation, I reached out with my piping magic and grasped at Genevieve and her cold, black heart. I seized hold of her, all of her. To be fair, she tried to put up a fight, and it wasn't as straightforward as controlling the ogre I'd once piped, but it was far easier than controlling the deadly purple plant we just battled. I was more than able to lock her foul will down. All I could see was Xander and her and the flames. Oh God, the flames. Rage was still roaring in my ears as I replayed the moment of his death, seeing it over and over again. I could smell the scent of burning flesh on the air. I whipped out with my magic and infiltrated every part of Genevieve, taking over her heart and her mind. I could have made her do anything, but in the end all I wanted was for her to stop. Forever. Stop! I commanded. My order was all-encompassing despite its simplicity. Her wings stopped flapping. Her heart stopped beating. And she stopped breathing. She stopped. She fell out of the air to the floor, eyes wide and unseeing. I stared at her hateful face. And only then did the tinge of red start to leave my mind and my vision. Reality seeped in, and what I'd just done hit me like a ton of bricks. I felt sick. I'd piped Genevieve to death. I could have done anything with her, asked her to give me the names of her Domini compatriots, told her to confess her sins to the connection and face a trial. I could have ordered her to live a kind and compassionate life and never harm others. I hadn't done any of those. I hadn't even thought about them. In the moment, all I'd wanted was revenge, and I'd taken it. And now, she was dead. I'd screwed up again.
She killed Xander, Esme snarled. She deserved to die. It wasn't a mistake, it was justice. And now we need to free Daniela.
Daniela's name helped clear the fog that was threatening to overwhelm my brain and freeze it into inaction. Esme was right. Daniela was our priority now, and we needed to get her out. Get her home and safe. Unlike Xander, who would never go home. God damn it. Ben touched my arm, and I stared at his fingers before slowly dragging my eyes up to meet his. You knew this was going to happen, I accused, my voice a whisper. But you still brought Xander here. Ben flinched, as if I'd slapped him.
We'll talk about it later,
he said, but his voice was rough and uneven.
Go find Daniela and let's get the hell out of here.
I nodded because there was no choice. Later. There would be one hell of a reckoning later. Ben slid to his knees next to the pile of ash, opened his rucksack, and scooped up some of it with his bare hands. He was crying, apologizing softly over and over as he gathered Xander's remains into his bag. But I blocked out his sobs and apologies. I felt strange, detached. I needed to find Daniela. Licking my lips, I cautiously reached out to the plants around me until I found the one that had roots everywhere and had bushes in Daniela's cell. I held the connection and started to follow its pulsing consciousness upwards. When I opened a door out of the horde into a corridor, the lack of heat hit me like a slap to the face. Cold slid down my spine, and I started to shake. Or maybe that was just shock settling in. There was a pretty good chance I was in shock. I just made my worst nightmares come true. I'd used my powers for evil. If killing Rain had made me a monster, killing Genevieve had made me the devil. I moved mechanically, putting one foot in front of the other, following the plant's consciousness down a corridor, ignoring the doors along the way because they weren't the right ones. I moved all the way to the end like an automaton, until the plant cooed, "Here." It was a feeling rather than an actual word. The door handle wouldn't turn, and I had neither the time nor the patience for locks. I reared back and kicked with all my might. The door shattered, sending shards flying inwards. Daniela screamed. "Just me," I said, my voice oddly cheerful. Yep, I was definitely in shock. "We've come to rescue you." I stepped into her cell. "Alpha!" she cried. "Thank God!" She was chained to the wall. She followed my eyes. "They're designed to withstand werewolf strength," she said miserably. "I couldn't get free." "Don't worry," I smiled. "We didn't come all this way to be foiled by chains. Terence, can you do a hot flame? A concentrated hot flame? We need to melt some of the links so we can free Daniela."
"Of course, Your Majesty."
Flames leapt to my fingers, as if I'd summoned them myself. I held them over some of the chain links close to Daniela's hands, but not close enough to burn her. Enough people had been harmed today. Soon they turned orange, then red. Daniela gave a tug, and the links warped and dropped to the floor, leaving only a few pieces of metal dangling from her wrists. "Let's go," I said. "Follow us." We could have walked out of the front door, but I didn't want to run the risk of walking into the Brethren if Greg's distraction had come to an end. We'd taken far longer than our original in-and-out plan had allowed for. We hadn't anticipated Genevieve showing up and killing Xander, nor had we factored in wandering around to find Daniela. I also didn't want to use the front door because I needed to destroy the evidence that we had ever been there. I didn't need Genevieve's Brethren hunting us down. I led everyone back to the horde of plants. "Into the tunnel," I ordered. "Wait for me at the top." Tarkus gave a bark and a pointed growl. He didn't want to obey. I was too tired to argue, and truthfully, some part of me didn't want to be alone.
"You're not alone,"
Esme murmured.
"You have me."
"Always," I agreed wearily. "Ben, take Daniela. Wait for us at the top." Ben's eyes were red, and his cheeks were stained with tears, but he nodded. My voice was hard, and I was pleased when he didn't argue. He took Daniela's elbow and gently led her into the tunnel. I looked around. Tarkus was still in wolf form at my heels. Behind him, the flora flourished. Most of it did, although some of the plants had clearly been sacrificed to their cannibalistic roommates. They were beautiful, but a lot of them were deadly, and I didn't want them falling into the wrong hands. Domini hands. I ripped off part of my t-shirt and tied it around my nose and mouth. "Ready to burn this place down?" I asked Terence.
"Absolutely,"
he agreed with grim satisfaction. "Let's do it." This time, the fire that leapt from my fingers was like that from a giant flamethrower. As Terence and I directed it around the horde, the temperature rose to unbearable heights, and the smoke started billowing. The flames took hold, leaping from plant to plant. And then I directed them to Genevieve's corpse. "Hotter," I said to Terence darkly. "Like she did to Xander." He obeyed, and the flames burned white hot. I watched her body blacken and burn, and I knew I'd see it in my nightmares. With the whole room burning, I turned and fled into the tunnel. Chapter 19. The only problem with tunnels and fire is they draw smoke like a chimney. The t-shirt around my nose and mouth helped a little, but it wasn't as good as a proper mask, and the caustic smoke was stinging my eyes. "Shift," Esme ordered tightly. She was right. On 2 legs, we were just lumbering around. Hopefully, we could run through the darkness far faster on 4 feet. "Keep the hammer and orb safe when I shift," I ordered Terence.
"Of course, I'm on it, Your Majesty,"
he responded firmly. "When I've shifted, grasp my tail with your mouth," I said to Tarkus. "At least then we'll stay together." And I would know if he was overcome by the smoke. As I shifted, the acrid stench became even worse, and Esme and I coughed violently. Damn our sensitive nose. We could hardly see a thing, and we stumbled forward, relying on Esme's memory of the tunnel from our previous trip. Tarkus' teeth were gentle on our tail. He kept pace with us as we jogged through the billowing smoke, but this was fast becoming a nightmare. We were struggling to breathe. At my urging, Esme dropped to her tummy and started crawling. The air was a little clearer near the ground, but not by much, and now our progress had slowed even further. It felt like we'd been inching forward forever, when abruptly the feel of Tarkus' mouth on our tail disappeared. He'd let go. We turned back and saw him lying on the ground, passed out. "We can't leave him," I said. "No," Esme agreed, "but we might die with him." "So be it." "So be it." We settled our maw on the scruff of Tarka's neck and started to painstakingly drag him out of the tunnel. We were strong, but he was heavy. I had no idea how close to the exit we were, but it felt like the smoke was thinning, so surely fresh air must be around the corner. I heard a bark ahead, and we recognized the voice. It was Red. We yipped back a response, and in moments he was next to us. He nuzzled us for the briefest moment and then took some of Tarka's weight. Between the two of us, we made much faster progress, and in less than a minute, we'd pulled him out of the tunnel and into the fresh moonlit air. I shifted out of four-legged form just for the pleasure of hauling air into my human lungs. Greg shifted too, but, unlike me, he didn't retain his clothes. Silver linings. "Nice fashion accessory," he teased, gesturing at my makeshift mask. But his voice was tight, and his eyes were anxious. He'd been worrying about me. Flushing, I pulled the ripped-up t-shirt from my mouth. Greg was butt naked, but he showed zero self-consciousness as he lifted Tarka's into his arms.
"I sent the others onto the car park,"
he said.
"We need to get out of the area, pronto. Your smoke signals drew the brethren back here."
I hadn't thought of that possibility. I picked up the pace, still coughing occasionally, but grateful for my shift to healing, which had been kick-started when we were on 4. It felt like I couldn't quite catch my breath, and every shallow inhalation made me want to cough and splutter. But soon my lungs would be healed, and this horrible tightness around my chest would fade. We hauled ass, and it didn't take long for us to reach the car park. The dwarves burst into cheers at the sight of us.
"That's an ego boost,"
Greg quipped, making me laugh. "I don't think they're cheering your cock, though they should. It is magnificent." He shot me a cheeky grin, and triumph lit his eyes. We had the orb, we had the hammer, we had Daniela. On paper, the expedition had been a huge success. "We lost Xander," I choked out. He shot me a sympathetic glance.
Ben said, "I'm sorry, Peaches."
I was glad he didn't spout shit about the inevitability of losing soldiers or that casualties were a necessity of war. He was just there for me, like always. "I'm going to fall apart later," I warned him.
"I'll be there when you do,"
he promised. Ocean was doing fist pumps in the air. He caught my eye and grinned widely.
"I knew you could do it."
"I'm glad one of us did," I said wryly. My bag and withdrew the hammer of Arwen. I took a moment to examine it. It was a fine example of metalwork, but I couldn't tell what, if any, magic it held. Nonetheless, a deal was a deal. I held it out to Ocean. He took it reverently, and his eyes filled with tears. As he held it aloft, the dwarves started cheering again. For such small men, they made a shit ton of noise.
"And the dragon?"
Ocean demanded. "She's dead." A broad grin spread across his face.
"We can claim back the territory,"
he breathed. He raised his voice.
"We can claim back the territory! The dragon is dead!"
The dwarves erupted into even louder cheers. Jesus, they were anything but discreet. Ocean turned back to me.
"Thanks to Queen Lucy!" "Queen Lucy!"
the dwarves cheered.
"All hail Queen Lucy!"
I smiled as they chanted my name, but I was wincing inside. If the brethren were wondering who had killed Genevieve, I really didn't want the dwarves telling them. "Thanks." I waved awkwardly. "But we better make tracks. We need to get our companion to a healer." We probably didn't, but it gave us an excuse for a speedy extraction.
"We will sing stories of your greatness,"
Ocean said.
"We'll admit your gawky height and ugliness,"
he said in a stage whisper, and winked. Thanks." Greg put Tarka's in the boot, the safest surface to transport the large canine, then pulled on a pair of black joggers from our go bag. Debbie and Wakadu were already in a car with Ben and Daniela. When they saw us preparing to leave, they fired up their motor and started to move off. Greg put an arm around my shoulders as he walked me to the passenger seat door.
"I love your gawky height and ugliness,"
he murmured, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I gave him a playful shove and climbed into the car while he went round to the driver's seat. The engine caught, and we headed out past the beaming dwarves. Our journey home was silent. I didn't have any words right then, and Greg knew it. In the silence, it was easy to hear when Tarkus started to stir. He was already healing from the smoke inhalation. "Hey," he said eventually from the boot when he'd shifted to his human form. "What happened? Last thing I remember is the tunnel." "You passed out," I explained. "So how'd I get here?" "She dragged you out," Greg told him. "With your help," I protested. "It was a team effort." "I helped for the last few feet," he disagreed. "You saved him, not me." Tarkus met my eyes in the rearview mirror. "Thank you, Lucy." His voice was earnest, and for once, lacked its usual humour. I smiled. It was the first time he called me by name, rather than an irreverent, "You're Madge." "You're welcome, Tarkus." Then my smile faded. I'd managed to save him, but not Xander. I closed my eyes and saw again the moment of the young boy's death. I swallowed hard and looked out of the window. Greg reached over and rested a hand on my thigh in silent support. I'd never needed it more. Chapter 20. As we drew up to the mansion, I pulled the orb from my bag. It felt smooth and somehow warm, even though my skin was telling me it was cool to the touch. "It is holy," Esme said, her tone reverent. "It'll change everything. The Great Pack will finally be restored." Her eagerness was palpable. "You don't have to do this now," Greg said. "You've been through a lot today. The orb's already waited a couple of 100 years. It can wait another 24 hours. "No," I said firmly. "I do need to do this now. If I can get the orb to work, Xander's sacrifice will mean something." "It means something anyway," Greg said firmly. "Ben said he saved you." I closed my eyes. He saved me from fire, which I could have absorbed. He died for no reason. "You don't know that you could have absorbed it. Not for sure. Dragon's fire is hot, Lucy. Really hot." In my mind's eye, I saw Xander's bones crumble into ash. I grimaced. Yeah, it was. I rubbed my hands over the orb. When the car pulled to a stop, I turned to our passenger, who was still riding in the boot. "Tarkus, are you okay? Do you need to see a witch?" "No, I'm good, Your Madge. Thanks." I grimaced. Your Madge was back. Yay. "Glad to hear it. I'll help you out." I released the naked man from the boot, and he hopped out of the car. I looked down at the wrong moment and caught sight of his wang. It really was impressive, especially for such a slim, athletic guy. My cheeks warmed, and Tarkus shot me a cheeky wink. "Just because she saved you doesn't mean I can't kill you," Greg called, making Tarkus bark a laugh. He strolled back to the mansion with a fair bit of swagger. A swagger that I could honestly say was pretty justified. Debbie was driving the other car. He parked next to us and everyone climbed out. Impulsively, I hugged him and Wakadu. "Thanks for all your help," I said. "Now go inside, all of you." I turned to Daniela. "Daniela, find David. He's been out of his mind with worry." "Really?" she asked hopefully. "Really?" She smiled and went inside with the others right behind her. I licked my lips and thought about the Devon pack inside. Thea would be gutted to hear of Xander's death, and she wouldn't be the only one. I'd have to announce it. Greg squeezed my shoulder. "Take the orb to Nina," he murmured to me. "I'll notify them." "I should do it," I said stubbornly. "Listen, Xander doesn't even have next of kin. His parents are already dead, courtesy of Beckett. His friends need to be told, and I'll do it. It's a second's job to do the shitty jobs for you. Go, see Nina, restore the orb. Let me lessen the load." I blew out a breath, and though I knew it was cowardly, let him take the lead. I didn't want to tell anyone about Xander's death. I didn't want to replay his last moments. I knew I should be the one to inform the pack, but I couldn't. Not while it was still raw. "Okay," I said abruptly. I'll go to see Nina. Greg turned to walk away, but I reached out to pull him back. Thank you, I said, as I gave him a quick squeeze.
Any time,
he replied, and kissed me gently. I watched him go into the mansion to do my dirty work, then squared my shoulders. In my head, I could feel Terrence's excitement at the prospect of seeing Nina, and I felt a little surprise as I realized that his feelings for her weren't just friendly. He was excited to see her the way I was excited to see Greg. I guess I'd been thinking of him as a crown, and her as a house. But in truth, they were neither of those things. He was a fire elemental that had been wrested from his body, and she was a dryad turned undead vampire bound into a tree that served as the heart of the seat of power. Neither one was truly an inanimate object, despite their current status. I crossed a short distance to the seat of power with purposeful strides. This was a huge moment. We had the Orb of Lachlan. After 200 years of being separated from our air magic, it would finally be restored. I knocked once on Nina's wooden exterior and strode inside. To my surprise, David was inside my own personal safe haven, sipping a cup of tea. "David!" I exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" He blinked. "You told me to talk to Nina to stop her from being lonely. With all my panic about Daniela, I needed to not be alone too." My mind cleared. Of course I did. "Thank you so much for helping Nina, and I have great news. We found Daniela. She's home, no doubt looking for you inside the mansion." His mouth dropped open. "She's home? How'd you get her away from the dragon?" He'd been in on our heist talk, so no doubt he put two and two together. We'd gone to Geneve's to steal the orb, and we'd come back with Daniela. I grimaced. "I killed her." He stared at me. "That's some feat," he said finally. "Yeah, and I'm not feeling all that warm and fuzzy about it." "Did you get the orb?" he asked eagerly. "Yep." I patted the bag on my hip. "Now, go to Daniela. I told her how upset you were when she went missing." I grinned. She was pleased to hear it. He gave me a faint smile in return. "Right," he said, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Well, excuse me, ladies." He patted Nina familiarly on the walls as he left. "Hey, Nina," I said, when David had shut the door behind him. "I have big news." I wondered if she could already sense the orb. "We've got the orb back." "I heard you tell David. Oh my goodness." She sounded giddy with excitement. "Lucy, this is amazing." I pulled it out of my bag and presented it to her. Ta-da! In response, Nina ripped away the floorboards and sent me plunging to the room below. Chapter 21. Esme was on it. She took over and we landed gracefully on our still human feet. "Thanks. I've got your back." I nuzzled her affectionately in reply. Then I complained aloud. "Nina, you have got to stop doing that." "Sorry," she said sheepishly. "I got carried away." "No shit," I muttered, and checked the bag was still okay. It was fine, anyway. I suspected it would take more than a little bump to damage the orb. I was back in the room where the orb was supposed to reside, and it was clear that Nina had been working on it. When I was last there, the red walls had been peeling, and the room had smelled of neglect, so it showed something of her faith in me that she completely redecorated. She had believed the orb would be restored, and she brought the room back to an appropriate standard. This time she painted the walls a cool blue, and had lights fitted. The focal point of the room was still the stone dais that the orb was supposed to occupy. I brushed down my clothes and took a deep breath. This was the moment I worked towards for weeks, months even. It felt like a lifetime ago since I stood over Yorick's corpse, and Renard had first hinted about the gargoyle's air powers. And I'd been on course to find it since then. Admittedly, the universe seemed hell-bent on sending me problem after problem to delay me. Even Daniela's kidnapping had felt like some sort of test by the powers that be. But I'd done it. I'd finally got the orb, and it had all led to this moment. I licked my lips, reached into the bag and pulled it out, then dropped the bag to the floor. This moment needed my full attention. Holding the orb in both hands, I walked slowly towards the plinth, with my hands outstretched. Carefully, reverently, I laid it on its spot on the stone dais. I held my breath and waited for it to light up. Nothing happened.
"Is it working?"
Terence asked. I stared at the dull orb and expelled my breath in a sharp huff. "I don't think so. Nina, can you do something? You turned it off. Can you turn it back on again?" I asked hopefully. "I compelled it to sleep," she admitted. "Now it's so deeply asleep that I can't compel it to do anything. My vampire thrall powers have nothing to grasp to work with." I reached out with my piping magic, but there was nothing to hold on to. "Wake up!" I tried. But I wasn't holding anything in my thrall for it to obey me. I tried again with the orb in my hand, and then again with me humming a tune. Nothing. I felt the first stirrings of panic. This wasn't how I'd envisioned this moment. I finally had the orb, and I couldn't make the damn thing work. Before panic seized me, Terence gave a thoughtful hum.
"There's an ember there still, as there is within you."
He sounded as if he was musing aloud. "What do you mean?" I demanded.
"There's an ember of fire elemental magic within you,"
he explained. "I was extinguished," I said flatly.
"Almost, but something remains. A memory of a flame. So it is with the orb. There's a whisper of all that was. We just need to work out how to fan it."
"So there's hope." "There's always hope," Nina chimed in. "Perhaps between us, Terence and I can work it out." Her tone was optimistic, with a hint of slyness. She'd missed Terence, and she wanted an opportunity for them to hang out. I wasn't planning any more heists or excursions, so I saw no reason to keep them apart. "Sure, I'll leave Terence here with the orb, if that's okay with him." I stifled a smile. I knew full well that it was.
"Of course, Your Majesty."
He sounded pleased.
"I'd love to stay with Nina, to help her awaken the orb,"
he added hastily. "Of course," Nina agreed quickly. "We'll work on it tirelessly, Lucy. You have our word on that." Suppressing a smile, I nodded. "Wonderful. That's agreed, then. I'll leave Terence here with you, Nina." I pulled off the crown and set it on top of the orb, just in case Terence needed any sort of physical proximity to work with. I gave him an awkward pat and made my way out of the room. "I've missed you, Terry," Nina purred.
"And I you, my sweet girl,"
he cooed. "Do you know, Terry, I'm not really a girl. Not anymore. I haven't been so for a long time. As a vampire, I can be any age you want me to be." Her tone was arch. Neither of them had realized I could hear their conversation, so I hustled to the front door as quickly as I could, lest I heard something I couldn't unhear. My cheeks were already burning a little. I'd known they felt affection for each other, but before I'd sensed Terence's emotions, I'd assumed it was like that between siblings. Nina's tone made it clear that she was not feeling sisterly towards Terence. Despite my haste, I still heard Terence murmur,
"I want you to be whatever age you want to be. It is your mind and soul that I admire."
"Admiration, is that all you have for me, Terence?" Suddenly, Nina sounded subdued.
"You know it's not."
"Good." Nina perked right up. "'Cause I have more than just admiration for you."
"Do you now?"
I all but ran out of the house and slammed the door behind me. If this degenerated into dirty talk, I wanted to hear none of it. Without physical bodies, how could they even... My thoughts trailed off. There was more to love and companionship than sex, and clearly Nina and Terence had whatever that more was. Well, well. Who'd have thought it? I was quietly happy for my house and my crown. Now I had to work out a way to let them be together, awaken the orb, and restore a true connection to the Great Pack. Easy peasy. I was a woman with a to-do list, and I could do anything if it was on that list. The world was my oyster. It just didn't know it yet. Chapter 22. When I walked into my office, Tristan was sitting at the security console, while Ben was waiting for me in my guest chair. They were talking quietly. Tristan turned to me.
"I'm sorry to hear about Xander,"
he said. "Me too." I swallowed audibly and my chest tightened uncomfortably. He cleared his throat awkwardly.
"So, you know how you summoned the Devon Pack?"
"Yes."
"They've arrived."
I blinked. "All of them?"
"All of them turned up while you were out. I've settled them in as best as I could. A lot of them are doubled up in rooms with some of the Devon Pack that were already here."
I grimaced. I hadn't been there to greet them, and their first interaction with us was being told of Xander's death. And not even by me. By my second. I'd have to save the situation, but first, I needed to deal with Ben. "Give us a moment, will you, Triss?" I asked him tiredly. At the term of endearment, he gave me a half smile.
"Sure thing, Alpha."
He locked the computer, stood, walked out, and closed the door. I had no doubt he'd be standing guard outside. We got off on the wrong foot, but I'd really grown to value his solid, steady nature. It just went to show that first impressions were not always accurate. As I looked at my brother, my emotions rose, thick and heavy. "This is all your fault," I said in a low voice. Ben's expression was anguished.
"Don't you think that I know that? I will see Xander's body in my dreams for the rest of my life. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be made into a seer. I can't control my powers and I can't control what I see. All I can do is muddle along with the information that I have. It was him or you, Lucy. Every single fucking time one of you died. If he wasn't with you, you died."
"Without his death, you couldn't push yourself to kill another person with your piping abilities. You hesitated. And you died. And so did the rest of us."
"So, yes. I told Xander to come. And I told him to hide in the boot. He was a sacrificial lamb, and I laid him on the altar without hesitation because it was the only way to keep you alive. God damn it, Lucy. You're my sister. I'd do anything for you. Even murder Xander."
His eyes were full of tears, and his voice was shaking. His words cut me to my core, and I knew I was being unfair.
"Genevieve is the one to blame,"
Esme said firmly.
"Not Ben and Rohan."
I nodded. I knew she was right, but I was so angry at Xander's death, and it felt good to swing at Ben. Even now, some small part of me blamed him, despite his contrition, but most of the blame could, and should, be laid at Genevieve's door. My own tears welled up, and just like that, the wind went out of my sails. "You didn't murder Xander," I said. "Genevieve was the one that killed him."
"I'm as complicit in his death as she is. Don't try to pretend otherwise."
I'd walked into the room raging, ready to tear Ben apart for his part in the death of young Xander. But now the rage had dribbled out of me, leaving me empty. The blame for Xander's death could be laid at Genevieve's door. She was the one who'd barbecued him like a chicken. Ben met my gaze again.
"Without him, the dragon's fire burned you to a crisp. You couldn't absorb the flames, and neither could Terence, because they were too strong. And you died before you realized you were in trouble. And in every one of my visions, Xander died. Once from the poison from that purple monstrosity. Once when a snake bit him. Another time, the tunnel collapsed on him. Every time he came with us, he died."
He raised his chin, and his eyes turned defiant.
"Like I said, I'd do anything to save you, as you would for me.
Like you did for me. Hell, you ripped a wolf from the underworld to stuff him into my body. You saved me, so you can't chew me out for saving you. I know, but Xander is dead, I said helplessly. His eyes softened. His death was in the stars. For whatever reason, his life needed to be short. That's not fair! The words ripped out of me, and I sounded like a petulant 5-year-old. Ben looked tired, worn and amused at the same time. Life's not fair, Luce. Haven't you got the memo yet? I bit back a bitchy retort. There's another issue here, one we need to discuss. It's uncomfortable, but we need to talk about it, or we won't be able to change anything. I took a deep breath. I ordered you to leave Xander here. If you're going to stay in my pack, then you have to toe the line or leave. I'm the queen, Ben. I can't let anyone defy me. Not even my brother. Maybe I should leave, then, he replied rebelliously, folding his arms. Go to another pack. Oof. That stung. Maybe you should. I spat back. You don't want him to leave? Esme sounded confused. Why are you pushing him away? I don't know, I admitted. My emotions were so muddled. I don't know anything anymore. I had fully intended to go and meet the Devon pack, to talk to them about Xander and his sacrifice. But now I found that I couldn't. I needed to go to my room, and I needed to cry. I dropped my head down and rubbed my weary eyes. Hey, Ben said softly. Are you okay? I nodded, but I wasn't. I was far from okay. I'd killed Rain. I'd killed Genevieve by piping her. I'd used my powers in a way I'd sworn I never would. And I'd lost Xander. It was all too much. I was failing everything and everyone. I've got to go, I said abruptly. I pushed up from my desk and fled from the room, as my brother watched me with soulful eyes. Chapter 23. I managed to nod to Tristan as I walked past him, but my voice was choked when I said, You can go back into the office now. Whoops. He might have sensed something wrong there. I didn't look back because I didn't want to see concern in his eyes. I couldn't take it because I didn't deserve it. I jogged upstairs to my room, picking up speed until I was almost running. It's okay, Lucy. Esme's tone was soft and soothing. It wasn't. My heart was hammering and I was pretty sure I was experiencing a panic attack. I went into my bedroom suite, closed the door behind me, and leaned against it. Sanctuary. I was safe here. Greg wasn't here to watch me fall apart, and Terence couldn't watch me from inside my head. I had no one to judge me but Esme. I never judge you, she murmured softly. She didn't, nor I her. I slid to the floor with my back against the wood and tried to breathe more slowly. I sat like that for a long time, until my heartbeat had slowed, and a knock on the door propelled me to my feet. I opened it cautiously and peered out. Tristan's face was unreadable as he thrust out a tub of Ben & Jerry's fish food towards me with a fork. It was the fork that broke me. I swallowed hard, trying to fight my tears. Thank you. You want to talk? He offered. I managed a broken smile. Not now, but thank you. He nodded briskly. Xander's death was not your fault, he said firmly. Then he walked away before I broke down. I appreciated that. I shut the door and slid back down to the floor so that I could sob my heart out. I cried in between shoveling in mouthfuls of Tristan's much-needed and incredibly thoughtful gift. Eventually, when the ice cream was gone, so were the tears. Setting the empty tub aside, I lurched to my feet and stumbled into the bathroom. I turned the shower on to hot and fumbled with the buttons of my top. In frustration, I did a Greg and ripped it off, dropping the tattered remains to the floor. I stood beneath the water and prayed it could wash my soul clean. I had felt nothing but satisfaction at Rain's death. He'd been a foul brute who had degraded the role of alpha. I could still see the fear overtaking Nova, the tension in every line of her body, the way she cradled her son to her in terror as Rain and his wolves had pounded away at what had become her sanctuary. They had come to break into Nina, but the seat of power had withstood them without flinching. I was so damned proud of Nina, and I needed to remember to tell her that. Too often we voiced complaints, rather than compliments. She deserved my admiration. But what did I deserve? Condemnation. I had piped Rain's wolf to prevent him shifting and healing. Was that the turning point when I had become evil? Because surely I was evil now. I'd used my piping skills to make Genevieve fall from the sky. I'd willed her to do it. Normal pipers weren't like me. But I'd been made a piper by Glimmer, and the rules didn't seem to apply. And, if I didn't have a moral compass, what did I have? I was deadly, and I was dangerous. I could be worse than Rain and Beckett combined if I so wanted.
We're nothing like them,
Esme snarled.
Nothing. You are strong, and you did what had to be done. Do you think Genevieve would have stopped? She was Dominique, Lucy. She wanted our power, our crown, our lives.
I sobbed as the hot water poured over me. Maybe I should have given it to her, I said despairingly. I don't know who I am anymore. I longed to go back to being Lucy Barrett, accountant extraordinaire, who one day was going to run her own accountancy firm. An ordinary life with ordinary aspirations, but no less worthy for being so.
Is this about spreadsheets?
Esme asked dubiously.
Because if it helps, we can start one about people we have mauled or killed.
She sounded hopeful. She was keen on a death spreadsheet. I half laughed, half sobbed. That will not help, Esme. Not even a little.
I think you're bolting doors after the cow has already run.
Closing the stable door after the horses bolted, I corrected.
Yes, that. Rain is dead. Genevieve is dead. What's the point of feeling bad about it? They were intent on harming us, and now they cannot. I do not understand your misery.
It's not about them, Esme. It's about me. Who am I?
You are Lucy Alessandra Barrett.
Her tone was perplexed, like she didn't understand how I didn't know my own name by this stage of my life, and it tore a tortured chuckle from my throat. She always knew how to lift me up, and she made me laugh so often by mangling our sayings. I told her before about the closing the stable door after the horse had bolted, but she was butchering my idioms to make me smile. God. She was the best soul sister a girl could ask for. I cuddled Esme in my head, but, in truth, I felt further from her than ever. Our perceptions were so different at times. She truly couldn't understand my anguish about my actions. Grief pricked at me. I pressed my head against the cool tiles and let my tears mingle with the water as it gradually cooled. I pictured Xander offering me one of his bright smiles, and another shot of guilt stabbed me. Who was Ben to determine that I should live instead of Xander?
You are queen,
Esme murmured.
He is protecting you, as is right.
I was glad Terence wasn't on my head right then, because I would have been tempted to throw him as far away as possible, and flinging away the crown of werewolf power was probably a bad idea. It would be just my luck that fucking Stephen Isaacs would stroll by and plop it on his nefarious head. Then I'd have to fight him too. Right now, I wasn't even sure that I could. Esme let me cry, even though she didn't understand why I was so upset. She pressed her fur close to me in silent comfort, and I appreciated it. She didn't need to understand me to love me.
Lucy?
Greg called, his voice alarmed. I looked up, and that was when I realized I'd slumped to the floor at some point during my crying jag. I was sitting at the bottom of the shower cubicle, and the water was ice cold. I hadn't even noticed.
Oh, baby,
he murmured. He reached in, turned off the water, grabbed a towel and wrapped it around me. Then he picked me up as if I weighed nothing and carried me into my room. I was shivering, and his hands were rubbing me up and down over the towel as he tried to warm me. He threw my dressing gown over me as well, then towel-dried my wet hair before gently brushing it. He plugged in my hairdryer, put it on a gentle setting and passed its warmth over both my hair and my robe to warm me until the shivering and shuddering had stopped. Finally, he turned it off. I'm okay, I said, somewhat unconvincingly. He pressed a kiss to my forehead.
No, you're not, but that's okay.
I'm never going to pipe anyone again.
Lucy, you haven't done anything wrong.
I started to disagree, but he held up a hand, and I closed my mouth.
Your powers are part of you. Your enemies have faced the consequences of their actions, and that's on them, not you.
Isn't that what all dictators say? I asked bitterly.
You're not a dictator. You're a kind and loving leader who will defend her pack with all her strength and with every power at her disposal. You're a good person, Lucy.
The plaintive cry ripped from me. So why do I feel like the bad guy? He smiled ruefully.
Because you're the good guy. Trust me, the bad guys rarely see themselves as evil. They don't question their actions, they justify them.
He kissed me quickly.
Now, let me take care of you. Do you want me to get you something to eat?
I thought about it for a second, but all I really wanted was absolution. Failing that, a shit ton of Ben & Jerry's would have to do. I devoured one pot, but it would take dozens of them to satisfy me after a shift. Still, the thought of actually eating turned my stomach. So I shook my head despite the hunger gnawing at my guts. No food. Besides, I didn't want him to leave me even for a moment. Greg's lips pressed into a thin line, but he didn't argue. Instead, he peeled me out of the dressing gown and damp towel and hustled me into bed. He stripped naked and slid in next to me, pulling me close. You want to have sex? I offered, like the seductive temptress that I was. He kissed my forehead.
Sometimes we can just cuddle. I'm here for you, Lucy. In all things. And in all ways.
Good, I said firmly, pulling his lips down to mine. Then make me forget, please.
Forget what?
Everything. He nodded and smiled a little, but his eyes were still somber and seeing too much. I slid mine closed so I didn't have to look into them. Make me forget my own name, I ordered.
Your wish is my command,
he murmured. He snaked his way down my body and proceeded to do just that. Chapter 24. I awoke feeling clear-headed and with my stomach growling to be fed. To my surprise, Greg was still tangled up in bed with me. Usually when I woke, he was already gone to protect us all in one way or another. That morning he enjoyed a leisurely shower with me, significantly warmer than the one I'd ended up in last night.
You okay?
He asked, checking me over. I smiled. Better, I admitted. And it was true. I wasn't okay, but I was better than yesterday when I'd slipped into the pit of despair.
Good.
He hesitated.
I got some good news last night.
Oh? Do tell.
The dragons have reinstated Emery as Prime Elite.
Yes! Esme shrieked in our head, whirling around and chasing her tail in happiness. My forehead creased with confusion. They reinstated him. Because I killed Genevieve. He shook his head.
As far as I know, her death isn't widely known. I haven't got the full story. Tom just shot me a message, but we'll get it soon. I thought you'd want to know the bones of it.
I do. Thanks. I gave him a smile. I was 99% delighted for Emery and only 1% peeved that Jess hadn't called to tell me herself. Still, she was bound to be busy, and I knew how that felt. Some days all I did was tread water, desperately trying to stay afloat. I rarely had time for friends anymore. That didn't feel good. I needed to work some self-care into my life, or I was going to crash and burn, like Genevieve.
I'm going to check in with the office.
Greg pressed a kiss to my bare shoulder. He was already dressed, and he looked far better than anyone had a right to. His tight t-shirt bulged with muscles that made me want to strip him down and drag him back to bed. He correctly interpreted my lascivious gaze.
Later,
he promised. Later, I agreed, lightly. After he left, I finished dressing. My hunger now was crippling. I should have taken Greg up on his offer of fetching food for me yesterday. I jogged down to the kitchens, where Xander would usually be helping Finley and Noah with breakfast service. Normally, when I entered the kitchen, there was bubbly chatter, but today it was silent. Ben was perched on a stool next to a red-eyed Noah. Finley turned when I entered, and crossed the distance between us. He pulled me into a fierce hug.
Xander did right by you,
he said fiercely.
He was a good lad. His sacrifice will be remembered.
Just like that, the tears were back. A huge lump in my throat was choking me, and all I could do was nod against Finley's warmth. He was just a boy. My voice warbled.
He was a good wolf.
Esme's tone was mournful.
A man,
Finley countered.
A young man, but a man all the same. Don't take that away from him. He served his alpha. He saved his alpha. He died for his alpha. He died an honourable man.
That honour won't keep him warm in his grave, I said bitterly.
The great pack will hold him and Reeve.
Finley disagreed.
They will be honoured for their work.
His body, I choked out. It was destroyed. I can't bring him to Nina, can't release him to the great pack. Ben cleared his throat.
That's why I collected his ashes, as much as I could manage. We can try. It might not work, but we can try.
My eyes slid closed, and I prayed with all of my might that Nina could connect Xander and his wolf to the great pack. We should let the Devon pack come with us while we do it, I said finally, giving Finley one last grateful hug before stepping back. They should have the opportunity to say goodbye.
They held a vigil for him last night in the pack common room,
Ben told me.
That's why we've done so much food.
He gestured at the mountain of danishes.
They'll be hungry after being up all night. Let's take them these.
I nodded. I still couldn't look at him. Not yet. Working together, the 5 of us piled the food onto huge trays and carried them and some canteens of hot tea and coffee to the pack common room. As Ben had said, the room was full. When we entered, Thea was telling a story about Xander from his childhood. A nice story about him and his mother, Sophie, after whom Thea had named her wolf. Xander had nicked cookies from the table, and Sophie had pretended not to notice, putting a hand on her hip and pretending to count them in mock confusion. I wondered what had happened to Sophie, how she had died. My money was on Beckett Frost. No doubt she displeased him in some way. Now she was dead, and so was her son. And it was on me. As we set down our offering of food and drink, all eyes swung to me. I cleared my throat. Xander has been an ally of mine since the moment he arrived here. He was young and eager, ready to help his new alpha. From the beginning he pointed out troublemakers and I let them leave. That was a mistake because they returned recently, having joined Alpha Rain. I killed Rain and the men who sought to bring us down. Then I went to recover an important artefact. I didn't know that Xander had sneaked into the boot of the car. He wanted to help. He always wanted to help. My voice was about to crack, so I took a sip of water. He saved my life, I continued, when I was sure I could hold it together. Without him, I'd be dead. He was a hero, and I will make sure his name and his sacrifice are remembered. I am sorry that your joining us here has been clouded with grief and loss. We're always married in grief and loss, an older woman said in a hard voice. We live it. We breathe it. The Devon pack hoards it. Xander was a good lad, and Beckett knew that, so under his rule Xander's days were numbered. He would have gone lone, and Beckett would have killed him to prevent it. At least this way Xander had some joy first. He said he felt like he belonged here, that he finally understood what pack meant. I see the grief on your face, and hope that maybe I can understand soon too. You will, I vowed. All of you will. I looked around the room. If you'd like to come with me, we want to lay him to rest in the seat of power like in the days of old. I understand, though, if you don't want to accompany me. Have your tea and coffee and the breakfast that Finley and Noah have prepared for you. For those who wish to join us in laying Xander to rest, please come to the seat of power for 9 a.m. Heart hurting, I left the room before I could see if their faces showed any hatred of me. The truth was, I wouldn't blame them if they did. Chapter 25. Whilst I waited for the Devon pack to join me, I popped in to see Nina. Hey, I called as I entered. Any progress with the orb? None, Nina replied sulkily. I did too good of a job in sending it to sleep. Evidently so, I said dryly. Listen, we need to bring young Xander here to lay him to rest. Yes, she said. Terence told me of his passing. I was sad to learn of it. Me too. I sighed. We have his ashes. Will that be enough for you to send Reeve to the Great Pack? I think so, though I'm not certain. I've done it plenty of times with dismembered bodies, so hopefully we can do it with ashes. Her tone was dubious, and my heart clenched. Fingers crossed, then. I should probably have checked that before inviting 40 or 50 people to witness the ritual. I really hoped Nina could pull it off. Not to save my face, but because the thought of Xander's wolf not making it to the Great Pack just about killed me. How's Terence? I asked lightly. No, he's just fine, Nina whispered dreamily. I missed him. I know you need him, she added hastily. And I don't begrudge you his presence, but I did miss him. David's a nice lad, and our love of plants gives us much to discuss, but he isn't Terence. I stifled a smile. No, he isn't. I checked my watch. I'll go and wait for the others. They've already gathered, Nina said calmly. What? Why didn't you say so? Sure enough, there they were around Nina. And it wasn't just the Devon pack, but my pack and the Lones. It was an incredible show of solidarity. Surely I had to be doing something right. We are doing lots of things right, Esme said firmly. We are a mighty leader. I smiled. She had more self-belief in one claw than most people had in their whole being. The ceiling split open, and Terence dropped down. I caught him expertly. I thought you were in the basement, I said. How did you end up there? Oh, I was keeping Nina company, he said finally. Oh, I echoed faintly, as I placed him on my head for all to see. It was probably best not to ask any more questions. I tapped Nina on the walls. Be ready, I murmured. Always, she promised. I left the seat of power to face the assembled crowd. Thea had taken point, and was standing next to Archie, who had his arm around her. Her grief was written on her face, raw and unapologetic. She'd grown up with Xander, and he'd been as much of a friend to her as Beckett Frost had allowed his then-crippled sister to have. To Beckett, A werewolf that couldn't shift had been a disgrace. Stop Thea from mingling as much as he could, lest people learn of her freakishness. Or it was somehow contagious. She didn't look freakish now. She looked strong, even in her grief. Her shoulders were braced to face this loss. Next to her, Archie looked so much older than his physical age. He'd matured greatly in the last few months. Death of a parent will do that to a person. I felt inexplicably proud as he supported Thea. I cleared my throat and started possibly the shortest eulogy ever. Thank you for joining us to celebrate the life of Xander. I trailed off. I didn't even know his surname. How utterly absurd. Of the Devon Pack, I rallied. In the short time that he was here, he was a friendly, smiling presence, always eager to help others, and me. His dying day proved no exception, and his actions were heroic. He stepped into Dragon's fire and saved me from the brunt of it. I will never forget him as long as I live. I nodded to Ben, who stepped forward with the rucksack full of ash. I suppressed a grimace. He was using the pack I'd given him years ago. I'd had it personalized with a joke that read, "What's the difference between accountants and lawyers? Accountants know they're boring." I disagreed with that, of course. There was nothing boring about me. But it had made us both laugh at the time. The rift between us felt particularly uncomfortable as he passed the bag to me. I took it and went into Nina, carefully unzipped the main compartment and tipped its contents onto her floorboards. When I was sure most of the ashes were out, I gave the bag a firm jiggle and set it down. Inwardly praying, I stepped back and waited. Suddenly, the pile of ash glowed with a warm light. A hole appeared in Nina's roof, and slowly, the ash moved upwards and floated up into the bright morning sky. Excited cheers and chatter broke out behind me, as tears filled my eyes. Thank goodness it had worked. Reeve was restored to the great pack. As I passed Ben his empty bag, I held his gaze. Thank you. We both knew I wasn't thanking him for the bag. I seized my courage. Don't go, I whispered. I didn't want him to leave my pack. Not now. Not ever. Having family with me here like this meant a lot. His shoulders relaxed. I won't, he promised. I've grown to like it here. His eyes lingered on Noah. A lot. I suppressed my smirk. I'd been sure they'd make a great match. They weren't the only ones. David was comforting Daniela, his arms wrapped around her. I met his eyes and smiled, but he looked away, embarrassed to be caught canoodling. Marissa and Siren were cuddling too. The sharp reminder of death always brought people together. Life really was too short. I felt a pang that Xander would never have moments like this. I didn't think he'd ever even got to date. His young life had been cut unfairly short. My gaze returned to Archie and Thea as they moved through the crowd, offering comfort and soft words to the members of the Devon pack. Ben followed my gaze and quirked an eyebrow in question. They should be the new alphas of the Devon pack, I said. That's not how it works, he pointed out dryly. I shrugged. I'm the queen. I decide how it works. I only want one pack. Mine. I'll travel to the others and appoint a new alpha or alpha team. I think Thea and Archie would do a wonderful job together. Ben's eyes shone for a moment with an alien light. I think you're right. He paused. But there will be objections. There can only be one alpha. That's where you're wrong. We're always stronger together. I looked at him. You're a lawyer. Find me a precedent. He laughed. You got it. Thanks. But first we have more business to attend to. What business? Genevieve, I said grimly. She let slip that Dad didn't get himself cleared willingly. Someone did it to him. And we're going to find out who.
How?
We're going to break the clearing, I said grimly. Chapter 26. Unusually, Amber didn't answer her phone when I rang. So I rang another loyal witch, Layla Keeman. She was a quiet woman with none of Amber's gravitas, but she'd always given me an impression of being competent. And that was all I needed, though a friend would have been very welcome right now. Queen Lucy, Layla answered briskly. How can I help? I need you to break a clearing. That's expensive, she warned. I'm good for it. When do you need it? Now, I said firmly, and rattled off my parents' address. Now comes with a premium. Naturally, I huffed. I'll pay it. Excellent. See you shortly, she promised. I discreetly collared Greg and left the impromptu wake. It was less grief-stricken than the vigil had been. Smiles were breaking out as people exchanged stories about Xander. He would never have believed how well thought of he was. We need to see my parents. I explained briefly about Geneviève's comments. Greg's jaw worked. She was such a piece of work. Clearing someone of their knowledge of magic is nearly as bad as extinguishing them. He winced when he realized what he'd said. Sorry, that was insensitive. You know I didn't mean... It's okay, I interrupted. And actually, Terence said something weird the other day. He said I still have a teeny ember inside me. What if I wasn't extinguished properly, but kind of banked? What do you mean? If I have a spark within me, maybe it can be fanned into life. Maybe, he conceded. But Lucy, don't raise your hopes. I smiled. I won't. I didn't need to raise them because they were already sky high. Maybe I could become a fire elemental as I'd been born to be. The Alessandros had never treated me any differently because I didn't have fire, but it would be something else to truly be a part of their fiery dynasty. Take some winged ones with us, Esme suggested. They need purpose, and we could do with protection from above. It wasn't a bad idea, so I called over Sarah. I need to see my parents. Okay, Jacob and I will come with you. Mac, Alfred, and Robin can guard the mansion. Good stuff. Go, Ariel. We'll meet you there. You know the address? Yeah, we'll keep eyes on you en route from above. Thanks. Ben was waiting for us at the car, his hair mussed, and his lips a little swollen. Kissing Noah goodbye? I teased. For appearance sake, of course. I winked. How long are you planning on keeping up this fake dating? Ben winced. About that. It's not so fake anymore. No. Really? I gasped, heavy on the sarcasm. He sighed. You already knew. I think even the green men in space knew. You are head over heels. I resisted adding again, because that would have been bitchy. He didn't need me pointing out that he fell in and out of love faster than a werewolf shifted. Ben looked at me dreamily, then said firmly, This is different. For Noah's sake, I hope so. I muttered. He jabbed me in the ribs for my sass, and I loved that things were starting to return to normal between us. We talked quietly as we drove to Mum and Dad's house. My stomach was in knots. What if Geneva had been fucking with me? What if Dad had chosen to clear himself and I was about to undo that? That would be ripping away his free will as surely as if I'd piped him. And I sure as heck didn't want to do that. If it was his choice, we could always help him forget again, Esme offered diplomatically. I rubbed my fingers across my forehead. I didn't know whether I could do that. It had been hard enough to go through it once. If it is what he wants, then we will help. He is our elder. It is right. Greg reached out and squeezed my thigh in reassurance. It's going to be okay. I nodded, but my mouth was dry. We arrived at the house ahead of Layla. Mum's car was in the drive, so I knocked quietly, instead of ringing the bell in case she was sleeping off a night shift. Dad opened the door. Well, now, he beamed. To what do I owe the pleasure of all of you popping up on my doorstep? I need cake, I announced. Do you have any?
Does a dragon fly?
My dad shot back. I blinked at him. Why would you say that? Use that phrase, I mean.
I just mean I have some cake. I'm just shaking things up.
I chewed on my thumb. Was he trying to give us clues? My dad was not a fantasy reader, and his go-to phrase for a question like that was, does a bear shit in the woods? I felt certain he was trying to give us information, somehow. Cleared knowledge was covered over, but not wiped entirely. That's how Nina had been able to give my memories back, because if they'd been truly wiped, they would have been impossible to restore. But clearing could be undone. It hurt like a bitch, but it could be undone. Do you trust me? I asked Dad abruptly. He blinked.
Of course.
He frowned and took my hand.
Are you okay, Lucy?
I'm fine. A friend of mine is coming around in a bit. She wants to help align your chakras. I know it's a bit woo-woo, but you said you've been forgetful and she thinks this'll help. Dad snorted with laughter, but he sobered when he saw my expression.
Oh. You're serious?
I am. Will you let her do it? It's important to me.
My chakras? What does she need to do?
He asked cautiously. We'll just paint some runes on your forehead. He studied me, then looked at Ben with an I'll humour her expression, which faded when he took in my brother's serious face. He cleared his throat.
Okay, as long as it's not in henna or permanent marker. I guess there's no harm in trying.
I threw my arms around him. Oh, thank you, Dad. I looked around. Where's Mum?
She's sleeping. She's coming off night shifts.
That actually made things easier. At least this way, when she woke, he'd either remember magic or not. But she wouldn't have had her hopes raised. The doorbell rang, and Greg went to answer it. A moment later, he showed Layla in. Dad offered her a hesitant smile.
You're the chakra healer, are you?
That's me, Layla said without missing a beat. This won't take long. She set her black backpack on the floor and pulled out a couple jars of thick potion and some paintbrushes. She snapped on gloves, which made Dad slide me a nervous glance. I gave him a bright smile and a thumbs up. There was no point warning him that it was going to hurt. Firstly, he wouldn't believe in chakra aligning, and secondly, it would make him tense beforehand. I couldn't gain his informed consent without him knowing about magic, so we might as well just bash on. Layla dunked her paintbrush in the darker liquid and turned to my father. Hold still, please. She started painting intricate squiggles on his forehead, and he stood stoically, half amused and half perplexed that Ben and I both thought this was a good idea. The witch touched his hand lightly, and the runes lit up. Dad let out a strangled cry and collapsed to the floor. Chapter 27. Dad! I shouted and threw myself down on the carpet next to him.
He's okay,
Esme reassured me.
He's just processing.
She was right. His eyelids were flickering rapidly like he was in REM sleep. He's going to need painkillers, Layla said clinically. Potions don't work on clearing removal. You need some good old common realm paracetamol and ibuprofen.
I'll get some,
Greg said.
Kitchen,
Ben directed distractedly, eyes on our father.
The cupboard over the sink.
Greg stalked out, and Ben dropped down next to me. We both waited anxiously for our dad to come out of whatever trance he was in. A few moments later, he let out a low groan and pressed a hand to his head.
Oh, I feel like I've been hit by a truck,
he complained. His eyes opened and focused on Ben and me. His eyes widened in alarm.
I forgot. They made me forget.
He lurched upright.
I didn't mean to,
he promised hastily.
I'd ruled it out, I swear. I wasn't going to forget about magic. I was just going to try to acclimatize. Slowly.
He gave a low groan.
God, it hurts.
He lifted a shaking hand to his head and winced in pain. Greg came back in with some pills and water.
Here,
he said, passing them to my dad.
For the pain, sir. They won't take it away completely, but they'll lessen the impact.
Dad knocked back the pills and gratefully gulped down some water. Greg turned to Layla.
Thank you. You can go.
She packed up her things and turned to me. I'll send an invoice. Thank you, I replied. I'll pay it when it lands. As an accountant, I believed in being a prompt payer of bills to help with others' cash flow. We all waited until she'd gone, before turning back to Dad. What happened? I asked urgently.
One of the chaps in black, she was a chapess, actually.
A woman?
Yeah, she said they detected a threat to me and were moving me to a secure location. They promised they were doing the same to your mother. One of your wolves was with them. He was talking about taking me to the mansion, but in the end, they took me somewhere else.
Dad met my eyes.
I rang you, Lucy, but you didn't answer.
Pulling out my phone, I scrolled through the call history. Sure enough, there was a missed call from Dad the day before I'd found out he'd been cleared. I frowned. I didn't remember seeing a missed call. My jaw clenched as I reached an inescapable conclusion. Someone I trusted had cleared it from the screen, before I could see it. Describe the man, I said tightly. My wolf. It had to be someone with access to the security console. Liam, Archie, or Tristan were the likeliest. And I really didn't want Dad to describe any of them because I trusted them all. I felt sick at the thought of it. My dad cast his mind back.
Average height, he started. Pale skin, mousy hair, glasses.
Glasses? I stared at him. Being changed into a werewolf healed minor imperfections like shitty eyesight. And there was only one wolf that wore glasses, and it was an affectation. A leftover from his common life. David. Suddenly it all made sense. David, whom I often found looking down at the ground or out the window. It had surprised me when we met that this meek, mild-mannered man who was 11th in the pack, because he seemed far more subservient than I'd have expected an 11th to be. Maybe it was all a front. A way of hiding, but still being in the battle core. He hadn't been born a werewolf. He'd been changed after a near-fatal car accident. The werewolf who'd been driving hadn't wanted to risk being strung up on manslaughter charges, so he'd broken the rules and tried to turn David. David, who could have easily planted the Dominie's invite on Ares' lean-to that he had built. David, who knew the rose bushes like the back of his hand, well enough to recognize if a stray rose had been plucked to be laid on the mantelpiece like he'd demanded. He hadn't needed to stay up carousing in front of our camera monitor. He could have just loitered in the gardens. No one would have thought twice about his presence there. David, who drugged the dark seraph to stop them seeing him set fire to the lawn with his lovely message, "Burn, bitch." David, who was as fastidious and fussy as me, and who would burn a fucking comma into a death threat. David, who was sweet on Daniela but had pulled back from her recently, though he'd been too late. Genevieve had discovered his emotional entanglement and kidnapped Daniela as a power play. She'd been trying to teach David his place in the Dominie ranks, which was presumably below her. David, who'd sat in on our heist plans and presumably told Genevieve all about them. According to Greg's intel, she was supposed to be away, but no doubt she'd flown back to deal with us personally. As an elder dragon, she was all but immortal, and she hadn't been scared of us. She let her brethren stumble around with Greg, while she dealt with the threat herself. Her arrogance had killed her, and I had rescued Daniela, and delivered her back to David. David, whom I'd tied to Nina to keep her from being lonely. Nina had trusted David like I had, and she would surely give him access to the orb, if he asked nicely. Oh my God. My ears were ringing. Chapter 28. My phone flared to life. Archie calling. Greg's phone rang at the same time. Liam. We both swiped to answer.
Isaacs is here,
Archie said without preamble. He's got into Nina. Fuck, get the pups down to the basement. Devon wants too. We're on our way.
How many?
Greg barked. Ben, drive back to the mansion, I ordered. We're under attack. Sorry, Dad. We've got to bounce.
What do you mean you're under attack?
Dad said, alarmed. We'll be fine. I lied easily. I'll call later. I ran out, leaving him with a host of new memories and a pounding head. I called Maxwell as I ran. I need you, I begged hastily. At the mansion. I'm being attacked by a rival werewolf and his pack.
We're on our way,
he promised. Get Grandy to face you. If Isaacs is already inside the seat of power, he might have Terrence. And if he has, he's got fire magic at his disposal.
On it,
he responded sharply. We rang off, and I ran out to where Sarah and Jacob were talking quietly. Get us back to the mansion, now. We're under attack. Behind me, Greg had also hung up.
I called Bastian, he said. He's on his way.
I could only hope that all our allies got there before Isaacs could do too much damage. Would he hurt Nina? Surely he needed her to accept him if he was going to try and wear Terrence and name himself king.
Face me,
Sarah barked. I stepped up close and personal, and she wrapped her arms around me. I clung to her as she bent her legs, beat her powerful wings, and thrust us upwards. In a blink of the eye, we were airborne, shooting through the air. We were high up, and the atmosphere had thinned and cooled. How the dark seraph wore so little clothing was beyond me. The air rushed past my face with such force that it was difficult to breathe. My eyes were streaming too. Superman did not accurately convey the problems you face when flying. We arrived at the mansion to absolute chaos. The lawn was covered with wolves, and I was instantly transported to Ben's vision, the one he'd been stuck in when he'd become a werewolf.
There were bodies everywhere, human and lupin. The acrid scent of smoke hung heavy in the air, and cries of agony were dancing on the breeze. The sun was baking down on us, sweat drifting into our human eyes, stinging us.
Time to shift, Roan said grimly.
Let's do this, I agreed. The shift rolled over us, pleasurable and full, and we ran to join our sister and our queen. Another wolf ran towards us, but we didn't want to hurt them. They were misguided, not evil. We pulled our air magic forward and blasted them off their feet. Stay down, pup, Roan growled to the younger wolf. He stayed down. We raced forwards to Lucy, where she was battling the arsehole that had started all of this.
I realized I'd made Ben drive to the mansion while Greg and I had flown Dark Seraph style. That was why he was late to the party. But in his vision, we'd had air powers. Had I done something wrong? Screwed up? Why hadn't I managed to awaken the orb? Why hadn't I tried harder? Now it was almost certainly in Isaac's hands, as was my Nina. If he hurt her or Terrence, I'd rain all kinds of hell down on his head. Pulled by Grandy, Maxwell and Alyssa stepped out of the shadow of the mansion. I ran to them first, because I had a harebrained idea, and those were always the best.
Should be called Wolfbrain, then,
Esme muttered. Maxwell, I panted, I need to pipe you to see what your fire looks like. Do I have your permission?
Of course.
I gripped his hand and pulled up my magic, like I did with Esme when we shared our body. I merely resided within him for a moment, careful not to control him. I focused on him as he called forth flames to his hands, and I saw the spark of fire flare within him. Now that I knew what being a fire elemental looked like, at a magical level, I drew up my magic and piped myself, looking inward for that ember that Terrence had spoken of. I searched for what felt like an age, but could only have been seconds. And then I saw it. The smallest hint of warmth buried deep within me. Treating it like my father's clearing, I carefully pulled back a multitude of layers that were laid over it, frustration growing that it wasn't as quick and easy as I had envisaged. Finally, I removed the last layer that had been banking the flames, and carefully, gently, breathed into the small ember at the heart of me. I used the memories Nina had freed for me of my mother and my father, of myself. Grow. I commanded the ember, and, seized by my piping power, it did. Warmth flooded me like I'd stepped out from the cold of the shadows, into the glorious sun. As I'd seen Maxwell do, I caught the flames to my fingertips. New magical pathways formed and flared, dusting off old roots as fire licked along my veins and exploded from the tips of my fingers. "Holy shit," Maxwell breathed, eyes wide. I had no time to celebrate the return of fire to my magical makeup. I had a foe to face, and I was certain he'd have fire too. Chapter 29. "Isaacs, come out wherever you are," I said in a sing-song voice. "Don't cower behind the walls, sweetie. There's nothing to be afraid of." Isaacs was an alpha male. Nothing was more likely to get him out from the safety of Nina than to suggest he was weak and afraid. I heard his shout of rage, and moments later Nina's front door flew off its hinges as he kicked it down from the inside. So freaking predictable. Not that I was complaining. "You know there's a handle, right?" I called. "You grasp it and push it down. I know it's hard. Maybe we can try together later." I shot him a patronizing wink to rile him even further. Isaacs bared his teeth at me as he strode out. "Bitch," he spat. My heart sank. As I'd feared, there, on his head, was Terence. The 6'4" brute had the crown of Tor nestled among his black curls. I wasn't familiar enough with werewolf lore to know if that made him the king or not, but the bastard wasn't going to wear it for long enough for it to matter. His would be the shortest reign in history. I studied the man who was striding towards me. If it wasn't for the cruel tilt to his mouth, he would have been considered handsome. If you didn't know about the multitude of deaths that could be laid at his door. Isaacs believed in a hierarchy based on strength and fear. The wolves around him were all male. It was rumoured that the women in his pack were chained to their beds and used only for breeding. After I'd finished with Isaacs, I was going to his packlands, and I was going to raze them to the ground, after I'd freed all of the women. My mouth twisted into an answering sneer. Isaacs met my gaze, and hatred rolled off him in waves. "I have your crown now, bitch," he smirked. "It was always destined for my head. It's only a matter of time before I make the seat of power name me king." Ah, so Nina had to proclaim it. I had my title. For the moment. Still, I knew he was wrong, and I had a fucking prophecy to prove it. I was going to survive the coming encounter because the prophecy said that I was going to destroy the Order. I killed Genevieve, but if she were to be believed, she'd been only one letter of the alphabet. Maybe it was enough, like the librarian had said. Maybe she had been the head of the snake, but just in case, I was going to make it my life's work to hunt down the rest of the snake and smash it to smithereens. And I was going to start with this arsehole, Isaacs. "Don't pipe him," Esme entreated. "I need to know if we can beat him." "We can," I promised. I didn't want to pipe him either. I wanted to win this fair and square. Though he was a male, and bigger and possibly faster, I was certain that Esme and I could defeat him. Now was the time to put our money where our mouth was. "Why would you eat money?" Esme muttered. The moment Isaac stepped onto the field, the air seemed to thicken with tension. His eyes glowed with malevolence, and I sensed Terence's presence swirling alongside him, agitated but bound to the crown. "It's okay," I wanted to say to him. "We'll be reunited soon." Next to Isaacs was Thomas Elliot. Apparently I'd spurned him right into the arms of my enemy. Wonderful. He met my gaze with a glower of his own. I met his stare with my own, and I smirked a little when he looked away first. I was the boss, and he knew it. Next to a red-faced Elliot, Isaacs was throwing and catching the orb like it was nothing more than a tennis ball. Prick. Xander had died for that. I could feel Esme's hunger for the fight, her desire to rip into Isaacs and make him regret every step he'd taken against us. And I found myself agreeing with her bloodthirsty sentiments. More of Isaac's pack emerged from Nina, each one a hulking beast, but they faced a fierce army, and I almost pitied them. The dark seraph flanked me, their shadowy wings twitching with anticipation. Maxwell and Alyssa stood at the ready too, and Grandy hadn't finished bringing in reinforcements. I watched as Nonna and Nonno stepped out of the shadows, flames dancing on their hands. Next to us, Bastion whooped to the ground with earth-shaking force, and the wolves behind Isaacs instinctively stepped back. Bastion remained in griffin form, deadly eyes flashing in anticipation of the fight. "Stand down," I ordered the Merseyside pack. "Stand down and you will live. Fight, and we will not hesitate to kill you all." Some of the wolves exchanged hesitant glances, but most of them pressed forward eagerly. They had been trained and moulded to want nothing more than death. How many of these wolves had cut their teeth in the black tawnies, killing innocents at their alphas say so? Isaacs wasted no time. "Kill the bitch!" he roared at his wolves. He was still in human form, and the flames started to lick at his skin. A gentle shimmer at first, but intensifying fast. The fire elemental's magic was ancient and wild, and for a moment I felt its heat calling to me in an acknowledgement of kinship. But I was no mere fire elemental. I was a piper and a werewolf, and I had been made other by Glimmer itself. In a dog-eat-dog realm, I was the biggest bitch of them all. I was the queen of the werewolves, and this was my territory. "You're not fit to wear that crown, Isaacs," I shouted, my voice carrying on the wind. "Give it back to me, and maybe I'll let you live." "No, we won't," Esme growled. I laughed. "No, we won't. That's why I said maybe." "Sneaky," she said approvingly. "The crown was made for me, not a woman. You're only fit to warm my bed," Isaac sneered, his voice crackling with power. Without warning, he hurled a ball of fire towards me. Esme surged forward within me, and I let her take front and center as we shifted onto 4 feet. The flames barely warmed our fur as we dodged the lumbering fireball. "We can do this all day," she said smugly. "The longer we mess about, the more wolves die, Esme. Let's end this." "His wolves deserve to die. They've killed many other wolves." "Even so, ours do not deserve to die." On that we agreed. Meanwhile, Isaac's pack charged. The dark seraph leapt into the fray, their wings slicing through the air, their hands and heads shifting into snarling wolf form. They tore into Isaac's wolves, and the sound of flesh ripping and bones snapping filled the battlefield. My birth family took that as their cue, and unleashed their fire magic. Waves of flame crashed into the enemy, scorching the ground beneath their feet. But Isaac's was more dangerous than I'd anticipated. He wielded Terrence's magic like a blade, throwing flames and searing heat with every movement. I lunged at him, fangs bared, but he was too fast. He dodged my attack and struck out with a burst of fire that sent me skidding backwards across the dirt to avoid it. "He's mine," Esme howled her fury. We charged again, this time in perfect harmony. Esme's reflexes were sharp and instinctive, and we dodged the flames easily. I felt her joy as our claws raked across Isaac's chest and drew blood. But he'd already stepped back, and the wound was depressingly shallow. "Coward, fight me like a wolf," Esme snarled at him. He snarled back, teeth bared. He put down the orb, clearly not wanting to risk losing it during his shift. I guess he didn't know that Terrence could keep his clothes if he asked nicely. Then again, I was hoping that Terrence wasn't truly on his side, even if he did appear to be. I would wager that he was moving his fire as slowly as he dared. The orb that I'd spent ages trying to find, that Xander had died for, rolled a little way and landed in a muddy puddle with an indignant splash. I'd rescue it in a moment. But first, Isaac's. He was in his wolf form now, and we raced towards each other, clashing in a storm of fur and teeth. We growled as we bit and ripped into each other with abandon. Esme was quicker, more agile, leaping this way and that. She was in her element as Isaac lumbered around, his larger form so much slower than us. She darted in and out so quickly that he struggled to react in time. He did get a few wicked bites in, though, and our side was burning and dripping blood. We broke apart, panting. I stood over the orb and several drops of my blood mingled with the muddy water and swirled around it. As I watched, the blood shot towards the orb like it had been called to it. Then the orb seemed to soak it up and turned a ruddy red colour. What the hell? The wind howled around us. Focused as I was on the orb's shenanigans, I didn't notice that Isaacs had shifted back to human and was throwing a fireball right at me. He was naked, and I wondered if a lot of his deep-seated issues with women stemmed from the fact that his flaccid dick was smaller and thinner than my little finger. And his nudity suggested that Terence wasn't truly on his side. With the wind behind the fireball, it flew at me. We leapt out of the way just in time, and the flames rolled over the orb instead. If the orb was destroyed after all we'd been through to get it... The flames died, leaving the orb in their wake. But now, it was glowing. It had woken up. The muddy puddle was a mixture of earth and water. The howling wind was air, and then the flames had rolled over it. Fire. I gave a mental head thunk. It had taken all 4 elements to wake the orb. All the clues had been in the story of Lachlan. He had also used all of the elements. Isaac shifted back to wolf form and was starting to stalk towards me when a bright blue pulse shot out from the orb and hit all of the wolves in the immediate vicinity, including him. And, inside of me, something stirred. Chapter 30. I reached out to the new feeling. It was like standing at a cliff's edge on a windy day, being buffeted by the air around me. My air magic was well and truly awake, and I doubted I was the only one with access to it. That blue magic had struck all of the wolves in the immediate area. I wasted no time. I needed to use my air powers before Isaacs realized what was happening. Suddenly, the air was crackling with new energy. I could feel it coursing through the wolves around me and empowering them. All of the wolves, including Isaac's. Then a sharp gust of wind whipped through the battlefield, far stronger than any of the gusts that had come before. Someone was already toying with the new power within them. Damn it, now his wolves have air magic too, Esme grumbled. We both hoped that we'd have a chance to use it before anyone else realized what was going on. But that was a pipe dream. The tides were shifting and not in our favour. The Merseyside wolves used their air powers cautiously at first, but then they grew bolder, leaping higher and faster as they used the currents to propel their attacks. One of them lunged at Maxwell, but Alyssa helpfully incinerated him before he could land a blow. Ares was there, and I hoped he'd left Ivy at the lean-to. He was rearing up and smashing down on the wolves around him, but one of them used his air powers to leap onto the unicorn's vulnerable back. Ares reared up and tried to shift it, but its claws were digging into him. Before I could run to help him, Bastian swooped down, ripped the Merseyside wolf away and slashed his talons through it. Even weakened as he was by the witch's curse, Bastian was still a formidable foe. He cut a swath through the wolves. But there were so many. I'd had no idea Isaac's pack was so big. Though it wouldn't be, after we'd finished with it. Isaac shifted to his human form and laughed triumphantly. "We're going to kill you all," he taunted. "Even your pups." I snarled, feeling the heat of my magic roaring to life. Esme's fury mirrored mine, and her thoughts were like a storm. By tacit agreement, we shifted into human form too. It was time to bring fire to the table. Without Terrence's help, I was naked, but I didn't give a flying fuck. "Like hell you will," I shot back. "Enough," she growled. "Let's show him who he's dealing with." A nearby wolf, seeing me as a tasty human morsel, pounded the ground towards me, eyes alight with malice. We shifted our hands into claws, but didn't shift back into our wolf form. We needed to be human to call the fire. I intended to rain it down on Isaacs until he was nothing more than a crispy canapé. The huge lupin brute was getting closer, dividing my attention between him and Isaacs as I focused on calling up the fire. Around us, the clash of bodies and growls echoed through the trees. a deadly symphony of violence. I recognized another wolf that was running an intercept course. It was Tristan's wolf, Arden. He faced off the snarling jet black beast from Isaac's ranks, and its amber eyes glowed with malice as it circled, saliva dripping from its jaws. Isaac smirked and rocked back on his heels, waiting for what he clearly thought was the inevitable outcome. He wanted to demoralize us by making us watch Tristan and Arden die. But although Arden might not have had the other wolf's size, he had heart and purpose, and he was fighting to protect his alpha. I considered using my fire to help, but the two wolves were moving so quickly that I was as likely to strike Arden as the Merseyside wolf. The wolf lunged without warning, claws extended, teeth bared. Arden met the attack head-on, and their bodies slammed together with a sickening thud that sent a shockwave through the clearing. The black wolf's teeth snapped at Arden's throat, but Arden twisted just in time, raking his claws across the enemy's face and piercing his eye. Blood splattered across the ground as the black wolf howled with rage. Fueled by pain, he lashed out and caught Arden's shoulder in his jaws. Arden gave a sharp yelp as teeth sank deep into his flesh. With a desperate twist, he wrenched himself free. But the damage had been done. His left leg hung limp, and blood was gushing from the wound. He staggered back then, despite his injury, charged again, aiming to sink his teeth into the enemy's throat. I started forward to help, but found that I couldn't reach them. Something was in my way. I pounded against the invisible barrier, but it did not give. Isaac smirked.
Let's keep this one-on-one, shall we?
He was holding out his hands. He'd constructed some sort of dome of air over the two wolves to isolate them. Inside the dome, the black wolf and Arden crashed together, rolling and biting, their snarls filled with hatred. Arden managed to sink his fangs into the black wolf's flank, ripping at flesh and muscle. But the enemy's claws found their mark in Arden's chest. My heart stuttered. I reached inside for the foreign air magic and tried to will it to my command, tried to deconstruct the air dome that was stopping me from reaching my packmate. But the magic was new and unfamiliar, and I didn't know what I was doing. Rage and despair were riding me. Despite my fumbling efforts, the cage of air remained locked around them. "Arden!" Esme shouted. Arden stumbled as his strength faded. Blood was pouring from wounds that were now surely fatal, and despair almost choked me. But even in his final moments, he refused to give in. Tristan had always been a stubborn son of a bitch. Tears blurred my vision. The black wolf thought Arden was dead, and he was already howling his victory to the whole battleground. It was that wonderfully exposed throat that Arden sank his teeth into and tore open. The black wolf's howl was suddenly cut off as he collapsed. He let out a low whimper, and then he was silent. With a soft whine, Arden's legs buckled and he fell too. His breath was coming in shallow gasps, his body broken. I raged against the air cage around him, pounding it with my fists. I whirled around and fire rose within me, hot and raging. Flames flickered around my body, mixing with the wind Isaacs had unwittingly helped to awaken. I harnessed it, channeling the air and fire, and feeling the elements bend to my will. Isaac's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. His air magic was tied up in the dome he'd created, so he had nothing left to protect himself with. "You've forgotten something," I said, my voice low. "Fire doesn't fear the wind. It feeds on it." Then I unleashed a torrent of it, twisting it with the wind and sending a spiraling inferno straight at my enemy. It moved with such force that he couldn't stop it any more than he could stop the sun. The flames engulfed him, but I couldn't have him die like Xander. I couldn't see that again. Besides, he's engineered Arden and Tristan's death, and killing him by fire seemed too removed. I needed to look this piece of shit in the eyes as I killed him. I needed vengeance. I caught the flames back and leapt at Isaac's, partially shifting my face to match my claws. Our claws raked into his flesh and our teeth sank into his throat with brutal precision. Isaac's collapsed beneath me. It was an eerie replica of Rain's death and, like Rain, Isaac's tried to shift to save himself. "No," I ordered his wolf, piping it and holding it still. Isaac's hands clawed at his ruined throat, and in that moment, I knew I was a monster, because I felt nothing but satisfaction as the light faded from his eyes. I stood over him, my breath coming in ragged gasps, as my fire swirled around me. The crown slipped from his head. I bent down and retrieved it, and the glowing orb. My queen. Terence's voice vibrated with intensity. "Please know that I would never have willingly served that cur, but he threatened to burn Nina to the ground if I did not assist him. I couldn't let him hurt Nina." His distress was evident. "I understand," I said softly. "I would have done the same if Greg had been threatened." I shifted to fully human and put the crown on my now human head. Now that Isaac's was dead, the dome of air around Arden had fallen. I ran to him and threw myself to the ground next to him. I put down the orb so that my hands were free and lifted his head onto my lap. His golden eyes rolled up to look at me. "You're okay," I lied. "You're going to be okay." He was still breathing, but his wounds were too great. There was no coming back from those, even for a shifter. We were hardy, but we weren't immortal. I stroked his head. "You're okay," I repeated. "You did such a good job saving me." Arden turned his head to the side, and his tongue reached out to lick my hand. One last sign of quiet affection. Then his eyes locked on mine and flashed brown. Tristan looked out at me as his chest sank, and did not rise again. A sob ripped from my throat. Helplessly, I pressed Arden's head to my chest and rocked back and forth, crying my heart out at the death of one of my wolves. Tristan and I had come such a long way since we'd first met, and his death tore me to shreds. He had died for me. My heart was in tatters. Arden's body shifted back to human, and I gently pressed a kiss to his forehead. "I'll be back soon," I promised, as I laid his hands across his ruined chest. I patted his shoulder and then I stood, grabbed the glowing orb, and surveyed the destruction around me. The battle was still raging. If anything, Isaac's death had reinvigorated his warriors. I spotted Rohan ripping into the throat of another wolf, and wondered whether I was witnessing my brother's first kill or whether it was one of many. My Nonna and Nonno had been joined by Angelo and Beatrice. Together with Maxwell and Alyssa, they appeared to have paired up with some of my wolves, and were using their flames and air powers together with devastating accuracy. In the end, it was a massacre. "You can surrender," I called to Isaac's wolves. "No one else will be killed if you surrender." The air filled with defiant snarls, and the Merseyside wolves doubled down. So be it. One of them tried to come towards me, but before it could reach me, Red tackled it and sent it flying. The battle raged on, and I let it. I'd finally learned my lesson. Dead enemies were far better than living ones. I stood next to Tristan's cooling body, and used my air and flames to raze my enemies to the ground. Chapter 31. The air was saturated with the smell of death, blood, and fire. Greg stood next to me, naked. "I'm sorry about Tristan," he said softly. "Me too," Esme whined sadly in my head. I nodded, and tears filled my eyes again. He saved my life. That brood was coming for me to rip me to shreds, and I was focused on Isaac's. Tristan and Arden saved me, and they died for it. Greg wrapped an arm around me and kissed my forehead. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe. Anyone else dead from our side? I asked eventually.
Not yet,
Greg said. In my head, Esme let out an exultant howl. Our pack was strong. Greg continued.
We have a few with pretty bad injuries, though. Max and Toby from the Devon pack might not make it. I've called Layla and she's on her way here. Danielle's trying to keep him alive until then. Jacob's been pretty badly injured too. He got pulled down and one of his wings was chewed off at the base.
Can a witch regrow it?
I don't know,
he said honestly.
Maybe.
Is anyone left alive from their side? Greg shook his head.
With the fire elementals and Bastion, it was pretty much mass destruction. Once we learned how to work with the wind and air. Besides, I got the impression they didn't want to walk away. At no point did they try to withdraw.
It was do or die. Suicide by wolf.
Indeed,
he agreed grimly. One of the better ways to die. Esme sniffed. I'd rather die in my sleep.
Or in bed with Greg,
she suggested archly. That would be pretty traumatizing for Greg.
Not if he dies at the same time.
Simultaneous petit mort, which resulted in la mort?
Perfect.
Bastien approached us. He was in his human form, and tiredness shadowed his eyes. Thanks for coming, I said warmly, stepping up to hug him.
Oh, you know me. I'm always up for death and destruction. Is that the orb?
He nodded at the glowing sphere in my hands.
Well, I expected it to be bigger. Have you checked your phone?
I blinked at the non sequitur. No, I don't exactly have it on me at the moment. I gestured at my naked body. Bastien dug out his own phone, pulled up a message, and held it out to me to read. It simply said,
Jess and I are getting married tonight at midnight. She'd like you there.
I blew out a breath and looked around me. I couldn't leave my pack now. Not even for Jess. I sighed. I'll attend via video call, I said. Can you set that up for me? Don't mention any of this to Jess. I don't want to worry her on her wedding day.
You got it.
He looked at me for a moment.
I haven't been able to find Ghost.
What do you mean? Bastien was a world-renowned deadly assassin, and part of that terrifying reputation was the fact that he could find anyone. Anywhere.
I can't find her,
he admitted.
I think something's happened to her. After the wedding, she'll be getting my full focus, so I'll be incommunicado for a while. I just wanted you to know.
Bastien. I reached out and touched the bags under his eyes. You need to break the curse. You need to see Amber. His eyes softened, and he sighed.
Soon,
he agreed.
After the wedding.
Tension eased from me. Finally, he was going to seek the help that he needed. God save me from stubborn griffins. Good. He gave me a swift one-armed hug, shifted into griffin form, leapt into the air and flew away to go and watch Jess get married.
You could go,
Greg suggested. No, I said firmly. I can't. There was no way I could leave my pack now, not after all we'd been through. They deserved the comfort of their alpha. I looked around the battlefield, what remained of it, and there was a lot of kissing going on. Marissa and Siren, Ben and Noah, and Wakadu and Nova were next to Nina. He was leaning with his back against the wall, arms held carefully by his side, as Nova initiated a passionate kiss, which he returned, with enthusiasm. Greg followed my gaze.
Oh, did you know about that?
I smiled. Yeah, I knew the interest was there. He's moving slow. I'm pretty sure she was raped by Larsden. Greg's jaw worked.
Oh, he was such an arsehole. I wish I could kill him all over again.
Amen, I murmured. Look! Against the mansion wall, Thea and Archie were kissing passionately too. What is it about battles that makes people so damn horny?
The rush of still being alive.
He leaned down and kissed my neck, sending a shiver through me. Table that, I said, looking reluctantly over his shoulder. We have too much to do. Later, though.
Later,
he agreed, straightening. He followed my gaze. A car was making its way up our drive.
Layla,
he said.
I'll show her the most seriously wounded.
I nodded. And I'll ring Tristan's wife.
I can notify her if you want.
No, I need to do this myself. I'd let Greg shoulder the burden with Xander, but afterwards, I'd felt like I'd fumbled the whole thing. I made mistakes, but I tried my damnedest to learn from them. We split up, him to go to Layla, and me to find my phone and a bag in which to put the glowing orb. The last thing I wanted was to misplace it. As I waded across the battleground, I smiled to myself, as I saw Ivy and Ares eating their fill of our less crispy enemies. No nibbling Tristan, I instructed firmly. Ares gave me an affronted look, as if he would never think of munching on friends. I patted him. Just to be clear, I murmured, I know you wouldn't, but Ivy's young and she might not realize it's not okay. Ares harumphed and nudged me with his huge head. He wouldn't let her eat Tristan. I continued to the mansion and to my office. There was nothing I wanted to do less than notify Tristan's wife of his death. But she deserved to hear the truth promptly. And from me. I rummaged in a drawer, found a spare bag, popped the orb inside it and put the strap around my neck. I dialed the number I had on file for Candace, but the call instantly disconnected. She'd hung up on me. Nonplussed, I stared at my phone. A moment later, a text message arrived, from the same number. I'm on my way. I closed my eyes. Of course she already knew. She was a freaking seer. Chapter 32. Tristan's wife was petite and blonde, with lurid purple skin. Her eyes were bloodshot and grief-stricken. I offered her my guest chair, and she gratefully sank into it. You already know what I'm going to say, I said softly. Yes, she said flatly. But say it anyway. Say it quickly, Esme advised. I took her advice. I'm sorry, Candace. Tristan has died. She nodded dully, but her eyes filled with tears. She dashed them away. I've been crying all day. I foresaw it. I tried to stop it from coming to pass, she confessed. Since the moment you walked on the scene, I warned Tristan against you. Tried to make him hate you. Tried everything I could think to make him distrust you. She sighed. But you won him over and he died for you, just as I had foreseen. All my imaginations were for nothing. He told me that you were a good person and he was proud to be part of your pack. He said you valued him. I did, I managed. I didn't blame her for what she tried to do. If I saw Greg's death in a vision, I would do everything I could to stop it from happening. I'm sorry. I winced as I offered the empty platitude. I know. She sighed again. He was really enjoying teaching the pups martial arts. Meant a lot to him. You'll find someone else to take up that mantle. I nodded. Well, if that's what you want. Yes, we must honour his memory, Esme added softly. Yes, it was important to him. Okay. I hesitated, not sure how to ask. We would like to lay him to rest with Nina. Yes. She nodded. I'd like that. We'll do it shortly, once the healing is finished. I know that many will want to attend. He didn't want a eulogy, she said. He just wanted a simple service. He wasn't one for flowery phrases. I nodded. I know. I'd like to see him now. I'll show you to him, I offered, and stood up. We'd covered Tristan with a sheet and put him in one of the rarely used reception rooms. Thank you. She followed me through the corridors of the mansion. I paused in front of the door. He's through there. Is there anything? My voice trailed off. No. She smiled wanly and patted my hand. There's nothing you can do, but thank you. She walked into the room and shut the door behind her. But even so, I heard her wail of despair. My shoulders slumped and my eyes stung. Poor Candace. This sucked so much. My phone buzzed with a message from Amber. You're not coming, I replied. Things are dicey here. Don't forget to give her the amulet. Do you need me to come? Was her instant reply, which warmed my heart. No, I'm okay. Make Jess's day as magical as possible, please. I'm on it. I checked the time. Night was drawing in, but I still had a couple of hours before Jess's wedding. Time enough to say goodbye to Tristan. Can we go and see Nina? Terence asked. And I would like to see her. His voice was anxious. I thunked my head against my hand. Of course he was. Absolutely. We'll go now. I stalked out of the mansion and paused at the sight of the clean-up still going on in my garden. I looked around automatically for David. And then my heart thundered. David? How had I forgotten about him even in the midst of all this? I looked around for Greg and saw him with Layla, who was busy painting healing runes on my wolves. Jacob sat next to her, his shoulders slumped and dejected. I could only see the tip of one wing. I guess that answered my earlier question about whether Layla could regrow the one the Dark Seraph had lost. I went to him. Hey, how are you holding up? I've been better, Jacob said dryly. Sarah nudged him with her hip. You're fine. You're alive. And that's better than most of our fucking foes can say. He sighed. I can't fly. What good am I if I can't fly? You don't need to fly to be a valuable part of our pack, I insisted. And maybe, on another day, I could help him fly with the aid of some air power. I patted his shoulder and turned to Greg. Did you see Elliot Thomas joined with Isaacs? Greg grimaced. What a prick. He loped away when the tide of the battle turned. He's one to keep our eye on. I paused. Did you see David? He stilled. No. Did you? I shook my head, then turned to the wolves who had gathered around us. Did anyone see David on the battlefield? I asked. We got various negatives in response. I'll look for him, Noah's mum Sally said, pushing away from a wounded George. No, I said firmly. He's dangerous. He betrayed us all. Spread the word that he's not to be trusted. If anyone sees him or hears from him, they are to let me know immediately. Sally stared at me aghast. David? Our David? He wasn't our David, I snarled. He was the Dominie's puppet. He's the one that burned that message into the grass and told Genevieve about our incursion into her land. If he hadn't done that, maybe Xander would still be alive. Sally paled. I'll spread the word. She hustled off. I watched her go grimly. None of this was working out like I'd intended. Damn the Dominie. And damn David. Chapter 33. Terence's low-key anxiety was buzzing through me, and it had me making double time to Nina's front door. I knocked once on the doorframe and let myself in. I had to hold back a gasp as I walked into my room because it had been destroyed. Chairs and tables were upended. Books had been thrown to the floor, and some even had pages torn out. What kind of a monster damaged books? Isaacs, that's who. He breached my inner sanctum, and apparently he'd had one hell of a temper tantrum. The cushions on the seats had been slashed, and their stuffing strewn around the room. A temper tantrum and a toddler-level meltdown. Arsehole. I'm so sorry, Nina wailed. There's so much to fix. I started with the loners' homes, but I'll do this now. No, I said aloud. Please fix their homes. They need a place to feel safe. It's all my fault, she sobbed. David said the other wolves were your allies from the Norfolk and Oxfordshire packs. Tarkas and Wackadoos packs. I had no idea they were Isaacs until it was too late. I let them in and David led them straight to the orb and Terence. She sobbed even louder. Is Terrence okay?
I'm fine, Nina, he reassured her. I came to check on you. How are you holding up?
I betrayed you all, she whimpered.
Not knowingly, Terrence said instantly. Never knowingly. Wasn't your fault, my dear one. We tricked you.
He tricked us all, I sighed. Nina, we want to lay Tristan to rest. Can you help with that later? Course. She paused. Though honestly, all this vexing is draining my energy. I could do with some more bodies before then, she admitted. There are plenty of bodies lying around, I said grimly. I'll have some brought to you. I left Terrence on a table with Nina whilst I ducked outside and collared a few of the wolves. Bring some of the dead here, I instructed firmly. The seat of power needs to eat. It wasn't strictly true, but there was no reason to mess with Nina's already formidable reputation. Anyway, she consumed the corpse's energy, so it wasn't a total lie. The men blanched but did as I commanded, and moved towards a few of the less charred bodies that Ares and Ivy weren't chowing down. Bring them all, I ordered. They may have fought against us, but Isaac's wolves didn't deserve to be riven from the great pack as a consequence. There would be no ceremony, though. I watched as my wolves dumped our dead enemies haphazardly inside Nina's foyer. Her roof opened, and the glowing remains of the wolves filtered up through her and into the sky. That's better, she murmured with relief. A glimmer and a shudder ran through the house, and her windows sparkled. Now I can start fixing things properly. Great. Can you give me access to the orb's room so I can restore it to its pedestal? The house shook with surprise. You awakened it! Her tone was full of hope. I did. It turns out it needed all 4 elements, and a dash of my blood, but no one needed to know that a 5th element had been required. That movie was one of my all-time favourites. Big bada boom. The floor gave way as Nina showed me to the orb's room, but by now I was practiced at the fall, and landed lightly on the balls of my feet without Esme's help. The orb was still tucked away in my bag. I freed it reverently from its cotton confines. This was what I'd been searching for. This small sphere would enable us to speak properly to the great pack. When I placed it on its pedestal, the world was going to change. Fingers crossed, it would be for the better. I walked slowly to the dais. Nina had placed a red velvet cushion there, which seemed somehow appropriate. Red for all the blood spilled for it. I reached out and nestled the sphere in the velvet, and stepped back. Instantly, light poured from the orb, through Nina and up into the stratosphere. The whole house trembled. Nina, are you okay? I asked anxiously. Something, she murmured. I can feel the great pack reaching out to me. Oh my goodness! They're here! They're all here! We've missed you, Nina, the chorus of voices said warmly. I missed you too. Thought you'd abandoned me. Her voice wavered. Never. We were ripped from you, but now we are whole once more. Together we will guide all wolves home. Yes, she breathed. We will. I'm so happy to see you. Her joy washed over me and all her inhabitants. I untangled myself from them and left Nina and the great pack to celebrate their reunion. She would never be lonely again. Chapter 34. My hair was in a tidy updo. I was wearing minimal makeup and the most respectable black dress I'd been able to find. A lot of my black dresses were on the little side, but I had a work dress that I reserved for auditors' visits. It came to mid-calf and made me look at least semi-respectable. Tristan deserved that. Terrence was nestled in my hair. I looked a far cry from the woman who killed Isaacs in battle. As I studied my reflection, I saw that my eyes were shadowed. Too tired, I lied to myself. Tiredness, my arse. It wasn't exhaustion lining my eyes, though that was there too, but a hardness that hadn't been there before. I'd done my wailing and gnashing of teeth, and I bemoaned my fate as a deadly piper, yet, even though I hadn't utilized my piping skills to stop Isaac's heart like I'd done to Genevieve, I'd still killed him. Did it matter a damn if I ripped his throat out or piped his heart to stop? Either way, he was just as dead. No, the shadows were there because maybe if I'd used my piping powers properly in the heat of battle, I wouldn't now be saying goodbye to Tristan.
We did not kill him,
Esme soothed.
We could not reach him because of Isaac's cage of air. We will get better with our air magic so no one can do that to us again.
She was right, but if I'd thought of piping Isaac's, I could have forced him to drop the dome. I hadn't thought of it. My failure to embrace my piping skills was why we were sending Arden to the Great Pack. And it killed me. But I said none of that to Esme. It was a discussion for later. Yes, I agreed instead. We'll practice with our magic. All of our magic, because I didn't want to feel that helpless ever again. For an almighty, powerful queen, the feeling had been as humbling as it had been unwanted. Every time I thought I finally mattered in this deadly realm, someone swung by to try and make me feel like nothing more than a common human.
Others cannot make you feel small without your permission,
Esme stated.
Do not give it to them.
That was easier said than done. Damn it. I cared what people thought about me. Arms wrapped around me from behind, breaking my introspection.
You look beautiful, Peaches.
I leaned back into Greg's arms and let his scent wash over me. I love you, I murmured. He kissed the top of my head.
And I you. Are you ready?
I shook my head. No, but I don't think I will ever be. I hate this. I'd really grown to like Tristan.
Me too,
he confessed.
Let's go and pay our respects.
We pulled apart and he took my hand. I was wearing my favourite skyscraper heels, so for once, we were the same height. I swayed down the stairs carefully. Falling arse over tit would not be a good look. The mansion had never looked so sombre. All of its occupants, even the pups, were dressed in black. That was rare because my wolves knew how much I loved colour, and they had embraced all things rainbow. Normally, we were a kaleidoscope of riotous hues, especially since Nova had introduced summer cover-ups for the women to wear after shifting. The sea of black was overwhelming. And possibly not what Tristan would have wanted, but it was a simple way for us to show our respect to our third. Tristan had been a man to admire, infinitely superior to the foul, thuggish Mark Oates whom he had replaced. My people lined the mansion walls as Greg and I proceeded through them. Candace was waiting for us at the double front doors, which Ben and Noah were manning. They swung them open, and we walked out of the mansion. Tristan's mahogany casket was resting at the bottom of the steps, on a wooden catafalque. Greg gave my hand a quick squeeze, before letting go so that he could lift the casket. To hell with that! If he thought that I wasn't helping to carry Tristan, he had another thought coming. I followed him down the steps, and stood to the rear of the coffin, opposite Greg. Liam and Archie joined us. Then Siren and Marissa came to the front. As one, the 6 of us lifted it up and laid it on our shoulders. The path to Nina had been lined with flaming torches that cast an atmospheric glow. Mourners moved from the mansion to stand behind the flickering flames, and Aries and Ivy stood to one side. I didn't know whether the unicorns understood the concept of a funeral, but they certainly understood loss. From somewhere came the eerie call of bagpipes. Tristan had loved a bagpipe.
3, 2, 1.
Greg counted us in, and we started to move. With the casket on my shoulder, I folded my hands in front of me respectfully, as we carried Tristan to his final resting place. Candace followed behind us, being comforted by Elena. Candace had said that Tristan hadn't wanted a eulogy, so these precious few moments were all we had. I called up my memories of him as I walked. Tristan's face flushed with anger.
What are you doing here? He spat. You can't help us. He was killed under your roof, your protection. His death's on you. Get out and start running, and maybe you'll get some life before I kill you.
The last standing wolves finally knelt. They trusted Liam's and the others' judgment of me. Even Tristan knelt, though he kept his eyes locked on mine in challenge. I dredged the bottom of my magical well. I was holding so much magic I felt like my skin would burst. I reached the magic out to the nearest person to me. Tristan. I tied him to his wolf, carefully disentangled myself from the loop, and watched as his eyes lit up with wonder. He stepped towards me and I tensed even more. But then he sank to his knees. And this time, he bowed his head rather than holding my gaze in challenge.
Alpha,
he said respectfully.
My wolf Arden and I wish to offer our services.
Tristan stared at me, his face unreadable. Then he held out a tub of Ben & Jerry's fish food and a fork. Arden stumbled, blood pouring from his fatal wounds, his strength fading fast. But even in his final moments, he refused to give in. Tristan always was a stubborn son of a bitch. We'd come such a long way, and it felt so wrong that our journey together was at an end. As we approached, Nina widened her entrance so that we could walk easily into her warm embrace. She'd made us a grand hall clad in dark wood panelling.
3, 2, 1.
Greg timed, and we grasped the handles on the coffin and carefully lowered Tristan to the ground. We stood back, forming a loose circle around the casket. Candace came forward and let out a piercing wail that cut to the heart of me. She threw herself on top of the casket and wept as we stood silently, witnesses to her loss and her grief. Slowly, Nina opened her roof. She didn't create a small hole as she often did, but instead she peeled back the entire structure so that the moon and stars could bear witness. Candace's sobs slowed, and she leaned down to kiss the top of the casket, before falling into Elena's arms again. Together, they stepped back and waited. The casket lit up with a fierce fire, so hot it took me straight back to Xander's death. I inadvertently stepped backwards, and Greg's hand slipped around my waist, silently offering comfort. I leaned into him as the ashes and embers floated upwards, glimmering into the night sky. Goodbye, Tristan. Chapter 35. Tristan's wake was loud and joyful. Everyone had a story about that time when Tristan taught me a lesson, and it only served to underline how important he had been to all of us. He hadn't shirked from a fight, hadn't been bothered by pack politics. He'd been a blunt, straight talker. I would miss him greatly, and I wasn't the only one. My only regret was it had taken us so long to reach an understanding. Daniela stood with Marissa, Siren, and Elena. She was grieving too, but in a different way. She was hurting from David's betrayal, as were we all. I didn't have it in me to comfort her just then, and David was still nowhere to be seen. Ares and Ivy stayed for the wake, although more cynical souls might have assumed that was for the raw burger patties that Finley kept slinging their way. I moved through the crowd, offering touches or words of support where they were needed or sought. Not everyone wanted comfort in the face of loss. Sometimes we just need to endure pain alone. As always, I felt like my presence inhibited things. So, after an hour, I said goodbye to Candace and left. After all, I had a wedding to prepare for. I jogged up to my bedroom with Greg following me. The Dark Seraph had agreed to provide security whilst we were distracted, and with his one wing folded behind him, Jacob was manning the security desk. When I reached my bedroom, I stripped off the black dress and shimmied into a pink number that was far more appropriate for a wedding. I paired it with a gorgeous fuchsia fascinator. Mum had taught me that I should always wear a hat to a wedding. Greg had changed from his black suit into a dark blue three-piece one. Would our funeral outfits have been appropriate for a wedding? Yes. Did it feel right to wear funeral attire to a wedding? No. I put on a little more makeup. I was just putting the finishing touches to my pink lipstick when Bastian sent me a text message with a link for the video call. I grabbed my laptop and set it up on the coffee table in the lounge so Greg and I could both join in. then turned on all the lights so Jess would see me when she arrived. I clicked the link, and moments later Bastien's tired face filled the screen. Renard was pacing behind him, practicing the words to the ceremony. I gave him a wave, which he returned half-heartedly, before he focused again. He was visibly nervous, bless him.
"Okay,"
Bastien asked me laconically. I nodded. "Yeah? You?" A ghost of a smile danced across his lips.
"I've been better."
"That's just because you know you're going to have to swallow your pride and go cap in hand to Amber," I teased.
He grimaced. "Well, not today. Today is all about Jessica Sharp, and a little bit about me,"
an amused voice said from behind him. Bastien moved to the side so that we could see the groom. He looked breathtakingly handsome. "Hey, Emery!" I gave him a cheerful wave.
"Everything okay?"
he asked.
"I know you'd move heaven and earth to be here for Jess. That you're not here says some shit has been going down."
I grimaced. "It has, but try to keep Jess from reaching the same conclusion. I want this day to be perfect for her." It was Emery's turn to grimace.
"Today hasn't exactly been perfect, but we'll make it end that way."
"Damn right we will. I'm so happy for you both. You deserve this." Emery's sudden grin was youthful and filled with joy.
"We absolutely do."
He shifted his gaze to Greg.
"Hey, Manners."
He gave a fake fist bump to the camera.
"Hey, man,"
Greg replied, fist bumping him back.
"I'm happy for you too." "Thanks. So am I."
Then the music changed, and Emery's mouth dropped open, as he stared at a bride I couldn't see. I didn't want to speak and ruin the moment, so I widened my eyes at Bastien and twirled my finger in the air. He caught on quickly and turned the camera so that I could see Jess walk down the aisle. Amber preceded her, but it was my best friend that I focused on. Jess's dark hair fell in tousled, natural waves. She had bright purple runes painted onto her hands and arms. They were intricate and beautiful, and led perfectly to the bouquet of wild flowers she was clasping. She was wearing the same dress she'd worn to the interrupted wedding. Magic, Amber, or a platinum credit card had saved the day. If anything, she looked even more beautiful than she had before. Gatto was next to her, wearing the amulet around his great head. Jess's hand rested on him as she walked, and the wonder in her eyes told me that it was working. Tears threatened me, and I hastily hit the mute button so my sobs wouldn't interrupt the ceremony. Greg passed me a tissue, and I carefully dabbed my eyes. Jess walked down the aisle at a dignified pace, then, with a wicked laugh, she suddenly belted down the rest of it. Emery caught her and swung her round before giving her a long, slow kiss. "Go, Jess!" I yelled. Jess's head whipped around, and that's when I realized that, at some point, Greg had unmuted us. Oops. Emery led her over to us, and I couldn't help screaming as I got to see her up close. "She looked fan-bloody-tastic! You look amazing!" I gushed. "I love those cute flowers in your hair!" Jess's blue eyes welled with tears. "You're here! Of course I am! Did you think that I'd miss it?" I winked. "Thank you both so much for coming," Jess beamed. "Thank goodness for video calls. We didn't have time to drive all the way to you, and Emery was selfishly using all of his helicopters, so here we are, virtually attending." "Thank you so much for virtually attending," Jess said effusively. "And thank you for Gatto's amulet. We've been working on it for weeks. Now I'm going to shush and cry a lot because Renard's super nervous, and he's been rehearsing over and over again. Let's put him out of his misery." Jess blew me a kiss and returned to the end of the aisle where Emery was waiting for her, with a visibly sweating Renard, who was dressed in suit trousers and shiny leather shoes. His chest was exposed, muscled and proud, and his black wings stretched behind him. Jess flashed him a wide smile. "Thanks for doing this."
"It is my honor,"
he murmured. In a much louder voice he called,
"Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to celebrate the union of Jessica Sharp and Emery Elite."
I said a glance at Greg, as I linked my fingers through his. I hoped he'd brought more tissues with him, because I was about to bawl. Jess and Emery's second wedding went off without a hitch, but with that and Tristan's funeral, I was emotionally drained, all out of tears and both happy and sad. Bastian and Shirtle took turns walking around with the laptop so we could chat with the other guests, including a surprise appearance by Elvira. After we witnessed the first dance, we signed off to have a dance of our own. Greg turned off the lights, and I sent a zap of fire to the grate, enjoying the way the flames danced in the fireplace. It was nice to use my magic for something other than death and wanton destruction, and I could feel that my fire was happy to be used positively too. It warmed me from the inside out. Greg started some music on his phone and held his hand out to me. I took it, and together we danced in the darkened room, lit only by firelight, swaying, holding each other tightly.
"You're so beautiful,"
Greg murmured to me as he kissed my lips lightly.
"I'm so grateful I was nearly killed by a vampire so that I could be turned into a werewolf to spend my life with you."
I snorted. "Well, that just rolls off the tongue." I sobered. "But me too. If that vampire was still alive, I'd send him flowers."
"Life's strange sometimes. I never thought I'd have someone. I kind of envisioned being fun Uncle Greg."
"Fun Uncle Greg? When were you going to get to the fun part?" I teased.
"Cheeky."
He tickled me, making me collapse against him in gales of laughter. His fingers slowed and became teasing instead. He pressed a firm kiss to my lips. My mouth opened willingly, and he took full advantage of my tacit surrender. When he drew back, we were both breathing hard. Then he smiled ruefully.
"I wasn't going to do this now,"
he admitted,
"but I can't wait a minute longer."
He slid to his knees.
"I know that we've agreed to mate, but I want you more than that, Lucy Alessandro Barrett. Will you do me the honour of becoming my wife?"
He reached into his jacket and pulled out a ring box. Opening it, he revealed the most dazzling sapphire ring I'd ever seen.
"Blue,"
he murmured.
"to match your eyes."
"Yes! Oh my God, yes!" I threw myself at him and we tumbled to the floor.
"Thank God,"
Greg breathed.
"I asked your dad's permission ages ago, but then the mate stuff really muddied the waters for a while. And then he got cleared, and I wasn't sure if he'd remember."
"I hear you. Still, we're okay now, aren't we?"
"Absolutely. I want to be with you, and you want to be with me."
"Until death do us part," I said solemnly.
"And beyond,"
he promised. I smiled. "To infinity and beyond." He gave me a flat look.
"When we tell this story to our children, we're omitting the Toy Story reference."
Joy leapt up in my chest. And in Esme's. "Our children."
"Yes,"
she murmured.
"Please."
I hugged her mentally, and then Greg and I started making good on the baby-making thing. Chapter 36. I awoke in Greg's arms. "You've been spoiling me," I said, as I yawned awake. If he hadn't been there, I would have rolled right over and gone back to sleep. "You've been staying in bed with me until all kinds of late hours." I checked the time. It was 6 a.m. I winced. Okay, maybe not so late. As a werewolf, I required far less sleep than I had as a human, but that didn't mean I didn't like sleep. There was nothing like loafing around in bed, wallowing in cushions and duvets, and devouring a good book, or a fiancé, if possible. I yawned again. Unusually for me, I still felt tired. We'd stayed up later than usual to ring our families and tell them the news. Greg's mum's response had been lukewarm, but she didn't know me yet. I'd win her over. "Hey, can I ask a favour?" I asked.
"Always."
"Esme would like it if you stroked her a bit. I've been meaning to ask for a while, and I know it might be a bit weird, but..." He interrupted.
"I'd like that very much."
I shifted in an instant, and Greg found himself in bed with more than 100 kilos of enthusiastic canine.
Hey, Jess,
he murmured, running a hand down her back. If Esme had been a cat, she would have been purring.
I am not a cat. I do not know what your obsession with pussies is. You and Greg always talk about pussies. And I'm telling you now, we're not having a cat.
I laughed so hard I nearly died. No cats, I finally managed to gasp. I could feel her satisfaction at my capitulation, and that only made me laugh again. Esme stretched out on the bed, and Greg obligingly stroked her tummy. After 5 minutes of indulgent patting, I shifted back to human. Thanks for that.
No problem. I expect Red would like the same thing one day.
Absolutely. I sent him a sidelong glance. You want to rub my belly now?
He grinned. It's not your belly you want me to rub.
He kissed my shoulder.
Much as I'd like us to indulge ourselves. Again, we have unfinished business.
I trailed my fingers up the contours of his muscular arm. Good unfinished business? I purred.
He grimaced. Bad unfinished business. David's still on the loose and we can't allow that.
The smile dropped from my face. He was right, but thinking about David just plain hurt. Other than the mansion, I don't know where to start looking for him, I confessed. He lived and worked here.
I know where to start,
Greg said grimly.
With Daniela.
Good point. At the wake, I'd been pleased to see that Daniela wasn't being shunned because of David's actions. It wasn't her fault she dated a wrong-un. We'd all been taken in by false lovers, and then some. My ex, James, was the one who had inadvertently led me to the other. With hindsight, I could even feel a bit grateful. My experiences had molded me, made me the strong woman I was now. All of life's adversities make us who we are. But Greg was right. We needed to find David, if only to maintain my sanity. I needed to look in his eyes and know why. Greg and I showered and dressed together, but kept things businesslike. I did get distracted a little in the shower when I caught sight of my new ring bling. Greg had done good, and it was gorgeous. A thought occurred to me. Hey, had you really commissioned a ring when you told Timmy Krieg that one was being made?
Yep.
He gave a rueful smile.
The truth slipped out in the heat of the moment.
It has a way of doing that. Greg looped his fingers through mine, and together we went down to the kitchen. Finley was alone, rolling little pieces of dough into croissants. Nice, I complimented him. He smiled.
There'll be some ready for you in a few moments.
He busied himself making me a cup of tea, and that made my heart hurt for Xander. My smile faltered a little as Finley handed me the brew, and he saw me wobble.
I know, he murmured. I miss him too.
I nodded. Replying with words would definitely have made me cry, so I sipped my scorching hot tea instead. Better to burn than bawl. Felt like all I was doing lately was killing people and crying, and that wasn't the sort of vicious cycle I'd envisioned for myself. I'd always imagined something more food-related, like binging unhealthily on donuts and ice cream, and then running to make up for it. Finley pulled some croissants out of the oven and placed them on cooling trays. The scent of the pastries pulled at me. The shift onto 4 always gave me an appetite, even if it was just a shift so that Greg could cuddle Esme. We waited impatiently for the croissants to cool. Well, I waited impatiently while Greg looked as zen as ever. Finally, Greg pulled his open and smeared it with jam. I went with cheese and ham, Esme's preferred croissant topping. We wolfed down 5 of them each, and the beast in my belly finally stopped growling. Ben and Noah walked in, arm in arm and looking lovey-dovey. They pulled apart when they saw us sitting at the breakfast bar. "Don't stop canoodling on our account," I said. Ben's skin warmed. "It was so embarrassing," he muttered, making me grin. "I think you will find that's my role in life as your little sister." His eyes softened. "Yeah." He smiled tentatively, and I smiled right back. I had no doubt that both of us were grateful that our relationship was moving closer to our usual normality.
"What can I do?"
Noah asked Finley.
"Get stuck in with the croissants, please."
Noah fired off a mock salute.
You can count on me.
Finley gave him a smile.
Yeah, I can.
It was Noah's turn to blush.
Anyone know where Daniela ended up last night?
Greg asked, turning to business.
She crashed with Rissa and Siren,
Noah said.
She was feeling pretty shitty and didn't want to be alone. Understandable.
Greg nodded.
What time did Marissa and Siren usually roll in for breakfast?
Finley checked the clock.
Any minute now.
We'll go and find them. I slid off my chair. Thanks for the croissants, Finley. Perfection, as always.
Thanks, Alpha. I try.
Greg and I made our way through the packed common room. A tricky manoeuvre because it was full. It looked like there'd been a small camp out. Some were sleeping in a pile, snuggled together in wolf form. I recognized Archie and Thea's wolves in the mix, Fred and Sophie, but I didn't recognize many others. I was betting they were Devon wolves. A few feet away, Max, Toby and Harry were slumped together in human form. Max sat up, and I knelt next to him. "How are you doing?" I whispered. "I heard things were pretty touch and go there for a while for you and Toby." Max nodded solemnly.
"Yeah, it's a mindfuck. We nearly died, man." He blinked. A woman."
"Alpha," I supplied helpfully.
"Right, yeah, my Alpha Queen."
He winced as the words tumbled out of his mouth. I patted his hand. "Take it easy today, yeah? You may be out of the woods, but you're still near the trees."
I haven't heard that saying before.
I winked. "I made it up, but it totally works, right?" He grinned.
"Yeah, it works."
To the side of us, Fred lifted his head and watched us from the pile of wolves. I inclined my head towards him, and he lay back down. He was protecting them like an alpha would, and I wondered if he knew it. I smiled inside and crept away. Chapter 37. Marissa and Siren were dressed, but Daniela was still in her jammies, looking lost. "Sorry to interrupt your morning, especially so early." I looked at Daniela. "But we need to talk about David." She blanched. "I know, but..." She shook her head. "I still can't believe it. I honestly thought he was the sweetest man, yet he led Isaac's wolves right into Nina and almost handed them the orb. It's hard to reconcile the man I thought he was with the man he clearly is."
"He was a liar and a scoundrel,"
Esme hissed. That wasn't what Daniela needed to hear right now. "He pulled the wool over all of our eyes," I soothed. "You're not alone in feeling betrayed." "No, I don't suppose I am." She folded her hands on her lap, looked up at me and made a visible effort to collect herself. "What do you need to know?"
"We have to find him,"
Greg said.
"We need to know his favourite haunts, anywhere he'd go and stay. Does he have family locally?"
"His parents," she said slowly, "but I honestly don't think he'd go there. He wouldn't put them in danger."
"You would have said that about his pack a few hours ago,"
Greg pointed out. She winced. "I guess I would have." She shrugged. "Either way, I can't help you. I don't know their address."
"We can find it."
Greg retrieved his phone, no doubt to text Fritz, his tech whiz kid friend.
"What else?"
Daniela licked her lips. "He loves Cliveden House. He'd often go as soon as it opened and mosey around the gardens. He found them inspiring. He loved Rosie's too, but I'm assuming he wouldn't be stupid enough to go there. It's not like he doesn't know your cousin runs it and you'd be informed the minute he walked in." "Anything else?" I asked. "The garden centre? Oh, sorry, I'm not being very helpful, but he's more of a take-out and movie-at-home kind of a guy. He isn't particularly sociable." She sighed. "I like that about him. Are we sure he wasn't coerced in some way?" she asked hopefully. I sighed. "Believe me, I'll give him a full chance to explain himself. I would love him to have a rational explanation for all of this. And I really would. Part of me hoped he'd have been blackmailed or something like that, which would make sense of his actions. Regretfully, with all I'd been through with Mrs. Dawes, I knew that some people just weren't who you thought they were. We all project the person we want the world to see, but it's not always a true reflection of our inward selves." "Me too," she muttered, then crumpled into the chair. Like me, she knew it wasn't likely. Siren put an arm around Daniela. She was a far cry from the moody girl she'd been when I'd first joined the pack. Anything to add? I asked her delicately. Back in the day, Siren had dated David and he'd apparently been ready to propose, when she dumped him for being shy and boring. I wasn't sure if Daniela knew that little bit of history, so I kept my questions circumspect. Siren shook her head. No, but he totally loved Cliveden. I'd look there first. Thanks. I smiled at the women. I'll leave you to it. Daniela, could you check in on Jacob today? Have a look at his wing and assess his mental health? I'm worried about how losing his ability to fly will affect his confidence and self-esteem. That was all true, but I hoped that giving her a purpose would also help her. Although she nodded, her eyes were still dull. Sure thing, Alpha. Greg and I excused ourselves. He pulled his phone out again.
I've got an address for David's parents.
Fritz is the best. Why don't we go see them? Then we can swing down to Cliveden.
Sounds like a plan.
He put an arm around my waist, and we walked out the back way, avoiding the common room so we didn't wake anyone else. Debbie and Tarkers were sitting by our car. Tarkers visibly brightened when he saw us.
Hey, time for an outing?
I sort of looked to Greg. Can he come? Please.
I'll be well behaved,
Tarkers promised.
I won't,
Debbie grunted, making me laugh. Greg rolled his eyes.
Get in, the pair of you. Where are we going?
Tarkers asked when we were inside the car. Shouldn't you have asked that before you got in? I snarked.
No, I know adventures await. There's never a dull day in the home counties. It's kind of like being on holiday. No responsibilities.
Debbie agreed.
Tarkers grinned. Right, and we can just kill people. It's great fun.
I sighed. We only kill bad people.
And ones we don't like.
No, they definitely have to be evil for us to end them.
Tarkers sighed. Oh, you and your rules, your Madge.
Someone's got to have them, I said primly.
What are we going to do with David when we find him?
Debbie asked. I appreciated the fact he said when, and not if. We talked to him.
And if he's evil?
Tarkers was virtually bouncing on his seat. I met his eyes in the rearview mirror. If he's evil, I said firmly, then we can kill him. Even if it killed me to do so. Chapter 38. David's parents' house was a little like him. Relatively nondescript, but neat and tidy, with no bells and whistles. I rang the doorbell. Moments later, a woman in her early 60s with short grey hair answered the door. She gave a welcoming smile even as she registered that she didn't recognize any of us. As I'd expected, her forehead was clear of the other realm symbol. She was a common realmer. Hi, I said warmly. I'm Lucy. We work with your son, David. Oh, at the mansion? Yes. Gosh, she said, and eyed us all. That's a lot of groundskeepers.
There's a lot of ground,
Greg said evenly. Oh, there must be. How can I help you? Is David here? I asked casually. He didn't show up for work today. Her brow creased with worry. Oh, that's not like him. Have you checked his room?
First thing we did, Mum,
Greg told her. And it had been. We'd rifled through it in case he'd left any clues as to his whereabouts. His room had been surprisingly bare. His mum pulled out a phone from her back pocket and rang him. The call went to voicemail and she left a terse message, asking him to ring her. Tension had entered her body when he failed to answer, and I felt bad for that. We'll keep on looking for him, I assured her. Is there anywhere you think he'd go? Instead of work? She asked, scandalized. Well, it's not like David to play hooky, but he loves Cliveden and our local garden centre. I suppressed a grimace. She didn't know anything that Daniela hadn't already told us. Is your husband in? He's heard from David. Derek, she called into the house. Have you heard from David?
No,
a voice hollered back. Have you checked his old flat? His mother asked suddenly. And the tension eased from her shoulders. Perhaps he's got his days muddled. I expect he's doing some jobs at his old flat.
Where's that?
Debbie grunted. She rattled off the address and Tarkers noted it down. We'll check there, I promised. You'll let me know? She asked, a hint of worry creeping in again. Of course, I promised and took her number. I felt bad for David's parents. Not only had they not seen their son, but they were in the common realm. They had no idea David was a werewolf, let alone a nefarious one. We thanked his mum for her time and left to check out David's flat. The flat was in a tower block, and Debbie had to do some creative door opening to get us inside. Once we were in, though, it was clear that David hadn't been there for some time. There was nothing in the fridge, and though everything was neat and tidy, the air smelled musky and stale. There were only a few items in the drawers because most of his belongings were at the mansion. Disappointingly, there wasn't a Rolodex marked villainous colleagues. His bookshelves held a ton of books, but they were almost all about plants, planting times and harvesting. The four of us did a quick but thorough search and found precisely nothing. It's a dead end, Esme complained. She was right. We straightened things out so it wasn't immediately clear that there had been intruders, and then we left, shutting the door carefully behind us. Garden Centre or Cliveden? I asked the others. Heads it's Cliveden, tails it's the Garden Centre. Tarkus pulled a coin from his pocket, threw it in the air and caught it. He laid it on the back of his hand. Heads, he said. Cliveden it was. I pulled on my crown, and we set off to hunt our prey. It was 8 a.m, and Cliveden House wasn't officially open to visitors, so we had to sneak in. We parked unobtrusively and piled out of the car. Who wants to wolf out? See if we can pick up a scent trail. Tarkus asked. Me, Esme volunteered eagerly. I could feel her yearning for a run. Since I'm the only one that retains my clothes, I'll do it, I volunteered. Tarkus frowned. As you're our queen, are we allowed to let you do stuff? I gave him a flat look. Do I look like the type of girl to just sit pretty? Well, yes. He shrugged. You're very beautiful. Hey. Greg slugged him on the shoulder. Ow! She is. It's a fact. I'm not hitting on her. You better not be. She's my fiancée. And mate-to-be, Esme added. Yes, thank you, everyone, I said briskly. Let's focus, shall we? I checked no one was around, then shifted onto 4, trusting Terence to do his thing. Esme trotted around before giving an excited yip. She had a scent trail, and it was recent. We called the others, then led the way, holding our tail high, trotting this way and that past the huge Italianate house. We sniffed past the ornamental gardens and moved on. Before long, we were in a Japanese-style water garden, complete with a pagoda. We slowed our approach. Sitting in the pagoda was David. Let me, I suggested to Esme. With a sigh, she let us shift into human. Truthfully, we both needed to look him in the eyes and ask him why he betrayed us. Thank you, I said to Terence, as my clothes appeared. You're welcome, as always, he answered cheerfully. Fan out, I ordered the others. Be ready. I couldn't see anyone around, nor had I scented anyone else, but unease was creeping along my spine. I felt like I was being watched, and not just by Esme. David, I called, as I approached the pagoda. Alpha, he responded, his tone as respectful as ever. You've made quite a mess. You can say that again. He sighed. I was very put out when you rejected the invitation to join the Domini. Do you know how long I worked on V to get her to agree to extend it? Genevieve, I said. Yes. He agreed. That bitch of a dragon. You told her we were coming to steal the orb. It wasn't a question. David's lips pressed into a thin line. She had Danielle. Genevieve wasn't happy that my reports had slowed and become very short, so she took Danny as a little object lesson to show that she could. She threatened her before. That's why you pushed Danny away. I tried, he agreed. But I liked her too much. We could have had something special were it not for all of this shit. It was my fault she was kidnapped. He shook his head. When he met my eyes, his gaze was sorrowful.
I have so many regrets. I wish I'd met you first, Alpha. The Dominie got me in hospital and whispered about revenge on that prick, Bernard Greenough.
Who?
The werewolf that hit me with a car and turned me because he didn't want to go to prison.
Ah.
Yeah. The Dominie told me that the connection wouldn't punish him, and in weeks he'd be free because his Alpha would bribe the right people. And they were right. He was walking about freely like he hadn't ruined my life.
I made a note of the name. I tracked down the Alpha, too. And maybe I give the story to Elena to write up for the mystical informer. Don't take this the wrong way, I started. But I thought the Dominie was full of powerful people. He grimaced.
The movers and shakers, yes, but every organization needs loyal foot soldiers.
And that was you?
That was me. Wasn't so hard when Lord Samuel was in charge because he didn't see me. Not the way you do. To him, I was just a misfit. Helping the Dominie gave me a purpose and an identity. Even if the rest of the pack didn't know it, I was someone. Not just a random stranger turned into a werewolf that they'd had to take in.
You love being a werewolf now, I pointed out. Not that it made his illegal turning any better.
I do, but it took the longest time to get to that stage. Too long. I was an outsider, a gardener turned werewolf. What an absurdity.
His tone was biting.
Nobody thought I had it in me, but the Dominie said they saw power in my future. And I listened because all I saw in my future were weeds.
He met my eyes.
You changed pack life for me, not just in the others' eyes, but in how I saw myself. Problem was, I'd already signed on the dotted line.
He sighed and fiddled with the hem of his t-shirt.
I wish I'd met you sooner, Alpha, before I'd become part of the Order, but once you're in, there's no getting out. They hold your loved ones to ransom. They know where my parents live.
We could have relocated them if you'd just come to me.
His smile was bitter. By then I'd done plenty of things that the Dominie could hold over me.
David, I'm so sorry.
He sighed. It would be easier for me if you'd just be horrible, Lucy.
I can do that, I said, forcing myself to be businesslike. What can you tell me about the Order? What letter are you?
He laughed sardonically. Oh, I wasn't big enough to have a letter. Isaac's had one. He was C. He was a brutal prick, content to let Rain spearhead things so he could pull strings in the darkness. The crown changed things, though. He wanted it. He thought it would give him validity because he believed he had a God-given right to rule. He wanted to get rid of you and take over. The crown would have given him an advantage so he could make a play for V's empty seat.
You helped him.
David shifted in his seat. I did. I regret it, but I had no choice.
We always have a choice, I snapped. Then I repeated, you should have come to me. A thought occurred, and I stilled. You cleared my dad's memory. Tried to take him from me.
He winced. I did. I'm sorry, but I was under orders. It's not an excuse, just an explanation.
One of the Brethren Guards went with you. Who?
She wasn't one of Greg's. She gave one of the guards food poisoning and offered to cover for him. He said yes.
Who? I pressed.
Her name is Mindy Hunter.
I froze. Fucking Mindy. Is she Dominie?
He shook his head. Not as far as I know. She's just Brethren, mindlessly serving her family dragon, Genevieve. V didn't believe in bringing too many people into the fold. She said it wouldn't remain a secret society for long if we opened our gates to all and sundry.
What will happen to Mindy now that Genevieve is dead?
Genevieve's Brethren will be passed to her nearest surviving relative. A niece, I believe.
I sighed. And is she Dominie?
I don't think so, but as I said, Genevieve believed in keeping things tight. Each of us only know of a handful of the others.
And who did you know about?
Larsden, Ramsay, Kearns, Isaacs, Genevieve. He licked his lips. I believe that I know all the werewolves are part of the Order, but I'm not certain.
Another heavy sigh slipped from my lips. And how are we to know who is Dominie or not?
I tried to point you to me. He mumbled. Idiotic, isn't it? On some level, I wanted you to stop me. That's why I suggested putting roses on the mantelpiece. Surely you associated me with roses. And then I drugged the Dark Seraph and made sure they saw me bring their food. He looked at me caustically. I'm under a vow, you see. Not to reveal I'm Domini. Even as he said that, I saw a cloud of black smoke start swirling around him. The other realm had recognized him as an oathbreaker and was exacting its price. He would be remembered as an oathbreaker forever. But even after all he'd done, I didn't want that for him. Stop talking, I said sharply. Maybe we can undo this. Amber will know a way. He smiled sadly. Even now you're trying to save me. I'm sorry, Lucy, and please, ask Nina to forgive me too. I tried to get Isaacs to stop the destruction, but I thought I had more influence than I really did. He shook his head at his own folly. Ask Daniela to forgive me. I never meant for her to get embroiled in this, or for her to get hurt. David took off his tortoiseshell glasses and set them down next to him on the bench. I didn't want an Oathbreaker's death, nor do I want to kill myself like the Order says I must. So I've arranged other means. I want my death to be on my own terms, though now it's upon me. It's hard to know that death is coming for you and in what form. Death is surely our last great mystery. He smiled at me and nodded, as he squared his shoulders. But I have courage enough for this. He raised his voice. Do it now. Voltaire stepped out of the shadow of the pagoda. I'd no sooner registered his presence than he sped towards David. His fangs were bared and in David's throat before I could even take a step forward. A low moan escaped me as the vampire bit into David's carotid artery. It wasn't a delicate nip, but a savage bite. Then he went back for more and ripped out David's jugular. No! I screamed. But it was too late. Far too late. Hot tears welled up in my eyes. He was Domini, Voltaire explained, blood staining his chin. Tears streaming down my face, I stared at him. He was my friend. You're a queen, he said harshly. You don't have friends. You have subjects. I shook my head wordlessly and poured at my cheeks, smearing salty tears across them. I could have turned him, made him a spy. Voltaire shook his head. No, you couldn't. Once he told you what he was destined for an oath-breaker's death. I looked at the vampire. Why did you kill him then? Why save him from having his name recorded in the book of oath-breakers? Voltaire sighed softly, and suddenly he looked old and tired. He wasn't born of the other, and he wasn't raised knowing our ways. He wasn't warned of the Domini at his mother's knee. He couldn't have known what he was in for when he joined them. So it was a mercy killing. You were being kind. Let's not go that far, he said abruptly. He was Domini and I ended him, which is my job. I killed V. Genevieve, I offered. His jaw dropped. V is dead? He scrubbed a hand over his eyes. Shit, we're going to have a power vacuum. And C, I admitted. Isaacs is dead as well. Voltaire looked at me with genuine admiration. It appears that you're actually quite good at hunting the Domini. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. I look forward to crossing off the rest of the alphabet. I sighed. But when we kill them, more of them will be named to replace them. He flashed me a grin that had more than a little fang to it. Why do you think that the job of hunting the Domini was given to the vampires? We have all the time in the world to cross off the letters one by one, and then do it all over again. Rinse and repeat. But that must be soul-destroying. He shrugged. Someone must try and keep the balance. He gave me another smile. Good job on restoring the orb. Now, make sure you teach all the wolves how to use it. The last thing we need is a repeat of the 1600s. How old are you? I demanded. Old enough to know better.
He winked. I sighed. What happened in the 1600s? I asked, even though I knew I wasn't going to like the answer.
A bunch of werewolves jumped off a cliff and tried to use their air powers to survive.
And did they? He guffawed.
Did they fuck? They went splat. It's hard to use the powers in a high-stress situation unless you're trained for it.
He fixed me with a look.
So? Train for it.
Voltaire gave me the tiniest sweep of a bow and melted back into the shadows, leaving me sitting next to the corpse of a man I'd once called my friend. Chapter 39. In the end, Greg had to go back to the car for a tarpaulin. We rolled David in it to take him home with us. Then Greg called a Brethren cleanup team to sort out the pagoda before it was officially open to the public. It bothered me that he so often leaned on the Brethren, and I was mindful that it was something we needed to change. Mindy was very much on my mind, and I had no idea what to do about her. I waited until we were in the car before turning to Greg. What do we do about Mindy? His hands tightened on the steering wheel.
I'll deal with her.
I nodded. She'd been his friend, or date, or whatever it was that they'd had. It seemed fair that her fate was up to him. The rest of the journey was conducted in a somewhat tense silence. As we climbed out of the car, I turned to Tarkus. David wasn't evil. He was led astray, Esme added mournfully.
No.
His eyes were sympathetic.
Just misguided like a lot of people who do bad things. If only he'd been educated about the dangers of the Domini, things would have turned out very differently for him.
I nodded, clapped him on the shoulder, and left to find Daniela. It was up to me to tell her the truth about David's life and his death. She was still in Siren and Marissa's room. She had a weak smile on her face when I walked in, but it faded rapidly as she looked at my expression. No, she pleaded. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I said it quickly. The vampires killed him. I have his body. We'll lay him to rest in Nina, then at least Scout will be able to rejoin the great pack. Daniela gave a keening wail, and Marissa and Siren bundled her in a hug. Xander, Tristan, David. The hits kept coming. If we kept this up, we'd have to build a revolving door into Nina. Daniela wasn't the only one who was grief-stricken. Siren's heartache was also palpable. I don't know how long she and David had dated, but it must have been a while if he'd been ready to propose. I'm sorry, I repeated to the room at large, though I didn't think they heard me. Grimacing, I left them to their grief and went to my office. Sat at the security console. Hey, I greeted him. How you doing?
I've been better, Alpha,
he admitted. It's been a turbulent few weeks. He nodded.
You can say that again. Greg told me about David. The whole thing's pretty hard to believe.
Yeah.
Liam cleared his throat. I've been seeing one of the Devon wolves, but she wants to go home.
I'll be sending them all home soon, I confessed. He smiled.
She'll be pleased.
And what about your relationship when she goes?
We'll do the long-distance thing. We've talked about it.
He bit his lip.
She doesn't want to leave Devon, so I'll need to move there eventually, if things develop. We're nowhere near that point, not at all, but she pointed out how unfair it is that the female wolves always have to move packs. I think she's right.
I leaned forward and kissed his forehead. I'm proud of you. When you're ready, say the word, and I'll facilitate the transfer.
I don't want to leave you,
he blurted.
You're the best Alpha I've ever had.
Of course we are, Esme said. Thanks, Liam. I'm trying my best, but you have to do what's right for your life, not mine. He nodded solemnly. Any idea where Greg is? I asked lightly.
He had some business to attend to off-site.
My stomach knotted. Mindy. Mindy was his off-site business. Before I could process that thought, my phone rang. Steve Marley was calling, and I swiped to answer. Hey, Steve.
Lucy, I have a development.
My mind went blank temporarily. A development with regard to what? A moment later, my brain fired up. He was talking about Daniela's kidnapping. Shit. I hadn't told him she was no longer kidnapped. Yeah, I said vaguely.
We managed to track down the van. It was stolen, but the theft was caught on camera. And one of the thieves was in the system. Mindy Hunter?
Goddamn fucking Mindy. She was one of the pricks who'd kidnapped Daniela. Whatever Greg was going to do to her, it wasn't enough. She was definitely Domini. She had to be. Right, I said, trying to keep my tone even.
She is a Brethren family member for an elder dragon called Geneve.
I made my best non-committal noise. Uh-huh.
I went to speak to Mindy's dragon, as protocol dictates. Guess what I found?
I pretended to hazard a guess. A pissed-off dragon?
A horde on fire and a load of pissed-off brethren convinced their dragon was dead. Oh, and a shit ton of dwarves trying to claim squatters' rights.
Oh.
Oh,
he parroted.
I also found a cell with a door kicked in and some anti-werewolf chains that had been broken apart. Any of this ringing any bells, Lucy?
Nope. I lied flatly. Should it? Steve sighed.
Off the record. Is Daniela okay?
I hesitated for a beat. She's fine.
And the dragon?
Off the record?
Yeah.
The dragon was a bitch.
Was?
Now, she's a dead bitch. Steve sighed again.
All right, just watch yourself. I know you're queen and all, but a big enough show of strength will paint a target on your back. Some darker elements in the other are attracted to power, and not in the worshipping way.
What other way is there?
A covetous way. If you're too strong, they'll want to recruit you or kill you. Watch your back, Lucy,
he repeated. But his warning had come weeks too late. Always, I promised. I wondered if he knew about the Domini. Some of his words suggested that he did, but that wasn't a conversation for today, and certainly not over the phone. If he did know about them, though, maybe I could recruit him to help me with my new purpose in life. Destroying every single one of them.
I'll close Daniela's case, he said gruffly. Next time, when you call me in, then resolve the problem yourself, do let me know so I'm not chasing my tail.
His voice dripped sarcasm. Consider my wrist thoroughly slapped, I said contritely.
Good.
He hung up. I winced. I really hoped my actions hadn't damaged our relationship because I had precious few friends left. They were dropping like flies. I'd have to meet Steve for coffee at Rosie's one day, repair things, and see what he knew about the Domini, if anything. I turned to Liam. Can you find Debbie and Tarkus for me? He stepped back from the security console.
You got it.
He hustled off and I sat at my desk, staring out at my burned garden. As I waited, a thought occurred to me, and I hauled out my phone to ring Joyce, a local dryad that I knew. Queen Lucy, she answered. How can I help you? I explained my situation and listened carefully to her answer. When I hung up, a small smile was playing at my lips. I'd needed some good news, and this certainly was it. There was a firm knock at the door, and the three men strode in. Liam took up his position on the security console, and Debbie and Tarkus took the guest chairs opposite me. I had one last job for them. If we're laying David to rest in Nina, his parents won't have a body to bury. They won't even know he's dead. They deserve that much. I handed Tarkus David's glasses and his phone. Make sure his flat is empty, then burn it down. Let his family know that he was killed in the fire. They deserve closure. Debbie nodded briskly.
You got it.
Tarkus was bouncing his toes.
I do love a spot of arson.
Oddly enough, the thought of setting fire to a building lit something within me, too. Literally. My fire magic flared eagerly, and it took me several seconds to calm it down and push it back down to its normal level. Being a fire elemental would take some getting used to. When my magic was under control, I cleared my throat and said, Make sure no one else is affected. Clear the building and keep the fire contained.
I'll get a water elemental on standby,
Debbie confirmed. Good, I said. Maybe you can speak to Maxwell and get him to burn it for you. He has excellent control of his fire.
I'll ask him,
Debbie promised. Great. Thanks, you two. They left, and my eyes strayed to Liam, whose eyes were glistening suspiciously. I flicked my gaze to the security screens and saw David's corpse laid out in front of Nina. I patted him on the shoulder. It's a sad day.
It is,
he said brokenly.
We have lost so many.
We have. I blew out a breath. We'll call a tourney soon and restore the Battle 13.
That would be wise,
he agreed. Everything else okay here? I asked. He nodded, but his eyes were bleak. I gave him another order. Get me Archie and Thea, please.
Of course.
He instantly pushed away from his desk. Liam was an excellent foot soldier, but his instant obedience reminded me of Xander, and that made my heart hurt. Everything these days seemed to make my heart hurt. Liam showed Archie and Thea into my office, but this time I needed some privacy to say what needed to be said. I shot him a soft smile. Give us a moment, Liam, please. He stepped outside and shut the door. Thea and Archie looked at me expectantly, so I started without preamble. I can't run half a dozen packs. I'm alpha of the home counties, Devon, Dorset, Essex, East Riding, Cheshire packs, and now the Merseyside pack too. It's too much for one person, so I'm going to be looking within each pack for a new alpha. For the Devon pack, I'm considering you two. Thea looked confused. I'm as low down on the ranks as they come. I shook my head. Firstly, you haven't been in a ranking tourney in years. Your brother Beckett was alpha and your brother Ace was beta, so I have no doubt you'll be stronger than you expect. Secondly, you and Sophie are finally in complete accord. Thirdly, I really don't give a fuck. After all, it's experienced. The Devon pack needs someone who cares about it. Someone who has first-hand experience of the trauma it's been through. Thea grimaced. Well, I certainly have that. You do. And Archie is currently number 4 in this pack, so if anyone thinks you don't deserve to rule, I'm sure he can set them straight. Archie grinned. Damn right I can. She'll be an excellent alpha. And I'll watch out for her. I blinked. You misunderstand me. I want you to both rule the Devon pack. Together. Both at the same time? Archie asked, bewildered. Exactly. Any disagreements between you weigh in with the Great Pack and they will have the deciding vote. With the Great Pack restored to us, you have the combined wisdom of every wolf that is no longer on this plane to guide you. Wow. Archie was wide-eyed. That's going to take some getting used to. You don't have to consult the Great Pack all the time. You can make your own decisions. But if you need a guiding light, you'll have it. You're both young, and I think you'd make an excellent ruling pair. I know things are early in your romance. Thea snorted. He helped me hide a dead body. I trust it with all that I am. I'd mate with him tomorrow. Archie beamed at her. You would? Her eyes softened. In a heartbeat. I smiled. Good. Then, if you're both happy... I waited a moment for any objections. I'll make the announcement that the Devon pack is going home. If anyone wishes to stay here, they can apply for a transfer. I'll wait a week for applications before I hold a pack tourney. They gain prestige if they were ranked in the Queen's pack, Archie noted. That's going to be a reason for some of them wanting to stay. I steepled my fingers. I hope so. I want to draw the power-hungry ones to me so you have some time to find your feet before the challengers come. At some point, you'll have to hold a tourney of your own. Thea's spine straightened. We'll be ready. I grinned. Damn right you will be. I paused. Liam's dating someone from the Devon pack. Christine. Thea nodded. If that goes somewhere, Liam would like to transfer to your pack. Your pack, Archie said in wonder, shaking his head. Wow. You'd be okay with that transfer? I pressed. We'd be honoured and privileged to have Liam with us, Thea said with a confident smile. She was a far cry from the bedraggled woman I'd first met. Excellent. Do either of you have any questions? They shook their heads. Good. Thank you for your time. Dismissed. As the lovers bounded out of my room, I couldn't help feeling I was finally getting things right. Chapter 40. I texted Farrier. 2 more Ds are dead. I have a pack for you when you're ready. In truth, I wasn't envisioning a whole pack, but a whole group of loners. I could make them into a new pack, a special one. Second chances. Farrier would rock as the alpha. He already knew all about dealing with people with wounds. Next, I sent a text message to Grandy. Come to my rose gardens. We need to talk. I got an instant response. Now? Why not? I replied, before pocketing my phone and strolling out to the shambolic remains. I wasn't sure how I'd feel if it was restored to its former glory, but it didn't seem right not to. David had loved it here. I paced the charred ruins, blackened grass crunching under every impatient step. When Grandy finally phased out of the shadows, Esme and I half shifted before we realized it was him. We sheepishly returned to fully human. We need to get you a bell, I muttered. Like a cat? He asked, outraged. You and cats. Esme huffed at me. I didn't say anything about cats this time, I protested. It was Grandy. Or maybe like a cow in Switzerland, I countered. A small smile tugged at his lips. I'm glad to see you looking well. You've been through a lot. What do you need? The way he said it melted me. There was no judgment, no condemnation, just an offer to give me whatever I needed. I don't need anything, but you do. I think I can bring back your fire. Do you want me to try? He looked confused, but the other realm removed it from me. Yes, but I think that was pretty unfair, and I can put it back. Do you want me to? Does a flame burn? I smiled. Okay, I have to pipe you. It'll be easier if I touch you. He instantly offered me his hand. As I took it, I reached inside to pull up the well of magic within me, and hummed a tune. Is that the alphabet song? Grandy asked incredulously. I flashed him a grin. It sure is. Now, hush. I hummed it again and closed my eyes. I searched within him with my piping magic for an ember, like the one I'd had. I searched, and I was just about to give up when I felt the tiniest extra bit of warmth. I could feel it rather than see it, but it was there. I reached out to it. Grow, I ordered. The small ember grew into a spark, and then a small flickering flame. It wasn't quite enough. Grow, I ordered it again. Grandy needed more than a small flame. He needed an inferno. I grew his magic until it roared within him, and then I let his hand slide from mine. I opened my eyes to look at him. He was staring at me in wide-eyed shock. Some part of him hadn't expected me to be able to restore it. Ye of little faith, I murmured. No longer, he shot back. I believe, Lucy. My God, my flames. You've given them back. You don't know what this means to me. His voice was thick. Choked. Actually, I kind of do. I had my fire taken away too. This time, I managed to keep the accusatory note out of my voice. Lucy, he said slowly, your piping powers are phenomenal. Is there any limit to what you can do as a piper? I shrugged. If there is, I haven't found it yet. Be very careful who you show your skill to, he instructed. If the connection knew what you can do. He trailed off, looking worried. I'm doing my best to keep my skills under lock and key, I reassured him. It's need to know only, and not many need to know. Grandy held out his hand in front of him and willed fire. As the flames appeared, he threw his head back and laughed for the sheer joy of it. I mirrored his actions just because I could. Grandy formed a tight ball that flew upwards, and then back towards him. He caught it neatly, and I copied him. Before long, we were juggling 3 balls of flame, throwing them back and forth as if we were at a cricket match. Eventually, Grandy let his fireballs sizzle, and I did the same with mine. He kissed my forehead. "You're my favourite great, etc. granddaughter werewolf." I snorted. "I'm your only werewolf granddaughter." "You're still my favourite." It was a joy to see his smile. Often, Grandy looked serious and sombre, but now elation was roaring through him as hotly as his fire. I got it. I felt the same. I'm glad I could help.
"Thank you."
He paused.
"Do you need me for anything else? If not, I have some vampires I'd like to scare the shit out of."
I laughed. "I'm fine. Off you go, but remember to play nicely."
"I will if they will,"
he promised, his dark eyes glinting with mischief. They weren't going to play nicely, and neither was Grandy. Chapter 41. As I saw Grandy off, Nina's lights caught my eye. I made my way over to her, accidentally surprising Wakadu and Nova in another passionate embrace against the walls of the building. It seemed that leaning against Nina was their special spot. "Alpha," Nova said awkwardly, brushing down her clothing. "I don't see anything, don't let me interrupt." I headed to the door. Behind me I heard giggling, and Nova say, "Wakadu," in an admonishing voice.
"Shall I stop?"
he asked softly. "Don't you dare." Her tone was breathy. She said she didn't want to interrupt, and your hands were definitely here. I hastily dived into Nina. "Hey, Nina," I called. "How are you doing?" "Oh, I'm wonderful," she said exuberantly. "I can speak to all the lone wolves in my care. Oh, it's so beautiful to be able to converse again. I hadn't realised how much I missed it."
"Hey," Terence objected. "You've been speaking to me this whole time."
"Oh, yes, darling, of course, but now I can enjoy 10 conversations at once. It's delightful."
"It sounds hellish to me."
Terence pouted. He seemed disappointed to find Nina in such high spirits without him. He obviously needed her as much as she needed him. "So," I said to them both, "I rang a dryad friend of mine earlier and got some advice." I licked my lips. "You both have to think about it and be in agreement or I won't do it, but I think I might be able to transfer Terence's spirit to join you in the house, rather than residing in the crown." "Yes!" they both chorused instantly. "I won't be able to undo it," I explained, "so you need to think carefully." "Yes!" they repeated, once more in concert. "Are you sure?" "Yes!" they said a third time. "Lucy," Nina said, "you have to remember that our relationship isn't new. Terence and I have been together for 2 centuries, dreaming about being together properly. If you could do that, we would owe you everything."
"We didn't think it was possible,"
Terence said.
"We didn't dare to dream that it might be."
"I'm not certain," I repeated. "It might not work."
"Try it,"
Terence said. "Please," Nina added. "Well then, Nina, I need you to show me to your heart." The floor opened slowly for once. Instead of plunging me 3 floors below, the peeled-away floorboards formed a staircase that hovered in the air. I started down it, wishing for a handrail.
"We don't need a handrail. We're not infirm. We're a wolf."
I gave Esme a mental pat and continued carefully downwards in the darkness. I nearly screamed when a torch lit up by my head, but at least now I could see where I was going. There were more torches as I moved deeper and deeper into the roots of the seat of power. Finally, I came to the bottom floor. Nina was in the centre of the room. She wasn't the young child I remembered seeing in one of my earliest visions of her. Instead, she looked about my age. She was buxom, with green skin so pale as to be translucent, and tumbling red hair. She was stunning. She was also locked into the ancient tree at the heart of the building.
"Nina,"
Terence breathed.
"My love."
Nina was a true dryad. She appeared to be sleeping half in and half out of the tree, which the seat of power was built from. Its circumference was awe-inspiring. I'd never seen one so thick before. That's what she said, Esme murmured, startling a guffaw out of me. Sorry, I apologized aloud. Esme made a joke. I paused. A really good one, which is rare for her. Hey. Anyway, I'm going to place the crown here for a moment. I put it at Nina's feet, closed my eyes, and for the second time that night I pulled up my piping magic. I reached out to the crown, to Torrance himself. Come, I ordered him, as I gently pulled him out. Live here, I ordered, pushing him into the tree with Nina. Exhaustion shuddered through me, and the faintest itch began. It was time for a trip to Rosie's. I opened my eyes. Are you okay? I asked anxiously. Terence, are you in there? He is. Nina's voice was full of wonder. I am, he agreed warmly. But his tone no longer sounded inside my head. He wasn't speaking from within me as he had before. I'd better go, I blurted, their intimate tone making me want to run away and give them some privacy. Visit the orb first, Nina suggested, pulling the staircase out for me again. I suppressed a sigh. I didn't want to visit the orb. I wanted to go to bed. Nevertheless, I started up the stairs to the room that housed it. It was glowing brightly on its pedestal. Hello, I said aloud, feeling a little foolish. I felt its joy at my presence. As the orb pulsed, warm affection washed over me. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm actually not in the market for a sentient object right now, I complained. I've pretty much got my hands full with one house and a fiery crown, though admittedly they're going to be busy for a while. We're not a handful, Nina groused. A perfect handful, Terence flirted. Ugh. The orb's light dimmed, and I got the impression of a shy, abashed child that felt unwanted. Oh, geez. I'm sorry, I said hastily. Of course I want you. Who doesn't want a magical, sulky orb? I'm so happy you're here. The light returned tenfold, and I patted it gently. I could do with some air lessons, I said lightly. Instantly, visions of flying in werewolf form assailed me. Whoa, I laughed. Slow down. We probably need to start with the basics. A yawn cracked my face. But not now. Now I need to recharge in more ways than one. The last few weeks have been very difficult. I patted the orb. You're okay here, right? It pulsed again, and I took that as a yes. Great, I'll be back soon, okay? I'm eager to get to know you. The orb's light bathed me, pulsing over my stomach before glowing a soft pink, and then a soft blue. It was trying on disco colours. Okay, I said softly. I just really need rest. I'm exhausted. Before I could say anything, the orb had gathered air magic around me and propelled me upwards on a gust of wind like a werewolfy Mary Poppins. It gently deposited me on the main floor, and I had a gentle feeling of pressure all around me, like a hug. And then its presence left me. That was actually super cute, and I vowed to make good on my promise to hang out with the orb. Voltaire's words of warning were running through my head. It wasn't enough to know my air magic. I needed to be able to use it under pressure. I rubbed my eyes. Not now, though. The air magic could wait. Man, I was tired. Too much piping. I stumbled out of the seat of power and saw Greg approaching. He looked solemn, and there were shadows in his eyes. Hey. I smiled warmly, hoping to see him light up. His answering smile was reserved. Hey, I was just coming to find you. You found me, I said with an impish smile. And I always will, he promised. He slung an arm around my shoulders. Everything okay, Peaches? I'm really tired. I need to go to Rosie's and I need a nap. You got it. I'll drive. Come on. I waited until we slid into the car to ask, Mindy? He grimaced. She's been dealt with. I licked my lips, Is she dead?
No, I got her cleared. Poetic justice. She isn't a threat to us anymore. She thinks she's common.
I shuddered. That was a fate worse than death. That must have been hard for you.
Not really,
he admitted.
She kidnapped Daniela.
Was she Domini? He shook his head.
No, just devoted brethren.
He looked rueful.
It happens. Some of us get fanatical. She admitted that she was the one who found your adoption papers on Darius's desk and told Geneve about them. She led everyone to your door. Ben's a werewolf because of her. She admitted she was jealous and wanted to destroy you. She thought I'd fall in love with her if she removed you from the equation.
He grimaced.
I don't know why she thought that. I never loved her.
For some people, sex and love are intertwined. He shot me a startled glance.
I haven't had sex with her.
What, but when Mark died and you went to pick her up?
She was drunk. I picked her up and drove her home because she was threatening to drive her own car if I didn't come. We talked for a bit, then she put the moves on me. I said no and left.
He slid me a glance.
All this time you thought I'd shagged her?
Well, yeah.
Lucy,
he said, looking rueful.
I haven't had eyes for anyone else since the moment we met. You and your pink froofy outfits have ruined me for all other women.
Froofy? I objected. He grinned.
You know what I mean.
My outfits are feminine and tasteful.
They are,
he agreed with a poker-straight face that made me snicker. Something in me eased. Mindy was out of the picture. Even better, she'd never actually been in the picture. That'd teach me about not communicating properly. Communication was the key to any good relationship, and I wasn't going to make the same mistake again. If Greg and I were going to do the whole for better, for worse thing, I needed to get better about revealing what was going on in my head. And not just with Esme. Chapter 42. Rosie's was wonderful, as always. Maxwell hung out with Greg and me, and the boys had some beers together. Life almost felt normal again, as if I were a regular person and not a werewolf queen with a power-hungry organization that had her in its sights. Like Voltaire, I now fully accepted that bringing down the Order would be a lifetime's work, and I was game for it. I'd never shied away from hard work. As we drove away from Rosie's, I realized we weren't heading back to the mansion. Where are we going? I asked Greg. He shot me a grin.
You only just noticed we weren't going home.
It warmed me that he called it home, so I ignored the jab at my woeful observational skills. I was wool gathering, I admitted.
I thought we'd go to your parents, check on your dad.
I love you. The words came without restraint. How did he always know exactly what I needed? Often even before I did.
And I you, Peaches.
His hand left the steering wheel to squeeze my thigh. I blew out a long breath. I did need to see Dad and Mum too. I was feeling so emotional, I so needed a hug.
I asked Ben to come,
Greg said, glancing sideways to check my reaction.
And Noah if he wants to bring him. Is that okay?
I smiled. That's perfect. When we drew up to my parents' house, Ben's car was already in the drive. I hopped eagerly out of our car and knocked on the front door. Dad opened it with a flourish, the symbol of the other realm on his forehead, and clarity in his eyes as he looked at me. Tears threatened again as I flung myself into his arms.
Lucy?
Alarmed, he looked over my shoulder at Greg.
Is everything okay?
It's fine, I managed. I'm so happy you're okay. I'm back with us properly. It was such a blessing to be able to talk openly to both my parents about my life again.
Greg rang to say you were all right after that attack, Dad mumbled, but you're obviously not.
It hadn't even occurred to me to ring them. I was a dick daughter. Oh, I'm okay, I promised, just a bit emotional. I'm so relieved to see that damn triangle on your head. His eyes softened.
Me too, kid.
He wrapped an arm around my waist and led me into the lounge. There was a new carpet on the floor, but in my mind's eye, I could still see the spot where Ben had been bleeding out. Dad followed my gaze.
Me too,
he murmured again.
Your mum and I have been talking about moving. It's been hard seeing the reminders. I think we both may have a little bit of PTSD,
he admitted.
We've been having nightmares and flashbacks. That was the one good thing about the clearing, he admitted wryly. I got a decent night's sleep. Anyway, we're looking into seeing someone to talk about it.
That's a great idea, I enthused. I'm sure I could find you another psychologist, someone you can talk to about everything. I doubt counselling would work well if you had to censor yourself all the time.
Maybe, Dad conceded. But wouldn't we risk telling them sensitive information about you?
I grinned. We can get a magical vow of confidentiality. If they break it, they die.
He blinked. Well, that would make me hold my tongue.
Exactly. I pulled out my phone and texted Amber. After all the stuff with Genevieve and Mindy, I wanted to move away from using my brethren contacts. I knew it would be hard for Greg to let that side of his life go, but I was starting to see that it was necessary. The brethren's loyalty was to their dragon, even if their dragon turned out to be a malevolent master of malice. Say that 3 times fast. Mum bustled into the lounge with Ben and Noah. I squeezed Dad one last time and turned to the others. Noah? I greeted him, embracing him briefly. I turned to my brother. Hug. He pulled me in and held me close. But we were careful not to let our skin touch. I didn't need him having more visions of my future right now, and evidently neither did he. He was an undercover seer without the purple skin to warn people that he could see what was coming. In that sense, we were alike, because I had my piping skills that no one could be forewarned about. We were both dangerous in our own way. Ben held on to me for too long, and I was happy to let him as I felt something between us settle. I love you, I said as I pulled back, tears filling my eyes again. What the hell was wrong with me? My emotions were all over the place. That wasn't unusual, but they weren't usually so close to the surface. Mum noticed. Okay, she asked softly. I'm just a bit emotional. I sighed. Are you due on? She asked. We haven't bled for 5 weeks. Esme noted. I froze. Are you serious? Yes. I pulled out my phone and scrabbled through my calendar. I always kept a note of my periods, a habit from when they'd been infrequent when I was growing up. I scrolled back to the last one I'd noted and counted forward. She was right. I was more than a week late. I whirled around to Greg, my eyes wide with panic. I'm late! I'm a week late! Sure, I wanted kids, but eventually. Hypothetically. I wasn't ready for actual kids. He pulled me close. Don't freak out. Everything will be fine. Do you want me to go to the pharmacy and get a test? I swallowed hard as I suddenly thought of the gentle hug the orb had given me, and the pink and blue light it had showed over my tummy. Oh boy. Twins? Was I reaching? Possibly. Was I freaking out? Most definitely. 2 pups would be great. Esme was wagging her tail like crazy. 3 would be better. Bite your tongue. I almost fainted at the thought of triplets. A test. Yes, get a test. Get 5, I ordered. He gave me a brief kiss and left the house. He's ever so obedient. My mum sighed dreamily and cast a sidelong glance at my dad. That must be nice. Hey, Dad objected. I cook, I do the dishes, and I take out the rubbish. I'm a modern man. Mum smiled. You are, but you're still not obedient. Dad sniffed. You want obedience? Get a dog. I started to pace. Lucy, Mum said. It'll be okay. Right, sure. Yes. But the thing is, I don't know what result I want. I can look for you, Ben offered quietly. I thought for a moment he meant he could look at the pregnancy test. But then I realized he was offering to look into my future. I smiled. Thank you, but no. There are some things in life you want to find out by pissing on your hand. Ben laughed, and Noah snickered. Tea? My dad offered. God, yes. In the end, I peed on my hand, and the pregnancy tests, 3 times, and they all said the same thing. I was 5 weeks pregnant. I had been pregnant before Greg and I had even talked about kids, that time in the tunnel. Apparently the pill didn't work as well on a werewolf's metabolism, but usually that wasn't a problem since it was so hard for werewolves to conceive anyway. Though, not for me, it seemed. Esme's joy was bouncing around in my skull, like I had a whole host of cheerleaders in there, and that was enough to make me beam. Even if I didn't feel ready, Esme was prepared enough for both of us, and she would make the most wonderful mother. "So will you," she said warmly. I turned to Greg. "Positive," I murmured. "All 3 of them." Greg beamed, picked me up and spun me around. My stomach lurched. "Oh, no spinny." He froze. "Do you feel sick?" "I do now. I was okay before. I'm sure I'll be fine," I reassured him.
"I'll get you some ginger biscuits."
He grabbed his car keys
"And prenatal vitamins. I'll ask the pharmacist if there's anything else we should be doing."
He hustled downstairs and out of the house before I could respond.
"He needs to take care of us,"
Esme said with satisfaction. Then she added,
"I would like to formally mate sooner rather than later now."
I realized I felt the same. "Can we wait until Jess is back from her honeymoon? I'd like her to be there since I kind of missed her wedding."
"That will be acceptable," she said agreeably. "May I greet your mother and father now?"
In my head, her tail wagged. "Are we okay to shift?" I asked dubiously. "I mean, in our condition."
"Course, we've shifted 100 times in the last few weeks. I promise that I will take care of the pups, just as you would."
"Pup? Singular, I hope."
"Maybe 2.
She hummed happily.
"Or 3.
I laughed. "I guess we'll see." It wasn't that I was averse to the idea of twins, or even triplets, but it would take some getting used to. I'd always envisaged having more than one child, and there might be something useful about having only to go through one pregnancy to have multiple children. But the thought of dealing with one baby was daunting. More than one was terrifying. I left the bathroom and went downstairs. "I'm pregnant," I announced to the room. Mum let out a squeal so loud the local bats must have heard it, and bundled me into her arms. "Greg's gone to get vitamins," I explained. "Oh, good," she breathed. "He ran out so quickly that I wasn't sure if it was good news or bad news. He didn't say." "I expect he wanted me to be the one to tell you." She held me close. "Oh, I'm so excited for you, darling." "Me too." I paused. "But I'm nervous. Wolves miscarry. A lot." She kissed my hair. "Darling, you were born a fire elemental. Do they miscarry?" "Not more than average, I guess." "Not as far as I know." "Well then, besides, you were made a wolf by Glimmer, weren't you? And didn't you say it always does things differently?" A laugh escaped me. "Yeah, not by half. But it was Lord Samuel that made me a wolf, and Glimmer made me a piper. Still, Glimmer will have its influence on you. Don't borrow trouble, my sweet. Just be happy. It's a blessing." Tension drained from me as I let her comfort me. "It is a blessing. We weren't even trying. Surprise babies are wonderful." Mum winked at Ben.
Ben folded his arms. "Like you haven't already mentioned, I was a total accident."
"A wonderful total accident," she cooed. I grinned. Teasing my brother about being an accident was one of my favourite pastimes. Then I cleared my throat. "Mum, Dad, Esme would really like to meet you properly. Is it okay for you to shift?" Mum asked with concern.
"Fine,"
Noah said confidently.
"In fact, regular shifts are thought to reduce the risk of miscarriage in werewolves."
"Well, in that case, I would love to meet Esme. And maybe Rohan, too." She looked at Noah. "If it wouldn't be too painful for you, dear." Noah smiled.
"Not at all. Seeing Rohan brings me such joy. I can't describe how good it feels."
"Wonderful!" Mum clapped her hands in delight and looked at us both expectantly. Ben started to remove his clothes, but Esme was too impatient to dither, and we shifted immediately. I wasn't wearing the crown of Tor, so there went my clothes. Whoops. Esme trotted to Mum and nuzzled against her. Mum threw her arms around my wolf and gave her a full body cuddle. "Thank you for keeping my Lucy safe," she said. Esme's tail wagged with ferocious strength, and she licked Mum's face, making her laugh. Gosh, but your fur is so soft. You'd expect it to be wiry. She stroked her again. Oh, you're beautiful. Esme preened. Across the room, Noah and Dad were making the same fuss over Rohan. It was the most wonderful moment, and my only regret was that Red wasn't there to join in. Soon, Esme promised. Red can meet them soon. Chapter 43. Greg's excitement was palpable when he returned to my parents' home. I choked down the horse-sized vitamins and ate a ginger biscuit, which made my stomach roil even more. He's such a good mate, Esme said happily. He really is, I agreed. We chose well. Mum and Dad bustled around the kitchen making us a roast dinner, while the rest of us loafed around and talked. I heard the sound of post being shoved through the letterbox, and Mum gave an excited squeal. It's here! She discarded most of the mail and held up a publication printed on thick cream paper. I subscribe to a new newspaper, she explained. I found out about it from a dryad I bumped into at Rosie's. I blinked. You don't need to go to Rosie's. I don't need to, Mum agreed. She likes it, Dad interrupted. Being in the other has catapulted her people-watching to whole new levels. She loves it. And I get to chat to your cousin, too, she beamed. I even saw your nonna in there the other day. I smiled. Well, that's lovely. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I was getting there before the clearing, Dad rumbled quietly. He met my eyes. Honestly, Lucy, I was getting my head around it. And now we've uncleared you, how do you feel? Greg asked softly. I'm excited, Dad admitted. Having it taken away was just what I needed to give me clarity. I don't want to be ignorant of what my children's lives are truly like. I'm all in. Now and always. Oh, Dad. My eyes welled up again. Goodness me, Mum interrupted me as she read the article. Did you know about these black tawnies, Lucy? Absolutely horrifying. Damn right, Esme growled. I nodded grimly. We've been trying to put a stop to them since I became Alpha, and I think we're getting there. We've eliminated quite a few of the key players, so I hope that'll be the end of it, but if it isn't, it'll go back on my to-do list. I'm so proud of you. You're doing such good work. Life-changing work. Thank you. I'm trying. I paused. Can I see the article? Of course. Mum passed it over. Elena had been busy. The Mystic Informer ran to more than 5 pages. I read the article and felt a glow of pride at the integrity and power of the piece. Elena had identified her sources when it was appropriate and shone a spotlight on the dark practice of the illegal tawnies, citing not just their existence, but the lack of connection arrests and prosecutions, despite people being identified during raids. She didn't say that the connection was inept or corrupt, but the inference was strong. Pass it to your dad when you're done, Mum said. It's certainly food for thought. Greg gave me a secret smile. Just for me. Mum was right. We were doing life-changing things, and I had barely begun. Under my breath, I hummed the alphabet song. The end. This has been Ascension of the Pack, written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. Author's note: if you'd like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases, and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please, do feel free to check out her direct store, where all sorts of goodies and merchandise await you.